Afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our resumed meeting of Council agenda for Wednesday and Thursday, the 10th and 11th of May 2023. Could we please initially start the day off with our karakia, which is contained in the front of your agendas? Just so, yep. Whakataka taho ki te uru, whakataka taho ki te tonga, kia mā kina uki pai, hei tia, he huka, tia Thank you. So welcome to councillors for day two, staff and those members of the public that are in the chambers, as well as anyone who is watching online. We do have apologies from Councillor Young and Councillor Horowhenua and Councillor Proctor, so I'll move those be accepted. Thank you. Councillor Tamihana, all those in favour? Against, carried. Thank you. Just for councillors' information, you will have an updated schedule for today, which is on the front of your draft responses. So there has been a few alterations from yesterday in the pack that you would have received, so we will be working off that schedule. And all being equal, we hopefully will get through this on time again today. Everyone okay and ready to rock and roll? Right. Rebecca, welcome. Thank you for being early and on time. That's great. Just take the middle one because that microphone means that we have to cut you off all the time. If you turn the right button, the right one on. Yep. Okay.
Yes, so good afternoon, Mayor Wandin and elected members. I'm Rebecca Kilsby-Halliday, and I'm here to talk about the idea I have for a shared pathway in Ohau, and that is to run from the Ohau school through to the 35k corner further east down Mono East Road. I take that you have all read my submission, and I just really wanted to come and front my plan that I'm quite excited about, and just talk about how much I think that there is a need for that share pathway with the growing demographic of young families and recreational users in the Ohau community. And I have greater plans as well for maybe a car park and a park and linking it up to McLeavy Road, and yeah. But I'm trying to start small and keep us connected through to it. So does anyone have any questions for me?
Deputy Mayor Allen.
Just the level of interest in the local community for such an idea, are you able to quantify that?
Yes, so I spoke to our PTA meeting and there was, say, 18 parents there. They definitely see a need for the safety of their children who do live in the local subdivisions to have a safe pathway to school, to and from school, increase in physical activity. And also I've been speaking to other parents at the play centre, and they are all walking and biking every day or every week to the centres. But I'm seeing an increased use in the buildings on the other side of State Highway 1 which is connected to the underpass. And also there's a monthly market there, the church and the cafe. So it's becoming a real hub. And what I'm seeing personally is there's a lot of young family homeowners in those subdivisions who like to get their families out on the weekend. It's all times of the day. No matter what time I drove past, someone is walking on the road rather than on the berms or on the verges just to do their recreational activities. And there's two reserves. There's the one where the rugby club rooms are, and also the one next to Bishop's Vineyard and Muana East Road, which is highly used as well for dog walking and biking.
Councillor Tupapa.
No, thank you for your submission. I mean, you've named a couple of, or maybe 3 people that you've already had early engagement from the council, including the member. And I wondered, because it's not mentioned, did any of them mention our shared pathway strategy and how that might, obviously it needs revamping, but that might be the ideal place to put it in? And obviously we have to prioritise areas, things like that. There's clearly a genuine need, and I think there's an indication of enough support for it. So that would be my first question, and then I'd have a follow-up one.
Yeah, so I spoke with Sean Hester on site probably about sort of 2 months ago, and I think he's a part of the Parks and Recreation team. He was saying that they do have wider or greater plans for maybe a walkway along the Ohau River, and also I know there might be another submission that's talking about connecting McLeavy Road to State Highway 1 or something like that as well. So yeah, and they're also undertaking work at Manukau doing something similar, which is kind of what I was thinking too. So I think there was a wider appetite for a shared pathway, but just had not been considered specifically where I was talking. And also NZTA came out with funding before Christmas for shared pathway expenditure. I think it was budgeted, but it was within the Levin borough, in which is what the discussion I had with Monique and with Sean as well. So that's where when I saw that announcement come out, I had this in mind, and this is where I've got to.
And just to say, I'm not suggesting put it in for us to put it in the strategy and therefore delay it. I see this as, something, that not to put on the back burner. But, of course, there's lots to consider. I love the idea of community members, that in-kind support. And I'm not sure if you're familiar, you mentioned Queen Street East as an example that's successful. And that one that certainly goes towards the Trig, I believe, was that Lions or Rotary that made that happen, Rotary, and council just obviously got in behind and supported that. So I guess when you have community engagement to that level, things can happen faster, is what I'd say. I'd definitely signal some support of some kind. But it's just about timing around LTP proper and for additional capital works.
That's right, and that I'm passionate about it. That I'd like to work with council. I don't have all of the means and permission and engineers or that kind of technical support, but I would be more than happy to put myself forward and others in our community to get it across the line if that's what it took as well. So.
Thank you, Rebecca. It's great to see the interest in a subject like this, and it is obviously, part of council's sort of long-term plan to obviously institute more shared pathways, and your photos obviously illustrate the need in that part of the district, especially with a school close by. I think it's probably it should be almost mandatory. And I presume officers and Monique have signalled that, this is, probably for the long-term plan next year. But it's great to get a heads up for councillors to understand the potential that is there. So thank you for bringing it to our attention, and compliment you on the standard and quality of your submission. Great to see someone using bigger fonts than normal as well. So I really appreciate everything that you're doing there. Thank you.
Yep, no, thank you for your time.
Cheers. Our next submitter is Gwyneth Shelby. Welcome. So for councillors, that is submission number 388, page 1934. Welcome, Gwyneth. Thank you. You know how to push the buttons, that's good.
Thank you. And councillors and staff, etc. I'm Gwyneth Shibley. I grew up in Levin, but have been away for a long, long time and have just come back. And it's very interesting to see the changes, or not, as the case may be, in the last 50 odd years. So I want to talk this afternoon on the two W words, if you like. That's water and waste. To me, that's the two elephants in the room. And I was thinking about that the other day when I was walking in through New World, and there was that bottle of wine right in front of me. So I thought, right, it may give me inspiration. Levin is blessed with a huge amount of water, especially in the last few days. I'm only going to give you a bare bones of this outline, and for any data and statistics anyone wants to talk to me later. We've got rainwater. Levin has an average 1.5 metres of rainfall. The top of the Tararuas, it has 6 metres of rainfall averagely. We have artesian water coming from that, and we also have river water, the Ohio River source. I'm seriously asking Council to consider to make it mandatory for all new builds in the Horowhenua to need water storage capacity, and for rebates to be offered for people installing water storage tanking into existing dwellings. This idea is not new and is becoming increasingly mainstream and will be as we become more climate conscious. Underfloor, under eaves, fences, etc., water storage is easily maintained, it's cost effective, and it's no great cost to the council or to ratepayers in the future. It's basically user pays. The second thing is to create an aquifer bore system to supplement the existing system that we have. I understand capacity for only 24 hours of water storage at present. The present system is already adequate, so what I understand is the proposed dam up Gladstone Valley may not be available for anything from 2 to 20 years, depending on compliance issues, etc., and will be expensive and subject to natural problems such as silting up, earthquakes, etc. We only seem to be using the Ohio river water at present, but this is the most reliable of any of our solutions. So our main one is rainwater. I laugh sarcastically every time I'm asked to conserve water because of an issue of supply. I have a 1,000-litre tank, which is little, for garden use, but I'm thinking of installing a 4,000-litre tank under my eaves for house use. As a child, we had to reluctantly change from tank water to town supply. And for years after that, my father's main hobby, was collecting glasses of water to put on the windowsill to see how much sediment was in those glasses of water. And this happened for years, basically until I left Levin at 17. So collecting rainwater off roofs, it sounds almost too easy. It slows down the runoff, flooding of the plain, by allowing up to 5,000 litres of dwelling per use and releasing slowly. Will cut down on leakage and waste, which I understand is a huge problem in Levin from the existing infrastructure. It also cuts down on the Ohio River draw. In summer, I believe we get perilously close to the minimum cusecs needed to maintain the water flow. Now, iwi should be very concerned about this, and I'm sure they already are. It also will cut back on the expensive development and upgrades needed to cope with the proposed increased doubled population in a fairly short time. So this will future-proof the water supply in one philosophical change. And helps, as far as I'm concerned, with the climate change and carbon use compatible. And it eliminates the risk to a very vulnerable water supply at present. It only needs one problem to happen to our existing water supply, and we are in real trouble. Absolutely. It's clean, clear, and it's cheap. Then my secondary solution, I had information this morning which actually throws some of this into doubt, but I'll come into that later. I lived 50 odd years in Christchurch, the best water in New Zealand. Never a problem. Christchurch is a floodplain from the Alps with plentiful aquifers, all small bores connected to a spider web for distribution, each separate and able to be connected and disconnected as needed. No sediment, no treatment. Each unit is much cheaper than any dam and water storage. It's easy to maintain as outages are swap-outs. So Canterbury and Horowhenua, the same floodplain constructions. There are rivers above and below the ground, stone fans below the ground. We have fantastic Class 1 and 2 soils in areas, but also lots of stony Class 3 ex-riverbed soil. Anyone who's seen maps of the Horowhenua where the old riverbed, Ohau riverbed, has moved over the centuries will understand that. And anyone who has dug post holes on stony ground by hand, pick and shove pick, etc., will understand that the stone pan above the topsoil and how dense and hard it is, and how water can run through these semi-permeable layers. As a 13 to 14-year-old, biking up Queen Street at the dairy factory bore, I passed a geyser of water gushing well above my head. I don't know if anyone in that room remembers or knows of that, but when they were digging a hole for the water bore and for the dairy factory, and I haven't been able to find out how deep that bore goes, but it flew. I was on my bike and it was well above my head. I would estimate it was anything from 8 to 10 feet high. That was the pressure of the water coming down through the aquifer that they had got into. So that was capped in a couple of days, and I'm sorry, I don't know if any photographs were taken of it. At the same time, our parents had a water diviner come to assess our farm for the idea of installing our own water supply. I could stand on the spot near Arapapai Road where the piano wire tipped straight down. And the gentleman concerned said, it's about 20 feet underneath and heaps of it. So, and I'm told years ago that there's a place somewhere near Ohau where there's enough underground water pressure to be enough for Wellington. And it was suggested that the Levin Council purchase that land at the time, but that was ignored. It has also been suggested that taking aquifer water may result in rising salt water filtering back under the plain, so care has to be taken to not to overexploit the system. I also heard this morning that the aquifer system, as it comes down through across the Horowhenua plain, reaches a fault wall, and which stops it and essentially pushes it up into Lake Horowhenua. But that would only be the water which is actually coming down off the mountains, and either side of that, if the water goes straight past, I believe that that is perfectly possible to use as an aquifer system. The consistency of supply is even. It's not affected by weather bombs and riverbed changes. The treaty water rights can still be protected. The physical risks of dam, sediment, infill, seepages and earthquake risks are negated. There's no need for future massive development, even if consent is allowed. As an alternative thought, you have the Mangahao River Dam, Dam just up the river, and I'm wondering if the council has ever considered using that water rather than constructing a new low-level water dam up the Gladstone Valley. Sorry, hang on. I've got that onto there. Sorry, I had lost 5 pages onto here.
I was going to say, Gwyneth, you're fast running out of time, so if you want some questions,
no,
would
that's
be a good
fine.
idea.
I will go straight to the second one. So really, those are my 3 options in the one go. The other one that I wanted to talk about was waste, and the page off here. We're spending 1.6 million sending out our rubbish to pollute someone else's backyard at the moment. We were asked to give opinions on 3 agrees and 3 short-term solutions. 1, keep closed and pollute elsewhere. So that's the easiest, and it's not in my backyard. 2, use the land for what, and still ship out as above. And C was open as before and annoy the neighbours for 14 years. It's still the same old, same old. Has the council considered sorting, recycling and incinerating the rest? Many cities in the world have incinerating units that are put in. They're almost 100% clean these days, non-polluting, eco-friendly. New Zealand Living could then import other areas' rubbish and charge for the facility, and that helps paying off the capital value. So I seriously hope that Livin can also consider this as a long-term plan with our double the population, double the rubbish. We've got to find a better way of doing it rather than burying it all for future digging up and reusing for whatever they're going to do with it. So I'm sorry then. Any questions, people?
Look, we have run out of time, sorry, Gwyneth.
That's fine.
But look, please be assured that we will be taking your suggestions and ideas and responding to them. And once we have done the landfill decision, one way or the other, there will be a waste minimisation strategy developed as well following that. So ideas like you're promoting may well be investigated and talked about.
Thank you.
All right.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Could I get a copy of that, please?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Want it? No, I can leave it for the staff. You can have it after you've finished all your. Sorry? I will, don't worry. It might be seen as bribery and corruption otherwise.
Grayson, I assume that you've noted Councillor Proctor's arrival. Thank you. So we'll amend the apology just for the lateness rather than not at all. So, have we got our next submitter on Zoom, have we?
Yes, Sarah Carter from Electra.
So we have Sarah Carter from Electra with us. Hello Sarah, can you hear us okay?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us, and got 10 minutes, so happy to receive your verbal submission as well as your written one. Thank you.
Sure. So my name's Sarah Carter. I'm representing Electra as the Acting Regulatory Manager. Our submission focused on your option 2 around alternative method for setting rates. Our submission focused on the alternates that you could consider on the concern that your preferred approach, which is to set rates based on land value and buildings, isn't actually cost reflective. We appreciate the reason why you're heading that way. And it's actually quite a commonly used approach by councils because it's sort of deemed to be more socially equitable and considered fairer. The issue you have, though, is that it's not cost reflective, which means the way you're setting rates it can't be attributed to the costs of running the council. And unfortunately, that ends up resulting in what we call inefficient costs, which means over the long term, you can end up with increased costs, which of course in the turn means increased rates. I thought I'd leave you guys if you had any questions about that approach.
Councillor Proctor.
Thank you for your submission, and I'm really just reading between the lines of your submission here, and I'm gathering from your submission that you're in favour of not changing the rating system. And
Sorry, yeah, I think I think if it was an either or, So it wasn't a choice of either going with option 1 or going with option 2, then yes, we'd be in favour of retaining option 1. That's not to say that in the long term there is not other options that the council could use to set its rates. What we're suggesting, though, is that option 2 isn't necessarily the best option available to the council.
And just, thank you for that. And just to follow on, I would assume as a utility provider that under option 2, any increased rates and costs that you would pass on to the consumer anyway, so there's no real economic gain or benefit in our local economy anyway.
Well, that's correct. So the position we're taking isn't from a personal impact on Electra, because as you correctly point out, Electra's a utility, so it would simply pass those costs on to consumers. It's a long-term issue around whether or not option 2, whilst well-intended, isn't going to have perverse long-term outcomes.
Councillor Tukapu.
Hi. Couple of things. I wondered, and if you don't want to, it's okay, but many of our submitters have said, this is what my rates are, this is what it's proposed to be, it's $600 more, they're happy about it or they're not. And I wondered, because in your written submission it doesn't declare the amount, are you open to share that, understanding that in our preferred option, which switches the capital, puts utilities like yourself up 82%. So are you allowed to share that?
Yeah, well, based on our calculations, our rates would go up 319% or $50,000 roughly.
Yeah, so what do you currently pay and what will you be paying?
I haven't actually got that on me. I'm sorry, I couldn't say the exact numbers that we're moving from and to. I know the quantum was around $50,000 increase.
Okay, well, I'll ask officers later for that information. Thank you.
I could certainly get those for you.
Okay. My last question, it's a comment. I believe you're celebrating 100 years this May, Electra servicing the region. I'll think I'll just leave it there.
Sarah, I wondered whether you could expand on your comment that the option 2 of going to capital value is not a long-term solution, and why do you think that's so, that it only is a short-term solution?
Sure. So economic principles would say that to set your prices, you have to attribute the cost to serve to the price that you charge. Otherwise, what happens is you end up with inefficient consumption. So the issue you've got with setting the rates against land and building is that the services a council provide isn't actually contingent on the value of the land or the value of the buildings. It's contingent on many other factors around people's expectations, the ageing of your assets, the services they expect, and the level of services that they want those to be provided at. And so what it means is that by not having a direct link between the driver of the cost to your prices, it then means that there's absolutely no signal to the consumer to be able to work out how should they be consuming the services that you provide. As a result, they'll then consume those differently to how your costs are driven, and so your costs will go up. It's the same issue that Electra's got with providing electricity.
And the theory that rates are a tax rather than a sort of if you like, a user charge. I mean, we operate, based on those sorts of principles rather than sort of a consumer principle.
Yeah, it's difficult because council services are largely a social good. And so the rock and hard place you find yourself in is, well, how do you attribute costs directly to those who are consuming it when on the whole it's either very difficult to identify them or the consumption itself is a social good and so needs to be socialised across the whole of the community, otherwise the service wouldn't be provided. And that's where it can get quite difficult to then set rates based on a cost-reflective approach. But it certainly is doable, and there are councils out there who do use various cost-effective approaches to set rates. And what we'd urge is that rather than moving to option 2 would be to take a little more time and go and consider those various other options that the council could use that would be enduring over time, as opposed to something that's a bit more short term to address an affordability issue.
Councillor Grimston.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. I think that's some good direction and guidance. I guess what I would note is two things that, one, it seems that the intent of what the council is trying to achieve is well received. Two, that this may very well be one first step of a series of steps to try and avoid to deliver that social good or address the affordability perspective. I just note in your submission you reference the long-term plan and the auditor's comment around the not reasonable supportable data. Now, my understanding is that reference is relative to the treatment of three waters and is not relative or referenced specifically to the decision or the outcome or suggestion to move from land value to capital value. So I just thought I'd highlight that out.
But we did wonder if that was the case. It was just difficult it was a very well-written consultation, and those things and well-written consultations are hard to do, and you delivered a very good one. We did just wonder, because it was difficult to tell from the consultation the assumptions that were made to support option 2, so we weren't 100% sure if that auditor opinion was towards three waters or in general. So.
And I'm sure councillors will be open to receiving some suggestions of councils that you feel are doing a good job in this space, so that between now and deliberations some further investigations can be considered.
The other issue for us, of course, Sarah, is we operate in 3-year cycles. That the number of people around this table will alter considerably as it has done in the past. So, new council, new thoughts, new views, and new ideas. So we struggle with that as well. Can I thank you for your submission? And I think in my time here, it's the first time I've seen a lecturer actually submit to an annual plan. So it's most welcome. So appreciate the time and effort that you've put into this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Right, moving on to David Grant. Welcome, David. If you join up the top of the table there. So David's representing the Te Awaroa Manawatu Trust, and their submission is page 1812 in your folders, or 222 in your hearing book. So turn the right button on that microphone in front of you, thanks David, and that red light will come on. Yes, and that means that we can hear you. So welcome, and the floor is yours.
I'm now live. Thank you. Just to introduce myself, David Grant from the Te Awaroa Manawatu Trust and fellow trustee Brian Way. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. The Te Awaroa Manawatu Trust looks after the local section of the Te Awaroa Trail, which you're aware hopefully runs from the Bluff to North Cape. So 3,000 kilometres of national icon, I'd like to call it. And from Levin to Bulls is our area of responsibility. To be brief, we're hoping to get support from the Horowhenua District Council to fund a self-contained toilet to the tune of about $13,000 to $14,000. This would be located on the old Tokomaru Valley Road next to our shelter there, the shelter we now call Ian and Frank's Hut. So that's behind Shannon, and it services the Makahika and the Burton's track. So Makahika starts behind Levin, runs through to Shannon, and Burton's runs from Shannon through to behind Palmerston North. So currently we have there a long drop toilet servicing that hut, and that is creating or is creating some problems. And in some ways we're a victim of our own success in terms of the popularity of the facility there. So Ian and Frank's hut basically is the overnight point for people leaving from behind Levin, heading north. From there they carry on to the top of the Kahutarewa Valley behind Palmerston North, where Palmerston North City Council have very generously provided us with a shelter and a self-contained toilet facility there. Ian and Frank's hut, where this toilet will be located, is very popular with day trampers and also with through walkers. This year we estimate, based on our logbook in the hut, hundreds of people actually using that facility this season. And so that has created a bit of a problem for us, and that the long drop capacity is being exceeded. And we also have a problem with that particular site with groundwater coming into the facility as well. So it's a double whammy there. And our thoughts in terms of a solution are to put a self-contained fiberglass toilet facility in, which can be emptied on a seasonal basis, overcomes the problems in terms of the traditional long drop capacity being exceeded and the groundwater issues. Also, I guess it's much easier to keep clean, and probably appeals more to modern sensitivities than the traditional long drop. So currently we have a regular visit to Ian and Frank's hut and the toilet there to maintain them during the season. We have a volunteer crew that do that, and also at the end of the Makahika, Gladstone Road, we've got a camping site there. So a number of our volunteers come from Levin, including one of your own staff, Craig Kidd. He's one of our strong supporters. And we spend quite a lot of time maintaining those facilities, and so it would certainly make our job a whole lot easier and provide a much better service to our tramping fraternity to have a modern toilet at Ian and Frank's hut. So we would appeal to your budgeting to hopefully be able to fund us to that extent. Anything there, Brian? Yeah, so any questions?
David, I was just going to ask, are you aware of other support in different parts of the country that you're getting from Council for the Trail in terms of these sorts of facilities?
In terms of our own area, Palmerston North City, as I said, have been very, very supportive and have that facility at the end of Scott's Road where there's a modern shelter, overnight shelter and a self-contained toilet. Other areas of the country, I can't honestly answer that. No. Obviously parts of the South Island where most of the trail runs through the dock estate. In those situations, I guess the dock huts are serviced with some sort of toilet facility. But in terms of where the trail is running through a non-dock estate, I'm not sure.
No worries. Councillor Proctor.
I just wanted to say thank you for your submission. It's great to see all the hard work that you guys do, and it's an amazing asset that runs through our district, and we need to pay more attention to that asset and see how we can expand our thinking around connectivity across our district, as well as shared pathways, cycleways, all those things into this amazing asset that runs through our region, our district. So thanks. Hopefully we can find some support in the future.
Yeah, well, you have put warning signs along Gladstone Road to inform the vehicular traffic that there are TRL walkers using that on their way in and out of Levin to resupply, that sort of thing. Yeah, so that's very good.
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. Look, there's a really well-defined problem statement. I thank you for that. It's really, really clear around what the problem is and what you're looking to achieve. My question was just around an assessment of urgency, because usually this type of thing that's bought outside of a long-term plan cycle, I'd be the type of council saying, well, we should push it to consider it so that we can look at all of the different proposals that the community is bringing to us, so that we can work out what we should prioritise and what we shouldn't. But can you just talk to, I guess, the urgency and
Well, I guess the only thing I can refer to there is we established Ian and Frank's hut on the old Tokemara Valley Road about 3 or 4 years ago, and put in a long drop at that time, and that we've just shifted that onto a new hole. So it's lasted 3 years over the COVID period when trail usage hasn't been that high. This past season has seen a huge resurgence in trail usage by through walkers and by local people. The estimate now is 3,000 to 4,000 through walkers nationally. Not sure how they got that figure, but we know locally, in terms of our hut book records, there's been, as I said, hundreds, probably 500 or more, have bothered to, well, they've probably stayed in the shelter and written in the hut book. There's obviously, I guess, maybe quite a few others that haven't bothered to do that, but have still used the facilities. So it is, as I said, that's lasted 3 years over that COVID period. We've also got the problem that we've discovered, having shifted the site only 2 metres, but there's a groundwater problem as well, so it does become quite urgent. Yeah.
Let's comment on that too. Obviously, what we've done now, moving it to a new site, will give us a year or two before it needs to move again. But eventually, it becomes an issue of putting human waste out into the environment where it's better contained. So it's not something that we're saying needs to be done this year or next year, but it is something that should be on the horizon.
Sabor. 2 quick questions, more on other potential sources of funding. Are you guys aware of the Backcountry Trust that does a significant amount of funding? Have you made an application to them for this? And as well as that, the Tourism Infrastructure Fund is a national fund that could be used for this. Those may be potential other options that are worth considering and pursuing. Just wanted to highlight that, I don't know if council is the most appropriate funding source on a national trail, as much as I love the trail and the way you do.
It does also service the local community.
Yes.
No, we have utilised Backcountry Trust funding already. Further along Burton's Track, we had to reroute a couple of kilometres of trail because the Tokemara got dammed up by a slip, and it was also running on private land, so we wanted to reroute that, and Backcountry Trust funded that effort. We get funding also we have received funding in the past from Eastern and Central, and Lotteries Commission in terms of some of our operating costs.
Volunteer donations.
Oh yeah, volunteer donations. So we've got
donations.
Yeah.
Hiker donation.
We've got a give a little site, so we don't. There's no deliberate charging for any of our facilities. They're public facilities, free for everybody to use. But we have a little sign that says, if you want to give something, well, here's our give a little contact.
Thank you, gentlemen. And the Chief Executive just informed me that, in fact, Council could easily apply to that Tourist Infrastructure Fund as well. So, obviously, you've started a conversation. I'm sure it will get due consideration, and we'll explore different ways that we can assist, I'm sure. But thank you very much for your submission. I know people who have walked that trail and how popular it is becoming, and one of the to-do lists for a lot of people nowadays, even if they only do parts of it. This part of the world is very much considered, one of the must-dos. I know there's some issues between Wanganui and Bulls, and I know that is being worked on as well. But thank you for your work that you do in that space, and it is well worth it, I know. Cheers.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Vivian, welcome to the table. So Vivian's submission is page 1884 in your folders, or 226 in your hearing book. Oh, next two slides.
Welcome. Thank you. This is a massive undertaking, the LTP, and I'd like to say we've had some very interesting speakers yesterday, and I'm sure we'll have some more today. Many of them have woven a picture of hurt so far, and I feel for them all. I thought of 4 subjects, but then I've sort of elaborated. I might do a bit of a 5th one to reflect on. Clearly, the sale of inflated properties and then the crash, high fuel mileage costs, tax and food and mortgage sales are all hurting our people. Christine Mitchell reflects on the capital gains and need and the deflection of another time because of businesses have no spare cash. Some businesses are finding it hard enough just to survive. Rental buildings are far too high in price. We have 4 major building site issues that are coming up for development and that all poor ratepayers also have to pay for because of What's that? It's not chattels, it's chapels, being on land. The old Levin Hospital has one, Tatum Park has one, the Spellhurst has one, and Hinamaya Refuge Block has a charity status. These all need major plumbing and stormwater jobs in the future, which seem to have a link through the blue document saying that council isn't paying for them. The developer isn't paying for them. On the second one, the Wellington the water treatment station only has spare water for 1 day. Dr. Lindsay tells me it's 18 hours. So there has to be major work put there, especially as we've got 40,000 plus population at the moment. 3, the major cracks and stressing through the inlet water pipes at the Levin sewage treatment plant caused by earthquakes and disposable wipes, etc., also need replacements. And that is an urgent one, isn't it? A waste. They were also talked about a 10-metre wall being built around to stop flooding surges with climate warming, risk and management. 4, our contaminated landfill. Well, it started on an unconsented swampland, and the leachate has been pouring out ever since into the deep aquifer. The attachment 1 that you see in your box shows a picture done on 2000 by Horizons, and so it can only have got worse by 2023. Also, the pressure that has been pushed onto our sand dunes by what we call Mount Duffy, that causes the water to come out in other areas as well. I don't know if you want me to explain what Mount Duffy is to us. The other picture is a picture of groundwater, and I'm afraid I didn't have time to actually put it in. It's one on Mr. Everton's side of the land. It's the record showing since 2016. these groundwater sitting on this private land on the south side of the landfill. We have, Leslie mentioned it at the NLG, Neighbourhood Liaison Group, to the HDC, the Horowhenua District Council refuses to have not acknowledged it. So we went through Stantic, and we haven't had any feedback from their latest meeting we had with them, because unfortunately the Stantic people weren't called in to have the monitoring report. So as far as Hokio people are concerned, if you break trust, you also lose respect. Locals said no more to the rubbish in 2000, but nobody listened. And I think that is why the 9 huge rips were done on the new cell lining. And that is my feeling, that because people said, please don't carry on putting more rubbish out here, but they don't listen. Local life has been lost to cancer. Our shellfish are disappearing, and our fishing. The shellfish disappear because there's no fresh water for the nurseries. We just seem to get more and more plankton growing out there from the E. coli and the heavy metals and the DDT. And it's just very sad. Hokio hasn't had a swimming area because we're in the red zone. The 10 landfill gases continue to leak into the ozone from the landfill, despite many previous mayors' statements to saying making money, nothing's ever happened. And we still haven't actually seen any financials provided to what might happen. The new king says, do the right thing for the next generation and the planet. Hokio hopes the HDC feels the same way. Water is rising. Stop new builds and focus on the repairs to the Memorial Hall, where the town people have to go when we get another tornado. Runoffs will increase with these new buildings, with new developments. Council seems to have sold off land to the trust for next to nothing, so I'm decided I'm not going to even go down that one. John Gilding said, no, you were thinking about cutting down the grant money coming out to the community. Well, to me, Levin runs on these volunteers who get no wages and just try and keep the community running. Charles Rudd put in an official complaint on the 5th of May this year, stating that the MTA shouldn't be used for landfill process. The MLT should be. Local hapu hear nothing from HDC current way of doing activities. Please address this. The NLG, the ones in the current resource consents who are supposed to be notified about all activities, are being told nothing unless we ask. I believe the PMG have yet another meeting in a couple of weeks' time, which we haven't even been informed about. And the small amount that does come out, we get out of over it. But other locals in the area don't seem to hear anything. Another reason why the PMG should go and the NLG should carry on. The local view is the best one. Over 100 chiefs are buried out there, 4 Urupas and a Parsite, and nobody seems to respect the locals. Where is the trust, the respect and iwi consideration? Kaikiahi tangi is needed. Hokio has a community garden, and I need to ask for the Hokio Progressive Association funding to allow us to have a $1,500 seat up at the Barclay Grove, please. Craig Kidd said we must do this year in the long-term plan, as Hokio don't ever ask for much. Thank you. Ngā mihi, Councillor.
Just on that last point, has some official sort of presentation been made for that seat? No, so you're just mentioning it now.
We have talked at our meetings, but unfortunately Rogan hasn't come along for the last couple of ones, so we didn't know what avenue to put to us through email. Oh, the modern thing, eh?
Councillor Jennings.
So thank you for that.
Hi Viv, thanks for all of your comments. I'm probably keen to catch up with you offline to talk about a couple of those things, but a couple of things I wanted to focus on was, I just wanted to confirm one of the first things you talked about, and I think, is it your belief, I think you were suggesting to us that you think that developers are avoiding development contributions if they build a chapel or a religious
Charity.
building.
Oh, yes. Yes. Well, that's what it came through in your agenda about 4 months ago. And even Monique said, if you've got a chapel, you don't have to do the building contributions. That's what you said at the ratepayers the other day, yes? No?
Okay,
What
yeah,
did- elaborate.
I think there's some myths that we could, but I think we'll take that. I just wanted to validate that was what you were saying.
Okay.
So let's take that offline, and I'm happy to talk to you about that after. I guess I just wanted to, also the other point I wanted to raise with you was, in your submission you ticked that you were in support of a rates increase less than the proposed 7.9%. But some of the comments that you've made, including around your submission around closing the landfill and not being open to
Well, closure means closure to us.
other revenue sources, I'm just trying to reconcile, your position on wanting to have lower rates, but wanting to make other decisions that mean that we don't have that we don't have a revenue stream to enable us to do that. Can you talk to just your thinking around, well, I want lower rates, but I want council to essentially walk away from the landfill site, but I also want it to keep the grants in place. I want funding for other things. I'm just trying to reconcile your thinking on it.
Well, many years ago, I listened to a place in America. I think it wasn't Chicago, it was one of the others, that they had built a whole new police station and a library. They had to admit they wanted to be bankrupt because in reality they couldn't pick up the rubbish or mow the burns anymore. They had no income to pay the people. And quite frankly, the way you're cutting back your bits and pieces and your budgets, you don't want to mow the burns, you're still picking up the rubbish, but only just, but we're getting all these new buildings around and developing the new east to west Kaitoko thing. Why are we developing those? In reality, we're trying to keep a community together. I suppose it's for tourism, but tourism is another thing,
Thank you, Vivian. Your comments are noted. The wide range of topics that you've covered, and appreciate again your interest and contribution to what's going on within the community. Thank you. Greg, welcome. So, Greg Carline, representing the PMG, submission on page 1678 of your folders, or 243 of your hearing book. Welcome, Greg.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Thanks very much for this opportunity to speak to you briefly. Monique said I've got to keep it under an hour, so I'll talk fast and try and leave some space for questions.
You might be talking to yourself.
That's what I feel like I'm often doing, Your Worship. Just before I do get going, I want to acknowledge those Te Aroa folk. My wife has just completed her 3,300 kilometre trek, and it's because of people like that access is made available to them. And for those of you that are thinking of having a partner go and do that trek, support it every inch of the way. You'll get an awful lot of pruning done while you're gone. I just really want to acknowledge the opportunity that the project management group has had over this past few years to be engaged in the process that's leading us towards the closure of Levin landfill. It came about as a consequence of Environment Court proceedings led out by the community, and was ultimately a really important agreement between the council and the community to do things differently. And that's been vexed at various times, but today feels for me very much like deja vu, and it must for some of the councillors that were here just 12 months ago, with I think your new chief executive calling in remotely to provide advice as amongst the very first things that she did as a new chief executive. And that process led us to the process we're in right now, which has required us to go around the block over this past 12 months and get to the point where we've got a number of options for your consideration around the landfill and its closure or future operation. The project management group, for its part, supports closure. There should be no surprise about that. It's very clearly set out within the landfill agreement. And our preference is simply for the site to be closed and then to be restored. But that said, our submission makes it clear that if there is another compatible and sustainable use for that site, it's a sensible thing to work that through, see what that option can provide and whether or not there is a revenue stream available from it. So to that end, the project management group supports those options that lead to the closure of the site at the soonest opportunity. I'm not going to repeat the things that are sitting in that submission, but there are a number of things I do want to acknowledge for the record, because I'm hoping this is the last council meeting I ever come to talk about whether or not the landfill should close. The first is the work of the project management group, and that's made up of council, your executive team, two of your executive team, Daniel in particular, and people like Jenny Rowan, David Moore, Rachel Selby and others, our council representative who's here now, our regional council representative, and they have given an awful lot of time over quite a number of years. And I think they have made a significant influence on the decisions that you're thinking about today. The neighbourhood liaison group, and I know that you've just had a submitter say the PMG needs to be taken out of existence, but it's got a critical role and it came about through a legal agreement and it's not going anywhere. But the neighbourhood liaison group is equally as significant, and it has pushed very, very hard over a very long period with many of the same people that are on the PMG. For the staff at the district council that I've spoken about, it's been a quantum shift in the way that the community has engaged with the council over this past year. In my view, I work with a lot of councils around the country. It's rare to see the level of engagement. There's not always agreement, and you'd expect that, but there's a really strong sense of partnership emerging in the way that people are working together. And equally, with councillors, the opportunity that we've had to sit alongside councillors in workshops and work in a way that just was not occurring in years gone by is significant. And I raise those things because the decision to close the landfill is the end of, in my view, a pretty sad affair in the history of Hokio and this community. And we can go into all those reasons and we'll agree or disagree about some of the merits of that argument. But I think the key thing is that it provides an opportunity to start to do things in a different way. Because when you're finished with the landfill, you'll be talking about Matakarapa, you'll be talking about the pot, you'll be talking about Podes Road, you'll be talking about any number of other things in this community. And the council has been developing a way with the community to get through really quite difficult problems where there's no clear solution. So I want to acknowledge the council for that, and I wish you well in your deliberations. And thank you for your support of the project management group over this last few years. The final thing is, of course, for the project management group, when you make the decision to close the landfill, and I hope you do, the group has got a further role, because it's not a case of shutting the gate and walking away. Your team's working really hard on rehabilitating the old dump, closing properly managing the existing landfill, which is partially capped now, and restoring the Hokio stream and addressing the impacts that come from the landfill into that broader environment. So we look forward to working with you on that. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Greg. Councillor Jennings.
Thanks, Greg. One of the comments you made was about, obviously really clear about preference for option one, but that there's potentially some support for option two if it was I think the word was compatible and sustainable option. And so, obviously, council in its consultation document and through the process with the PMG has put forward a number of what were called high-ranked options and mid-ranked options.
Yes.
And so, I think it's just really useful for me to hear from you around what options that are in that consultations document that you would consider don't meet that definition of compatible and sustainable, so that we can have real clarity in terms of submission about what you're ruling out, but what's ruled in, if that's okay. And then I've got a follow-up if both.
Absolutely. So I think the critical thing that I note about those options are that they're all conceptual at best. And so we've worked closely with your consultants as those things were developed, workshopped it with you as councillors, and they are conceptual. And so I think ruling anything out or in is unwise at this stage. You've got options that in a broad context are viable for that site. But I think that the PMG would say, we've got a member here and others with a real interest, they would say those options that are less about bringing waste to that site and having it interred into the ground or having it left on the landscape are going to be more viable than options that maintain the status quo or something like that.
And then, sorry, just a supplementary to that is, I guess it's about understanding your views or position on if option 2 was, there was a sort of a consensus view around that, and an alternative use was determined.
Yes.
Would you support or be open to variation of the existing consent away from a Class 1 landfill to one of those alternative uses, or would your expectation be that there has to be a completely new consent and that the existing consent needs to be surrendered and the whole process started over again with all the cost and time that comes with that?
Absolutely. Well, look, I think the consenting is actually it sidetracks us from the core issue. I really do think that the first exercise is to determine best use for the site. So if it was going to take you to, say, the disposal of biosolids or other materials, processing of construction waste, whatever it might be, and other consents were required, I think those would flow out at the end of that process. The PMG's got a very clear obligation in the material it's signed with council that it supports consents which lead us to the outcomes specified in that agreement, which is the remediation of that site and sustainable use, of that landscape. So, I think the community has supported council with variation of consents over this last few years, and it will continue to do so on the merits.
Thanks very much, Greg.
Thank you.
Councillor Timmy Hunt.
Tēnā koe, Greg. Just one question from me. In your professional opinion, should council consider option 3? What are the ramifications from your point of view to that?
Yes. Well, look, I think option 3, ongoing landfilling at the site, is unwise and unwarranted and unsupportable for any number of reasons. The project management group, this council, and others have done exhaustive analysis over this past few years of the economic, community and environmental consequences of further disposal of material at that site, and it's unwise in every direction. And I think in addition to that, there are serious risks that are often unrealised with these activities. So it's an unsuitable site, in my view, to continue in that space. And I think those things that I emphasised in the end of my very short speech around the opportunities for community to do things differently, they would evaporate. It's been a hard fought winning back of community trust over this past year or two, and it's a fragile thing. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. Just a question around the process. So clearly round 1 was very flawed from a legal point of view, as well as some people would say from other points of view. I just want to know on the record, is the PMG satisfied that this second round has been a fair and inclusive process?
Yes, I think it's been very thorough and very considered. I actually thought the last round was entirely appropriate. we putting aside the decision that you ultimately make. But no, I think the process that council has run this time has been fulsome and thorough, and we've had our opportunities. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Good to see you again. In the past day, we've had a number of comments, a lot of submitters talking about the landfill, obviously. And a number of times in looking at our waste minimisation plan and other options, rather than continue to put waste in the ground, whether it be here, Bonnie Glen or somewhere else, it's time this council looked at other options. So my questions are around pyrolysis. You'll be aware, obviously, of the application outside Fielding, in the Little 2 district.
Yes.
I'm not sure where that currently sits. There's some challenges around it plainly, but obviously the information is, and we've all seen it probably, around the world, it's successfully used. Is that something you think is sustainable in New Zealand that should be looked at?
I've spent the last 6 months in the main involved in the new super dump proposal for north of Auckland at Dome Valley, and pyrolysis and waste to energy, which is another phrase for a similar sort of technology, have been promoted very strongly. And I think it's really unwise to say the simple answer is pyrolysis or it is waste to energy, because the commitments required for those technologies to work are huge and the risks are significant. I think the general point I would make, I've heard Matua Tamihana talk about we shouldn't be taking waste out of our district, out of our rohi, and it shouldn't go elsewhere. But I think the challenge for us in waste management is that we are simply too small at the district level and often the regional level to manage waste in that kind of parochial way at that community level. Obviously, Bonnie Glen's up the road. It's only 5 k's as a crow flies from my house. So I think what we're thinking about when we do the waste minimisation strategy for this district, or the next iteration of it, is what that kind of circular waste economy looks like. And pyrolysis might be part of it, but the Fielding one that you're talking about, I've been reasonably involved in that. It is, in my view, fatally flawed the way it's being advanced. It's got serious challenges associated with it. I'm happy to talk further about those things, but it might be during the development of the waste minimisation plan if that's helpful.
I think that's probably the good space to talk about, which obviously we will be attacking regardless of the situation or the decision that's made later. Thanks, Greg. Appreciate your time and the effort that you put in with PMG, and acknowledge those comments that you've made about the relationship and the engagement that's gone on between council and yourselves. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Jenny, welcome. So, Jennifer Ryan, page 1375 of your folders and 246 of your hearings book. Welcome, Jenny.
Press me. I know. Yeah, very good. Kia ora. Well, thank you for this opportunity and listening to, first of all, an apology from David Moore, who's my colleague on the project management group, of which we've been working together with the council, and Greg is our consultant, as you know, for the last 3.5, 4 years now. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity again to come and just spend a few moments with you as a council. But basically I'm, as I've indicated in my submission, with my original submission attached, there's not a lot left for us to say in terms of what information I believe you now have in front of you, which can assist you and hopefully is progressing you in your thinking to closing the landfill. So I think in that context, it is a time now for this council to think of future generations, but much more importantly, it's a time to want to absolutely clean up the environment of this Hokio community and area. And Parirokawa, if David had been here, would be speaking to that as well. So quite simply, I think this is about closing that landfill and looking to the future on your waste minimisation requirements and needs under new legislation and the drivers that go with that. You could start to find yourselves ahead of the game in that conversation as a district, as a expensive costs of trying to operate this landfill. There is a lot of money to be spent in the clean-up process, the remediation process, the clean-up process. So I would urge you to keep working with the communities to do that. I have to say, since Monique Davidson came on board, and with you, Bernie, and this council's approach, the whole discussion took a sharp turn for the better. And so I'm sitting here today. I'm not confident, but I'm reassuring myself that there is a possibility this landfill will be closed, and you will allow yourselves the freedom to go and think about other things in relation to how you might manage your waste. That's about it, really. I think I would prefer personally option 1. The PMG itself could see the merits of option 2, because we understand you as a body looking for the best opportunities for the wider community might see other land uses out there in the list provided. I'm not sure the economics will line up on most of them, but who knows, because things can change quite radically. The community itself definitely doesn't want any more pollutant material or waste material back into that community. So whatever it is, it'll have to be clean and hopefully not cost you too much. But essentially, Mayor Bernie, that's my comment really, and I think David would be saying something similar, but of course expanding Parirokawa's concerns, and they've been in this discussion now for nearly 25 to 30 years, and watched the degradation of their whole rohi just, literally go down that creek, the Hokio stream. So that's all I want to say with you. It has been a tough conversation, a pleasure and a privilege in a way, if we can nail this. But this conversation with the previous council and representing the community has been extremely tough. So that's all right. We were sent there to do a job, and I'm hoping now we can complete that conversation. Mayor Bernie, thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. Councillor Bourne.
Just a quick one, Jenny. I note your request that option 2 was selected, that there was a surrender of the resource consent and a new one applied for whatever activity. I wondered if you wanted to speak slightly more to that, or if...
Well, I was interested in the comment raised, I think, by Councillor Jennings. I absolutely want that consent withdrawn. I think any conversation on any activity in the future on that land needs to come under slightly different laws and emphasis now, and reviewed and revalued as to what the thinking is today and not 25 years ago.
Councillor Grimston.
Jenny, thank you for your work as part of the PMG, and obviously to the PMG group. I'm really keen. We've had a number of submitters so far indicate a preference for option 3, which I know isn't the palatable option. And I'm really keen to understand from you, being an outsider and a Pakeha, what you've seen in terms of the scale of the social impact of the landfill on this community in the iwi there. Just your perspective of it.
Sure. Oh, thank you. Well, coming into the Hokio community, I had some conversations with locals around the politics of the lake. but never been down into the community itself. So for me, coming in and understanding and starting to learn the depth of angst and anger and upset of the majority of the community, the Pākehā community, which sits in that little beach community, and then coming alongside David and the Pari Raukawa community, this is not a good story. This is a story of, lengthy, continued abuse, really, particularly of the environment. And I was around the landfill when Mayor Duffy opened it, and our rubbish, the Kapiti rubbish, as you know, came up to the landfill up until about 18 months ago. So I own that. I signed the papers on that, and at that time I was more than comfortable that that landfill was being managed properly and was doing its job for its size. But in the last decade in particular, things clearly have changed, both in the way the landfill itself is managing itself, and more particularly how it was being managed, to the point where we've got to this discussion today. So the odour issue was the issue that took the community to the court. And of course we know odour has an inability to stop at a boundary. So how that is managed is quite a precise science, really, and it's very difficult in most landfills. When I was in the court and we had landfill hearings, noise and odour, where you can't stop things at the boundary, were usually the main problems. And yes, so they sat with that. They came back with an opportunity to form this PMG and talk about their hurt and their grief and their upset, both for themselves as humans, but then more importantly, the degradation of the environment. And I think what's happened to that little stream is absolutely appalling. You had a community of hundreds of people for over hundreds of years living out of that stream, and now it's completely polluted. And yes, we can argue till the cows come home, but we believe there is leachate coming out of those old dumps anyway into that stream. And we also have an analysis on what happens at the beach when every now and then the birds die or the pippies aren't edible. So for that area generally, this is going to take years to clean up. This will not. David Moore's grandchildren might get back into that stream as adults, but I would be very surprised. I think this is a 50 or 60 year clean up if we stopped everything and threw some money at it right now, which I'm hoping you're about to do. It's a blight on your story as the Horowhenua, and you can change that. You have an opportunity to change that.
Time, but
No,
yeah. Justin.
Sorry, just really quickly, I was going to ask you the same question as I asked Greg, which was what are the legal ramifications around option 3, but I just want to quickly also signal, I don't need an answer now, but through the PMG, you talked about the effect on the kai and the gathering of kai and stuff. I just wonder, has any actual assessments to your knowledge been done? And I'm actually thinking about that because we're about to go into a whitebait season, and I wonder whether actually anyone's ever done any scientific assessment on pollution and the food that people are consuming. That's all I wanted to ask.
I understand some work was done by Caleb Royal, and I think some work has been done by the scientist. Oh, God, my name. You would know. Anyway, yes, I understand, particularly at the beach. I can get names back to you.
Just due to timing, I'll drop some of my questions and just ask the one. Obviously, your preferred option is the one where we have to ship our waste out of this community at a cost of $1.6 million per annum, which is 4% of rates. And as you know, your experience on the council, don't put my rates up. This clearly is contributing to that. So what would you say to the community about that extra 4%?
Well, this is one of your core business responsibilities. So I agree with Greg. Small authorities like this is a much bigger conversation, but small local authorities, and the Kapiti is the same. We simply haven't got the money to run our own systems and make them sustainable. The only way out of this that I see is that whole waste minimisation conversation with the government in working out how we better do that and minimise the actual rubbish that does actually end up in the Bonnie Glens. So I don't see that you've got a choice to spend money. It's where you best spend it now to get the best outcome. And opening that thing and keeping it going will not be the best outcome for you.
Thank you, Jenny. Appreciate your time as always.
Yes,
And, cheers.
Thank you very much.
Peter, welcome. So, Peter Evidence submission is page 1985 of your folders, or 253 in your hearings book. You've just turned it off, Peter. Turn it back on. Yeah. No, that's all right. Well, go for it.
I'd like to speak roughly on the rates for a start. I've got the long-term plan for 225 here. It estimates rates at that stage in 23-24 to be 3.5%. So you're double that or more at the moment. That's the long-term plan, so I suppose you stick to long-term plans, do you?
We do one every 3 years, Peter. Times and things change in between.
Yeah, well, why put out long-term plans if you can't stick to them?
Because the government tells us we have to.
Mm-hmm. Now, as far as rates are, I go for option 1, I think it was. Option 3, general rate in 2015. This is the article by Doug Law, change in rating to correct the anomalies. He was supporting capital value. That was in 2015. So we still haven't fixed it up since then. So I support capital value with the 80% preferential for rural farming. So that's all I really want to say on rates, but it's been a long time coming. And that's what was recommended back then because of the anomaly rates. I mean, we pay a hell of a lot more in our general rates. Like I would pay probably in our rates 6,000 or 7,000 just towards parks and reserves. I certainly don't mind paying my share, but as our farming business, I think that's far too much. It's the anomaly with the present system. The other thing I'd like to talk about is the debt and the landfill. I would just like to say, just think, if better decisions were made 20 or even 40 years ago on this dump, and those councils in those days had listened to what the people wanted, and they certainly made it clear they didn't want a dump or a regional landfill in that area. It just wasn't, it was totally unsuitable. They tried to tell councils, but they wouldn't listen, obviously. And then in those preceding years, most councillors never questioned the mayor of the time and the CSO. They just took this read that this is a good site for a dump. There were never any management reports or budgets or environment reports on it. They just went ahead and did it. And I guess a lot of these new councillors wouldn't even know that the first line I put in there was slashed in 17 different places. And I believe it's compromising today and that's why I think it's leaking. I mean, some of the tests we're reading now are showing very high concentrations of pollution, and you only have to look at those dead willow trees to see where it's coming from that are on the boundary with Tartan's Drain. There were one or two councils who questioned the mayor at those times, and they just got shot down. I can actually name them. One was Anne Hunt, David Fayan, and chap Campbell from Shannon. But they were always rubbish about over the landfill. It was the mayor at the time and the CEOs at the time said it was all okay, so we just took their word. And the council debt today would be at least 9 million less, and the landfill environment in Hoki would be in a much better position today if they'd listened to the people and never put that landfill there. So not only has there been 20 years of wasted time, all those involved in discussions and all that, and plus the cost of a parliamentary environment matters review in 2007, that must have cost an awful lot. And in that report, it is quoted, the 1998-99 National Landfill Census Report acknowledges, however, that landfills continue to affect the environment for 30 to 50 years after closure. So that's what we got, 30 to 50 years after closure. And the funny thing is, 2/3 of the rubbish in that landfill at Hokio came from Kapiti. So those Kapiti ratepayers get a free ride from cleaning up the environmental messes out there now. The ratepayers of Horowhenua have to pay for that now, that clean-up, or the future ratepayers. I was out there 2 days ago on the boundary with on our farmer block. I could smell the methane coming out of the landfill then, so that flame is not working, obviously. You can smell it still coming out of there, the methane smell. We tested the water on that side where we've got lakes on the boundary with the landfill. That water was tested at 100, one pond and another one at 90. Drinkable water was 80. Yet on the northern side of the landfill, it's over 1,000. So that's how much pollution, the difference from one side of the landfill to the next. So I support closing that landfill, option 1, and closing that landfill. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Proctor.
Thanks, Peter. Your arguments around landfill are very robust and sound. I want to ask you a question about rates. So you've chosen option 3. I assume you don't completely agree with option 2, but I'm looking at one of your submissions or your attachments that you made to your submission in 2021, and it's very insightful, and it's picked up on something that I don't think we've discussed or identified too well across our district, in the sense that a lot of our farms are small blocks and small holdings or little small multi-land blocks. And I know that you lease most of these blocks as well, a large portion. And considering that under some of the rating options or the new models proposed, their rates are significantly going to go up. And the only option they have to recoup any value, say for a multi-land block, is to raise their leases or rents. And I would like to hear your answer on whether you'd pay those increased leases or rents. And the other option is also for those small blocks which aren't multi-land. Most of their land is class 1 or class 2 soils, which means they have no ability to subdivide it and regain any value of that land and the increased value as well. So they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and you can see a massive downturn in our rural economy happening because people can't realise the value of their land and the costs are just rising and increasing.
Well, that's why I put it in that submission, because that's where the remissions need to come into effect. I've got a number of small Maori blocks of land that I won't be able to pay some of them, especially if they've got a house on it, but there's no value to the farming part of the operation. So I actually have to say, well, I can't pay your rent, but I might be able to pay your rates for you. That's going to happen on a number of blocks. That's the nature of the game out there. I don't think councils realise the problem with Maori land, especially multiple-owned Maori land. It's not as if you're dealing with one person. Some of these land blocks, as you would know, well, I know some of the bigger blocks got 3,000 or 4,000 owners to them. So they are a problem, but it's the smaller ones that are really the bigger problem, and they were set aside as for families back probably 100 years ago, in the 1870s probably, set aside for family blocks. So I would say there would be 10 or 12 small Maori dairy farms back there in the 1920s and 30s.
So just under some of our proposed rating models. In our document, we'll see massive increases on the cost of their lands that they'll never be able to recoup, and essentially their land will become unproductive.
That's what I won't be able to pay rent. I'll just say I'll pay the rates, I won't pay any rent. If I don't accept that, I will just simply lie idle, and somebody will come and throw a couple of cattle or beast on that and pay nothing.
Excellent.
So it is a problem.
Thank you, Peter. Appreciate your time as always.
Thank you.
Your comments will be duly considered.
Yes, well, like I say, if you don't make the history, we're bound to make the same mistakes again. And it's trouble a lot of you people don't know the real history of this landfill. I've been involved with it since probably 1974. It first became a dump for the bin. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Our next submitter is Mr. Bill Hussif. Welcome, Bill. His submission is 1763 and 1833, or page 266 of your hearings book. You've just turned it off, Bill. Turn it back on again. Okay, all yours. Cheers.
Right. Good afternoon, all. You have read my submission that basically we as medium-sized farmers are paying something, well, I'll put it another way. Medium-sized businesses in Levin and Foxton are paying about 12% of the general rate that we are as farmers. Now, you're talking about a fairer system. I don't see, unless you take that into account, how it can be. The other point on that is within this is the green map that shows that farming are paying around about 3% of their rates, and compared with their income, that where you have created the illusion that farmers are not paying their fair share. Now that is completely erroneous. I heard a submitter last night talking about 10% over 4 years. Their average rate was equivalent to 10% of their income. I know there are other submitters that are going to say their situation is actually even worse. But you've created this idea within the people that read this document that the farming community is not paying their fair share. That is, well, I won't go any further on that. The next part of my submission was about your overspending of rates. Or, sorry, not, that you're running a deficit budget. And this has happened over, the last 5 years, the total deficit that you've run up is close to $40 million. So that's almost $8 million per year. Now, I brought that up in a submission in, I think it was 2021, or might have been 2020. I've got the submission there. I'm afraid I've got a little bit off track. But, so, you don't listen. And I've also got in here how Kuiper, the commissioner that was put in place, attempted to sue the CEO and the mayor for their negligence. Now, they thought about suing the whole council, but they didn't think they'd get very far. But this is what happens when you have fiscal mismanagement. People get very irate. So what you needed to do this year was increase rates by 30%. Now you increased them by 7.9. Nowhere near enough. And in the future, you need to get your spending under control. There's so many things that get out of control. You know, this building here, originally it was a $2 million refurbishment of the social welfare building. Then it became a $6 million standalone building where the old county council building was. Then it became, the last figure I heard was 15 million for this building, but you run a secret society, so I don't really know. And I understand it needs refurbishing, but again, that is a secret. We know it's going to be refurbished, we don't know how much. The Dutch Museum, that was a leaking roof and a perfectly adequate library. And I went in there at one stage and they had ice cream containers all round the floor catching the drips. Now, in that situation, most people would renew the roof. But that didn't occur to them. You know, the building's still there. It's not a derelict building. They didn't renew the roof. They started out, well, they were going to have a new library. That was going to cost 1.2 million. Then the Dutch had a pot of gold. I think those Dutch people must have relatives in Nigeria. There was no pot of gold. The last figure that I heard that they got from the Dutch was about 400,000. So that pot of gold that was supposed to be 5 or 6 million didn't eventuate. And I think the last figure I heard for the Dutch Museum was 9 million. I caught a snippet of a conversation here, and my hearing's not all that good, but I thought they said 11 million for the Dutch Museum. That is absolutely appalling. And I go in there, and I quite enjoy a museum. I went up to my daughters at Tiara, and they've got a little museum there, and unfortunately I had my grandson with me, and I would have been there for at least half the day. But because he was there, it was about half an hour. I go into the Dutch Museum, and I see nothing that interests me. Now, I hadn't been there for, probably at least a year through the Dutch part of it, and they may have put better stuff there, but I say, you know, certainly the original stuff. I mean, there was a barbecue there, a little backyard barbecue that you put your Coke on and you know, pour your mess over. Everybody had them in the backyard, well, probably 30 years ago, and it was hanging on the wall as though it was a Dutch idea.
It's a lot more than a Dutch museum, Bill.
Pardon?
It's a lot more than a Dutch museum.
Yeah, the Maori part of it is not, there's no discussion of what happened pre the European arrival, how Te Raparaha came through and decimated the population. There's no real artefacts. Again, I quite like history, but the history has got to be history, not a sanitised version of history.
We'll take some questions. Councillor Proctor.
Thanks, Bill. I just have a question about the arguments you put forward about increases in rates. It's pretty clear you feel that the rural community is paying its fair share towards rates in this district. My question is more about the models presented in the plan. Do you think they would be limiting and contribute to a downturn in the agricultural sector in our district?
Sorry, the models just established what they thought was an underpayment by the rural sector. I don't know they went any further than that. Certainly, if you keep putting, Argentina was the richest nation in the world when at the turn of the 20th century, as you came into the 20th century. Now, I've heard from people that go over there, they've got earth floors. Well, we're well past that. They've got 60% interest rates, 100% inflation. If we're not careful, we're going to go down that road. There's a lot of talk about how we are, the government is well below the spending of other governments around the world. Well, that's true. The Yanks have got a $31 trillion, not deficit, a loan account, but their loan account is with their people. Now, they issue bonds, and most of the bonds are issued to the American people. Are they going to take money out of government bonds in difficult situations and put it in banks or invest in places like New Zealand? Most of our borrowing is actually overseas. And that puts us in a very vulnerable situation. And Standard & Poor's is saying that if we're not careful as a people, they will downgrade our credit rating. So what the Reserve Bank might do as far as the OBR will be irrelevant. It'll be the cost of money, borrowing money overseas.
Thank you, Bill. I'm going to close this discussion. Sorry, we have run out of time, but appreciate the fact that you've taken the time to make a submission. And we could talk all day about the number of things that you've raised, but they will be duly considered in our deliberations later in the month. Thank you.
Right, thank you for the time, and I hope I have had more effect than last time I presented.
Take 10 minutes. We'll talk about bonds and
Just as we have time for a short break, for 3, thank you.
Can I please invite? We're going to have a slight change of program because schedule because of some people haven't quite tuned up yet, and I'd like to invite Anne Thomas to the table. Anne is submission number 323, which is on page 1674 of your folders and 322 of your hearings booklet. Welcome, Anne.
Hello. Let me change specs so I can see what I'm doing. Okay. We'll start with the Horowhenua Farmers Ratepayer Group submission. Emma out the front has photocopied both my submissions and said something about scanning them to you. Alright. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. Rates review. We as a group support option 1, maintain the status quo for the next 12 months and make this major change to our rating system part of the long-term plan consultation due in early 2024. The reasons being that this will give HCC council staff better time to complete thorough modelling of the impact of the proposed changes to the rating system. It has become evident through discussions with the relevant staff that there are a number of factors that the staff have not considered. The council staff have also been unable to confidently confirm the mechanics behind some of their calculations. Council staff have been unable to provide answers to the questions that were posed in part of our initial submission, or the answers provided have not been adequate. The premise of the change is the perceived fact that people on lower incomes are paying a higher percentage of their income in rent or mortgages and rates. There has been no acknowledgement that these people are most likely to receive additional government financial assistance. It seems that the comparisons of urban to rural income levels are not actually a true comparison, and that the figures are manipulated. With the inclusion of areas of rating, i.e. stormwater, sewer and town water, etc., in the urban side, which are not a cost to the rural ratepayer. The rural ratepayer provides their own sewer, contains their own stormwater and provides their own drinking water. The rural ratepayer is not charged a rating fee for sewer, stormwater or town water, as they are not provided with those services. The urban dweller is reliant on those town services and therefore pays them within their rates. It is a user-pay system. So, a house in Takama Street pays $1,355.38 of the current annual rates of $2,983.45 towards those services. This is approximately 45% of their rates are charged to cover the urban services. So how can council staff provide the councillors with a comparison of rates paid by urban ratepayers to rural ratepayers without first making sure that the figures being used are a direct comparison of services supplied and rated for? The figure used for the rates charged for urban dwellers should be reduced by 45% before any comparison is commenced to ensure that council staff are actually comparing like with like. There is no indication as to where the income levels used as a basis for the comparisons is gross income or net taxable income. The map in the consultation document is very broad-based and is structured to indicate that the rural ratepayer is paying a very low percentage of their income in rates. The information provided has been manipulated by using old data. The census is 5 years old, the Shand report is 16 years old, and by using the median figure in the middle, wait a minute, I've got lost there somewhere, sorry guys, 16 years old. The use of median means, okay, so we'll go on. In the Shand report, you're talking about the use of median figures. The median figure is a middle figure in a group of figures, instead of the average figure, which is a sum of all figures divided by the number of figures, basic maths. The use of median means if the group of figures is not evenly distributed between the lowest and the highest, i.e. weighted by a lot of low figures, then the median figure will also be low. I put an example in, I picked a group of numbers. The median figure of that is 4, but but the average is 10. That is a major difference between median and the average. As is stated in the consultation document on page 9, many members of our community on low incomes are on low incomes. And on page 15, average income is 35% lower than national-wide census 2018. Note that we are now discussing average, not median, and there is no adjustment allowed for updated for the labour cost index movement to March of 2022, as per page 16. So this is effectively using different calculated measurements of a quantity and trying to compare them with each other, or manipulation of the data to suit the outcome that you really want. The effect of rates remission under Part 7 of the remission policy has also not been factored into the calculations. It's unknown what zoning the rates for the properties in Tara-Eager are currently allocated to. Is it rural? Is it residential? And therefore it is unknown what the overall effect of a remission will be and on which rate payer group. On page 18, under the effects of last year's property valuations, it is noted that 12,500 residential properties that are paying an additional $485,000, that this equates to an additional $38.80 per annum each, which is less than 7 cups of takeaway coffee a year. Also noted the words, in your document, they are shouldering close to an additional. The words that are very emotive. The 800 businesses will be paying an extra $165.50 each per annum. There's no number for the rural non-farming properties advised, so it's unable to calculate the accuracy of their calculations. For the rural farming properties, numbering 1,947, due to the nature of farming and the way that the Horowhenua was settled, one farming entity can easily own a number of properties. So the number 1947 does not accurately reflect the actual farming businesses. Attached to my submission is a copy of the report from the Stats NZ, which shows there are 468 rural businesses in the Horowhenua. And interestingly, these businesses employ approximately 1,277 staff. Council staff have continued to state that there are 600 rural businesses, so the figure is dropping all the time. Then if you turn to page 19, you see that the rural farming category, 53% will see a decrease and 47% will see an increase in rates. From that, you would take it that only 1,032 of the rural properties will see a decrease, or 248 rural businesses. The truth is revealed when you analyse the figures provided. At this point, it should also be noted that there is rural land around Levin, Horowhenua, Ohau, Manukau and Foxton that have been valued as residential, as they are designated growth areas or have been rezoned as residential. The land is still being farmed. What impact has this had on the proposed rates calculations? Councillors should also take note that the cost of living crisis is not only an urban dwellers problem. Attached also to my submission is an article that states that the on-farm inflation rate is 15%. We note that the national inflation rate is 6.7%, less than half of what the on-farm rate is. The farmer is already incurring larger cost increases for the inputs needed to produce the food for the consumer. The majority of farmers are price takers, not price fixers. Fonterra, Alliance, ANZCO, AFCO, etc. all set the price that they will pay for product, and the farmer has to budget based on those prices. The prices can fluctuate rapidly based on supply and demand. As an example, Fonterra's opening mid-range price at the beginning of the season was $9. It's now down to $8.30, a drop of nearly 8% in level of payout. Attached again to my report is a copy of the December 22 report from the Horowhenua Company Limited. I'm sure you all know who they are, which states that the rural GDP is down 3.1%. The company was set up by council and has the Horowhenua Trust as its 100% shareholder. For some dairy farmers this current season, the payout will only just cover farm costs, leaving very little for the farmer himself to feed his family. So, if council, as I said, the Horowhenua Farmers Ratepayers Group support option 1, but if councillors do not wish to support option 1, then we suggest very strongly that option 3 is the next best option. A group though, is somewhat confused by the discussions around the rural differential, as it is noted as a 20% on page 20, but an 80% on page 24. When council staff were asked about how the 20% was derived, we were told it was a figure that they just chose. There seems to be no modelling done on this figure, whether it be 20% or 80%, to show the effect on rural business rates. We will also require the differential percentage to be reviewed every 3 years at the LTP, and this would bring the review in line with the new current capital values that will be issued approximately 18 months earlier. We do not support the proposed shift of libraries, aquatic and representation and governance from fixed to capital system. This would only create a system whereby different ratepayers would be paying different amounts for the same service. So basically, the Farmers Group support option 1. Leave it for 12 months, get it right, do it right, and then present figures that have been properly modelled.
Councillor Tukapua.
Hi, thank you for your submission. You've made references to the Horowhenua company, and obviously that's something that economic development contributes to, which comes under the general rate. And I'm just wondering whether you feel in that role for representing a broader group rather than just yourself, is that part, are you being, I guess, engaged with or supported by the company enough, or could we be doing more?
I only mentioned them because I stumbled across something on the internet that gave me the report for December of this year of what their economic dashboard was, and it was very interesting to see that agribusiness in the Horowhenua was down 3.1%. And then I just sort of went for a Google search to find out who they were and where they fitted in and all the rest. I really honestly probably don't have a comment on them more than anything. I've got a vague idea what they do, but it's just that was just a very interesting snippet of information. My engagement with them
As a farmers ratepayer group.
As a rate-paying group, we fund economic development, so that's what it's paid to do. But
yeah,
you know, it's a general rate. General rate is what's in question regarding rates. So I was wondering if you were getting your constituents getting enough out of it.
I'm looking at Christine, who says no, we're getting nothing out of it. Yeah.
Councillor Proctor.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very clear. It would be great if we could have a copy of your notes and your presentation for this group. I have a couple of questions, and really they're just questions for clarification. And I think you pointed out something that we've overlooked in terms of the agricultural sector or the rural areas, is that we can have one person that essentially owns many different blocks. And so they're going to be lumbered under some of these other models in our plan with additional costs with all these separate blocks that they own. And as sort of Peter Everton identified earlier, that at times they can also lease other blocks as well. And so the costs associated with rates going up on those blocks will significantly impact leasing and other activities in the farming sector. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, definitely. It really should come under the V&A Thomas part of it, but we got offered the lease of a piece of land next door to us here a couple of weeks ago, and financially it's just not worth it. We're not going to make enough money off it to warrant the cost of the lease, let alone the rates on top and everything else.
And so what could you imagine happen to our rural economy or our economy overall in this district?
It's going down. You're losing farmers like it's going out of fashion. So the rural economy and the rural farming families and that are dropping. If it's gone from 600 to whatever the figure was, 400 and something, 468, it's going down, guys. It's going down. They're disappearing.
And just one final question is, so what are some of the examples of the percentages of rate increases that you and your neighbours may be seeing?
Well, me personally up in Carriacre, I don't quite know because I never got a letter. Again, that's under the B&A story I'll tell you about in a minute. Yeah, 53% are going down, 47 are going up. My 3 blocks, we've got increases of $20,000 on one, $1,000 a year on rate. So actually, I was a bit more intelligent. Okay, our Roslyn Road block is going from from 26.89 up to 37.19. Our dairy farm's going from 4.213 up to 4.393, and our block next door is going from 2.486 to 2.660. So all 3 of those are going up. One's a support block and the other one's the dairy land.
And so your land use has not changed, or the value that you derive off those land has not really changed at all?
No, not at all. Nothing's changed. Just the rate's going up, the value's gone up, the rates have gone up. Again, under the BNA, Mr. Wilcox very nicely told me yesterday that he'd seen the growth strategy and some of his valuations had been done in line with the growth strategy. We had a lovely meeting, Mr. Wilcox, yesterday.
So, okay, do you want to move on to your other submission, because we are running out of time, sorry.
Okay. So this is from Brian and I. So we concur with what the Horowhenua Farmers Ratepayers Group is saying. Under Issue 1, Rates Review, we support Option 1. Keep the rating system the same for the coming 12 months to allow time for Council to fully model any proposed changes. We believe that Council staff have already decided they want Option 2, the CV system, and the consultation booklet has been produced to support that outcome. The booklet includes a lot of emotive statements slanted towards Option 2. Council staff are aware that they have numerous new councillors who have only been in the job for 8 months, who will have only a brief idea of how the rating system works, have the other issues of the landfill and the needs of the key water infrastructure to try and fully understand, and therefore it should be easy to get this one over the line, they reckon. Even the letters that were sent out to almost all landowners, both urban and rural, showing the effective rates change, only showed Option 2. This reiterates the major towards what the council staff want. The consultation document states a fairer distribution of rates, but consultation document seems to be based on socialism, i.e. take from the perceived rich and give to the poor. And it is perceived that farmers are rich, so they should pay more. You need to be careful that you do actually create a fairer distribution of rates, and not just direct a larger percentage of the rates towards the rural ratepayer. You state that you are concerned about the cost of living crisis. Have you not stopped to think that if we continue to tax the life out of farmers, that the cost of food will never reduce? Those that can will increase their price to compensate. The flow-on effect will be the increase in cost of food to the householder. Those that can't will look at alternative options outside of Horowhenua. This Shand report is 16 years old and prepared pre-GFC. The census information is 5 years old, with new census just about finalised, and it's unsure how old the .loves data report is. So much has changed with regard to levels of income and cost of living in the interim. So much has changed in the Horowhenua over these periods of time. The consultation document mentions a number of times about the cost of rent to renters. Have you not stopped to think that renters do not pay rates in addition to their rent? The cost of rates to the landlord is factored into the rent, as is the cost of insurance, repairs and finance. Therefore, a small decrease in rates to the landlord will have no effect on the level of rent, as the landlord's other costs have increased significantly. The government has removed the ability to leverage the cost of mortgage interest against the level of rental income, while at the same time adding more costs in the form of the healthy homes requirements. Another reason for high rents being charged is supply and demand. When house prices were high in 21, there are a number of smaller mum and dad landlords who saw their rental home being worth a lot more and measures up the cost of lot more, and the measures of cost to get to the healthy homes requirements, and decided that the best option was to sell. The tenant was moved on, the house purchased by a first home buyer who could secure very low interest for their lending. So really the rise in rental costs has been influenced by central government and their COVID pandemic policies. On page 15 of your booklets, it's also noted that those with a mortgage paid an average of 43.9% of their income on mortgage payments in 2022. I would say with the ongoing increase in interest rates and the number of people coming off low fixed rates, that percentage will be even higher in 23 and 24. Therefore, a rates reduction of approximately $3 a week is not going to make that much difference. It is stated as unknown if the assumed levels of income also take into account the government financial assistance by way of working for families, tax credits, accommodation supplements, child support supplements, etc. I've attached a newspaper article showing you the level of increase in these additional support payments as of April of this year. Although you state there is an adjustment for the labour cost index movement to March of 22, has there been an adjustment for the levels of income movement for the rural sector? Our income levels for milk and beef are both reduced between them from that received in 22 financial year to that received in 23 financial year. But let's go back to 2018, which is what you're basing income levels on with the census. I looked at our information, financial information, and I can advise that in 2018 we had a net taxable profit of $7,460 before rates of $15,950 and GST. This equates to us paying 200% of our income in rates. So we are not sure how council staff worked out that we only pay between 2 and 3% of our income in rates. In 2019, we had a net taxable loss of $126 before rates and of $18,610 in GST. All I can say is thank goodness the wife had a job in town, otherwise we would have starved. We are concerned that the consultation document has been prepared with a bias, and this is best highlighted in the map, which does not even have Lake Horowhenua as a reference point. Or do the council staff believe that lake trustees are only paying between 1.43 and 2% of their income towards rates? Therefore, until council staff have fully modelled the outcomes of the shift to the CV system, there should be no change. Keep the status quo for the next 12 months, which will allow council staff to complete their investigations and then bring this into the long-term plan. We do not support the shift of library, aquatics and representation of governance from fixed rate to CV. This year's coming rates, a maximum of 7.9% increase, but council needs to be more prudent where the money is spent. Maybe the nice-to-have things need to be delayed and the important infrastructure things need to be prioritised.
Sorry, Ian, I am going to stop you there. We're over time. And I think we've got the gist of what you're saying. All the documents that you provided will go along with your submission. Can I assure you that there is no predetermination or bias in terms of what we're doing? That's why we're having hearings, so that we can listen to the community's views. We are required by law to put out a preferred option.
Right.
We don't have a choice, and that doesn't necessarily mean that is the option that we'll end up with. It is just a consultation document that we need to put out. That is what we have to do. So, look, appreciate your time and thank you for your submission and all the accompanying documents that you've put with us. I'm sure it'll be interesting reading for us all.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay. So Jacqueline hasn't turned up? No. Okay. Okay. Christine, welcome to the table. So Christine has got a couple of submissions here. One is the Horowhenua District Residents and Ratepayers, which is page 1947 of your folders, or 278 in your hearings booklet. And
sorry, I'm a bit short.
You're right. Yeah, no worries.
Okay, still a bit low. Is it on?
Yes, you are on. Where you go?
Oh, I thank you guys for allowing me to do this submission, and good afternoon. This one is I'm starting with the residents, Horowhenua District Residents and Ratepayers Association. I'll start with issue 1, shall I? We recommend option 2 to calculate the general rate based on capital value. We believe that this is the fairest option for the residents of Horowhenua. The present system disadvantages urban properties because they carry a greater portion of the annual rates burden. Many of those residents are already financially disadvantaged. This is fairer and spreads the load. Just add a little bit here. I'd just like to remind you all of the poverty in Horowhenua. 66% of the population in Horowhenua live on or below the poverty line. All decisions made by this council should be made with this in mind. Future of the landfill. We recommend that the tip be closed and recommend option 2. However, the landfill area has a lot of work to be done to rectify the environment damage already caused. We believe the mid-ranked options, that is farming and forestry, are best used to generate financial income to assist and mitigate the process. We don't believe the public should be allowed on the site due to health hazards caused by gas emissions and the environment issues associated with contaminated soil and water. This has happened because of the ongoing mismanagement of the non-compliant tip and the site for the last 20 years. The Ratepayers Association will not support a future consent for a green waste recycling site at Hokio Beach landfill for the above reasons. It is out of the area population. Basically, it's too far away from Foxton and Shannon and other places. We don't believe people drive this far from their location. They'd probably fly chip on their way or just dump it in their backyard. A green waste management system must be centralised for all communities and not placed on sand dune country near a waterway or a township. This we would support and help to make happen. Please do the right thing for the environment and close the dump. Issue 3, water infrastructure. The Ratepayers Association supports option 1 to increase the budget to deliver the projects that are needed to have universal water metering. We believe the water storage supply of only 24 hours is absolutely a disgrace for any community. Water is essential and it needs to be on tap and on demand, not dependent on storm interruptions and contamination. In the 21st century, it is a disgrace that HDC have allowed housing development, infill housing in the Levin urban area, without adequate drinking water supply for these people. Similarly, a disgrace that the planning permission has been granted for a 2,500 dwelling development without adequate wastewater, that's sewage treatment capacity. A major concern is the ongoing unconsented discharge of Levin's stormwater into Lake Horowhenua. Treatment or redirection of this water is lacking and needs to be urgently rectified. I heard this saying on the radio when driving through Taupo, and it was about Lake Taupo. It says if it goes down the grate, it goes into the lake. Right? And I stopped the car and wrote it down because I think it applies so much to here. An immediate campaign needs to begin to educate Levin residents that this is where their stormwater pollution ends up. Until this unconsented operation is fixed. It really scares me when I see groups having fundraising, washing cars in our area on concrete when that pollution all ends up in our lake. And we really need to educate our population about this problem. Increases in the development contributions are needed from developers to support the infrastructure caused by new housing. Current ratepayers have contributed approximately $21 million to the cost of fixing this problem, while development contributions were zero. Something that we've been talking about lately, and that's infill housing. Infill housing should also pay the development contribution, and they are an added burden on our water infrastructure. I'm not sure why they don't pay the development contribution. Perhaps this could be rectified. Changes in the annual adjustment user fees charges. The association attended a council workshop where fees and charges were discussed, especially on about animals. The area covered in the discussion was not in the consultation document, is that farmers do not pay to recover wandering stock, but dog owners' registration fees will pay a larger proportion. But farmers do not pay any cost to recover dangerous wandering stock. Farmers are being subsidised by ratepayers. This is not fair and equitable. Please, councils, rectify this. And I've just said that Hokio Beach Free Power Holding should be left to them, not our decision. Right, I'm moving on to the Hokio Environment Kaitiaki.
You want some questions on anything that you've said there first, Christine? Yes, Ross.
Thanks very much for your submission. It's very detailed. Hey, just the number of members that you represent. So how many financial members would you have as part of your association?
We don't have financial members, we just have members.
Members, sorry.
Right, about 400.
400, okay, thank you.
Councillor Jennings.
Hi, Christine. We've obviously talked in the past about the green waste potential for the landfill site to be used for an alternative site for green waste, and you've articulated your position really clearly. So thank you for that. What I want to ask about is you would have seen maybe at the end of March that the government announced that there would be mandatory food scrap collection. Councils would be mandated to collect food scraps to be processed. And so I just wanted to understand whether your position on potential existing landfill use for that purpose, whether that's also captured sort of by your position on the green waste or not.
It is also captured, all right. We believe that area is contaminated enough, and the stream and the area and the township have had 30, 40 years worth of contamination and shouldn't have any more. If you're going to do this, it should be centralised. I have even spoken to Jay Clark, who runs Pinehaven, Woodhaven, that's them, thank you. And he said they would take all the food scraps that this township would produce and they would use it for compost. All right, there is always a way. It doesn't have to go to an area away from the community. But it should be done, yes. I'm horrified that anyone puts out food waste.
That's the problem.
Thank you, Christine. As someone who lives at Hokio or near Hokio, yet is not a member of HECA, I'm surprised that you picked option 2 in your issue 1, considering that most of the residents out there will see increases in rates under option 2 of anywhere from 25 to 100%.
You'll notice that the only reason that our rates have gone up out there is because a particular property was sold out there on Hokio Beach Road for double its value, and that put up all the values out there. There is no other reason why the values are so high.
Did you have a look at your individual rates, and the rates review made what difference?
About $33.
Increase or decrease?
Increase.
Increase, okay, thank you.
But I had done some work on my property, so it's overvalued.
Okay, so it's here. Please. Thank you.
All right, HECA obviously is more involved in the tip and our community, but we did recommend option 2 because we believe that the rating system in the years to come will be fairer for our community. The landfill, I'll just read this bit out. I might be doing water stuff out. We recommend that tip be closed and recommend option 2. However, the landfill area needs to have work to rectify the environment and damage already caused in our community. We believe the mid-ranking option, that is farming and forestry, is the best. I think you've already just heard this stuff, so I'll move on. HECA would not support a future consent for a green waste recycling site at Hokio Beach Landfill, as it has had enough of contamination in our community. A green waste management system must be centralised. We've already said that. HECA would ask councillors that are making this decision to please vote for closure to close this environmental disaster. Our community carries a larger burden of Levin's waste in its time, and it must be stopped. To be on the right side of history, close the Levin landfill permanently and remediate the environment effects of years of abuse. I'll speak more to that on my own. Water infrastructure. A major concern we did go to option 1. And a major concern is the ongoing unconsented discharge of Levin's stormwater into Lake Horowhenua. Treatment or redirection of this water appears to be lacking and needs to be urgently rectified. Not put into ponds next to the lake or taken away. It needs to be taken away or treated. I'm sure the world has answers to clean water of its contamination, and we should be doing some work on that. Not just to let water run downhill and end up in the ocean. The lake is a freshwater lake, and it needs special care because it's fresh water. And once again, I said it goes down the grate. The next thing about water infrastructure is the pot. The pot is an increased issue for Hika, as the tip leachate goes to the treatment plant and then is sent to the pot. This is the liquid from the tip. It is then sprayed onto the sandy land hills and then runs down into the Waiwere stream and then into the ocean. Hokio is surrounded from the north and south by Levin's pollution. We, Horowhenua, have to stop sending all our pollution out into the ocean. There has to be a better way for our children's future. Remember, all that goes into the lake ends up at Hokio's door, as well as another dollop of leachate that comes from the tip and then the pot, affecting our ability to use Hokio's stream and the ocean for kai gathering and the community's swimming ability. Do we or don't we swim? Oh dear, that's a decision we have to make each day. This is not fair. Hokio Beach was closed for contamination at least 10 times in the last year. And then I finished with Hokio residents have been carrying too big a load of Levin's waste, water, tip contamination and pot waste. That's got to stop. I'm trying to be quick.
Any further questions for Christine? I suppose the question, Christine, though, environmentally, we could throw millions and millions and millions of dollars at lots of different projects. But I don't know whether we'd actually solve a lot of the issues that, in fact, we've got in front of us. Without sort of some real massive investment, and as we've heard from already a number of from the PMG who basically say we're too small, we don't have the capacity or the capability of producing the right environment to be able to take care of what we've got at the moment, let alone in the future. I just wondered, what do you see us actually doing?
I see us trying to work together, learn from what has happened, and try and move on. The world, we haven't got a new problem. The world's been suffering this problem for years. Britain did it 50 years ago. They're just lucky to have 60 million people to pay rates or tax. But we cannot just say it's too hard. We have created this issue, this problem in my lifetime. I'm only 70. I'd like to see it being fixed or trying to be fixed before I cark it. But we cannot stop. It is really, really important for our future of the town, the lake, and the community. Māori have a saying, sick lake, sick community.
All right, thank you. Appreciate your time, as always.
One more. Mine. I got a private one too.
Sorry, you were given 2.
I had 3.
Well, have you got anything to add that you haven't said already?
Yes.
Quickly then.
I've been personally involved in getting this landfill closed for the last 10 years. I have had the effects of gassy smells that I've reported to HDC to no effect. I became involved with Hika in doing something about the environment by going to the Environment Court 7 years ago with terrible consent conditions, when terrible conditions were presented to the community. This then resulted in an agreement with HDC to close the tip earlier. This is why we're here considering closure. All right. Personally, it has always concerned me that the leachate coming from old or new tip, who cares, is being then put through a pipe, is going into the Hokio stream. Right? It is not right. It should not happen, and it should not certainly not be happening in this day and age, right? But it is happening. Has been happening for the last 10 years that I've been involved. The Horowhenua stream is a precious commodity, and we are abusing it. It then ends up in the ocean, and we have issues with swimming and fishing and all the rest of it. But of course, the biggest problem we have in our area is the contamination from the Manawatu River. The Manawatu River is the filthiest river in the southern hemisphere, not just in New Zealand, right? It comes down that river and the water and the tide and the wind sends it down to us. We should be really concerned and be involved in anything that's happening with the environment in the Manawatu River. Palmerston North District Council are the biggest polluters of the Manawatu River. Horowhenua residents have been carrying too big a load once again, full of waste. We get the lake's contaminated water, leachate, smell, contaminated water both underground and overground. To the south of us we have the Potts contaminated water by the Wairere stream. It's got to stop. Diluting contamination doesn't make it go away. Do the right thing for our future. I finished.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thanks for that. From all of the organisations you represent today, and we're talking about the landfill, do you still have a degree of uncomfortableness that our waste is not being dealt with in any different way? It's simply being taken away from here to another environment.
Well, I'd answer that question with a question to you. Did you have any issues taking Carbody's waste?
I wasn't part of that decision.
No, but you've been a member of this. You've been a councillor long enough to know that we were taking Carbody's waste.
You're the submitter. I'm asking you that question. Do you have any discomfort with the current arrangements to simply take it to someone else's backyard?
No, until we've got a proper system in our area, it is the only alternative.
Supplementary question to that is, you're aware of the leachate issue and you talk about the pot. So you're aware of the disposal methods of the leachate from Bonnie Glen, where our waste currently goes? Are you aware of where that goes?
Well, I'm not totally aware. I would imagine it goes straight back into the tip.
No, if I help you, it goes to the Wanganui wastewater treatment plant, gets processed and gets pumped out to sea.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
it goes into the river.
Goes to the sea.
No, it doesn't.
Everything
from the wastewater treatment plant in Palmerston North goes into the local river.
I'm telling you, it goes directly to the sea.
We'll follow that subject up maybe after post this hearing. But thank you again, Christine. I appreciate your time and the amount of work that you do in presenting to us.
Thank you for listening, and please, I'm sure you will make the right decision for our environment. Thank you.
So we will now move on to Terry. Welcome, Terry, on behalf of Grey Power, which is page 2035 in your folders, or 285 in your booklets. Terry, you're fortunate that we've had a couple of people pull out today, so I've given you a little bit more leeway, it's not that far. I'll be tightening it if need be, all right?
All right, thank you. Two comments to start. Firstly, I've got a croaky voice. I've been taking some medication and it reacted negatively. Second one is, please excuse my clothing. I've just come off a community patrol, day patrol in your CBD. Was fairly uninspiring, except for a police vehicle chase down Queen Street East this morning around 11 o'clock. So, Mayor Burney, councillors, thank you. I'd like to speak first of all about our rates postponement policy submission. On Monday of this week, I had a report come across my desk at Grey Power about a local lady eating cat food.
because that's the food she had to last her till the next pension payment. Still others in our community are living on 2-minute noodles. And research that's been done shows that 2-minute noodles are particularly dangerous, especially if you have any sort of kidney condition, which 1 in 10 of us do. Rates postponements may well reduce these extremes. Many of our seniors are asset rich but cash poor. We made a similar submission in 2020, and one of the responses that was reported back to me was that the Horowhenua District Council is not a bank. Grey Power agrees with that. You should not be a bank. There is provision in the Act, that's the Rating Powers Act, that allows for providing the necessary funding for a rates postponement scheme through government and local government. So it should not have a negative impact on your rate take. It was also reported at that time that there were concerns about family involvement and loss of inheritance. So let's make an assumption. Grandma needs cataract surgery, $7,000 per eye in the current marketplace, if you can get it. Families are approached to help pay for this. In some instances, the answer is yes, of course. In other occasions, the answer is an absolute no. And I know about this because I get asked about it frequently. Ditto, grandma needs a new roof or even help to pay the rates. And the answer is too often no. But they're all there with their hand out when it comes time to inheriting the property. A rates postponement has absolutely nothing, and I'll emphasise that, it has absolutely nothing to do with the family and their inheritance. It has everything to do with the needs of your ratepayer. As a council, you have a responsibility to ensure the long-term viability of the rate take, and we all know that, we accept that. But it is also to ensure that grandma is not living on cat food or 2-minute noodles because she needs to pay her rates. So we strongly recommend that Horowhenua District Council introduce a rates postponement policy and promote it, and that's the essential part, and promote it accordingly. Of course, it won't be for everybody, and if my wife was here right now, she'd be jumping up and down and saying, no bloody way am I doing that. Excuse the phraseology, but she's completely opposed to this. She wants to leave something to the boys, but the issue is, given that it's not for everybody, it is for somebody. And what we don't need to see in our community are people living a subsistence existence and going hungry. And we all know that that's happening. We put in 3 submissions, but I only want to talk to the third one. This is to do with the live-in landfill. And I listen carefully to Christine. But at Grey Power, we would submit that all 3 of the proposals show a high level of deficit thinking. All 3 options continue to look at sticking our rubbish in a great big hole and covering it over and letting it rot and then having it produce large quantities of methane gas. And we know that happens. We need to move away from that type of thinking and seriously consider a waste-to-energy solution. That is waste incineration. Modern technologies across the world, modern technologies across the world show 2 things with waste-to-energy. It can manage large quantities of waste with less than 1.0% CO2 emissions to it. And there's ample evidence of that. There are long-term financial benefits associated with burning our rubbish. There are none when you stick it in the ground. Not the least of these is being able to charge other municipalities to accept their rubbish for a fee. And that is how many of these other waste-to-energy plants actually operate. The other benefits of waste-to-energy, obviously, if you're not putting your rubbish in the ground, methane emissions at landfills don't happen. But let's call them what they are, rubbish dumps. If we look at waste-to-energy, it produces surplus fresh water, far more water than it uses. It produces steam for electricity generation. Many of the operators sell surplus electricity back into their national grid or to their local municipality. It produces hot water for radiation heating. Right now, council has a massive project on the go called Taraika. You imagine heating every home with a radiator heater instead of an electric heater. What sort of a saving would that be? The ash from the plant is used as roading material. There's a saving there. It produces hot water for heating glass houses. And aren't we the horticultural capital of New Zealand? How much better could we do if we had heated glass houses? And there are many other potential benefits coming from a waste-to-energy plant. Horowhenua District Council, in reviewing the books, has little in the way of other income other than rates. We could actually, through a waste-to-energy plant, be making some money. But the Greens, what about the Greens? They will obviously object. They always do. But put simply, they have continually criticised the current regime without putting up a good quality alternative. They appear to be happy for us to stick our rubbish in the ground and cover it up and produce methane, which they then condemn us for. That's got to stop. We need to forget about the Greens. We need to look to ourselves and our community and do the right thing for our people. How have their policies over time helped us? I'm talking specifically about the emissions trading scheme. None of us make any money out of EMT. The big boys do. The big industries continue to pollute, and they get away with it by buying credits. We don't have that opportunity. The little people in our community, the old people, don't have that. We've got to tell the Greens that their policies have not worked for us. We need to have courage to change direction and to consider options that will work. And we need to look around the world to find the best examples and follow one, given the size of us and our surrounding area. We actively believe that putting our rubbish in the ground and burying it, as I said at the start of this bit, was deficit thinking. We need to actively look, and this council needs to undertake a long, hard look, not at what's happening in Fielding or Martin, but what we can do with the resources we have so that we can be a model for everybody else. We ask you to really think seriously about this one. Great Power have chosen a site. We've mentioned it before. It's on State Highway 1, it's on the railway line. Everything can be brought in and out with a lower carbon footprint. But we need to find a way to generate money, and we need to find a way to reduce our methane exposure through dumps, rubbish dumps. Thank you, Bernie.
Thank you, Terry. Any questions? Councillor Proctor. Thanks, Terry. I've got two questions. The first one about landfill. We're always looking for new solutions.
what do we do in the meantime?
That is the big question, isn't it? I'm afraid we're stuck with what we've, and I'll use the term bluntly, with what we've inherited. But if we always do what we've always done, we're always going to get what we've always got, which is more rubbish in the ground. And if there's a good example of why we shouldn't, look at the Fox River debacle down on the West Coast. So for the moment we're stuck. But if we don't do something now, we're going to continue to be stuck.
Thanks. The second question is, I'm always concerned at the costs we put on our pensioners in our community and our elderly and the pressures that we put on them considering they have such a fixed income. And I'm surprised that you ticked option 2 in the rates model. I would have assumed that most of our pensioners, and the message that I've got from a lot of pensioners in our community, is they want the rates to stay as they are so they can budget and maintain or manage their income or their costs under the small amount of money that they get from their pension.
I looked long and hard at the best options and went with the idea that council should know what they're doing. And at the end of the day, it would probably give us the best outcome for our pensioners.
Yeah, it's a very socially responsible option across our whole community, but for our pensioners, it seems to be may not be the best outcome, considering that many pensioners are probably cash poor and asset rich.
As I said previously, yes.
Councillor Jing.
Hi Terry, I just want to talk to you about the rates postponement policy piece, and you'll be aware of my personal views on that in the past, and I've been a supporter of that. And we tried to piggyback that onto a COVID postponement policy back in May 2020, which you referenced earlier. And obviously that's not really within the scope of the current LTPA process, but it is relevant to the broader discussion around rates. And so my question is pretty simple, which is, you've obviously presented a policy, a draft policy. I don't think you're a huge fan of the one I produced at the time, but the question for you is, I presume that your position is that this is something you want council to, in a couple of weeks' time, to put on a work program to go away and develop and do some work, and that you're not necessarily saying, although you have a preference for us to adopt the policy that you've put forward, ultimately your goal is for us to put it on our to-do list and to look at it, given that there wasn't support back in May 2020 around the table enough to get it over the line. It was left on the table, basically.
A wise man, and I forget who, once said that plagiarism is the finest form of flattery. The policy that I presented along with our submission is taken directly from the Nelson City Council. If it works for them, why can't it work for us?
Thank you, Terry. I suppose the waste stuff that'll be a future discussion. Once we've made the decision about the future of the landfill, then obviously we have to then develop a waste minimisation strategy and that. And so a lot of the suggestions that you made around some of that, burning of waste and other proposals will need to be looked at in a deeper sense in that space. But thank you for your submissions, and as Councillor Jennings has indicated, I'm sure there'll be some further investigation and discussion around a rates postponement policy at some stage.
We would very much appreciate the opportunity to be involved in both discussions.
Okay, thank you.
The third submission was around the rates rebate scheme.
Right.
Which I know that council is working on right now, so we're just reinforcing what it is that you're trying to do.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Our next submitter is Errol Brown. Nice to have you here, Errol. And his submission is on page 1802 of your folders and 330 in your hearing book. Welcome, Errol. Yep, you're on. Good timing. Cheers. Page 330 of the smaller booklet and 1802 of the folders. Yep. It's on, Errol. You're ready to go. No, you've just turned it off now. Yep, all go.
Well, first, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the invitation to be here. For submission to the annual plan. It's a saying, commonly accepted these days, that elderly people who are living on a pension are often asset rich and cash poor. Well, if you're no longer paying a mortgage, you're scrimped and saved during your working life, you're then penalised because, according to recent reports, you also need an annual cash backing of over $50,000 per annum in order to live comfortably. Well, of course, that's a bit of a joke because 15 years per annum from retiring at 65, it means you're going to need more than $1 million in reserve to allow for inflation. Now, those among us who are in the common working class, we can't do that. Just simple. Because they changed the rules during our lifetime and we haven't had the opportunity to save. And even if we were born in the late 50s, which I certainly was well and truly around then, but worse in the late 40s before World War II, people would not be able to save a $2 million cash payment on top of their superannuation. So it's dream time. I've been retired for 14 years now, and when I did retire, the cash payment I received from my employer was under $250k. Not a lot. But now, 14 years later, I find that I would be classed as asset rich and cash poor. My reserves are limited. The proposed rate increase for me this year is $552. And that, I'm not sure if it includes GST or not. If it includes GST, everything's going to get worse quick. The 3 monthly payment that I'll be required on my rates exceeds my 2 weekly superannuation payment. It becomes 14.3% of my net annual income. If you put GST in, it's worse. Politicians dress up their gross payments, but neglect to add the taxable portion, or to say that they collect that before there's any payouts. They say I pay tax. I wouldn't know. I never see it. I get documents arrive by email at the end of each financial year. They mean nothing. I never see the tax. To quote a pension at the gross level with tax included is ridiculous. Now, I don't expect council to do that, surely. The average increase in this year's rates, according to the plan, 7.9%. The council written advice shows that the increase is $391 or $392 in round figures, slightly more than double the 7.9. No, it's about double. This doesn't tell the full story. Last year my rates cost about $43.50 a week. The council saved about $10. But now, with this, it's going to become virtually $60 in the same period of time. Sorry, last year my rates cost about $43.50. This week, per week, under this proposal, it rises to about $60 a week. I look at the plan of the figures, and I see that the $381 that was quoted in the letter to me is the basic rate of inflation, and before we add on the charges for capital revisions, that alone is just on 14 to 15%. Again, it's not a reasonable increase. Considering the effect in the charge of the basic rate, it's now $128. So this is the addition. Well, we're talking about the basic rate. It shows the additional $128 that the council want. The only reason I get for changing the capital valuations, well, it's a good idea. Well, I could further ask you, who the heck is it a good idea for? Because it's going to cost me a heap. It's a further increase of $161. This year's total rate demands an increase of over 24% in my case. Now, that's a huge increase out of my basic income from a pension. I'm not cash rich and I can't unload it. I can't even charge any of it against my tax. If I come to you people and want a rebate on my rent, it's only 2 years I got told, oh, sorry, you don't qualify this year. We didn't increase the rates. And that seemed a strange explanation, but that's what I was told. It's this figure of 24% or 14.3 on the basic rates before you start adding the cost of capital revaluation. The total rate increased 24% of my net income. I'll struggle to pay it. If I consider the fixed overhead I already have to carry off insurance, then insurance and rates together are 45%. Now you'll argue that it's not a good idea. I would suggest having to pay insurance is a good idea, because if anything happens and my house disappears, you'll still want your rates, and they'll still be at the same excessive amount. Now I don't think there's many people here who will be happy to have 45% of their after-tax income sucked up in insurance and rates. So the basic question is, where is the public consultation for a nearly 25% drastic rate increase? Now this is just when you consider the basic stuff. It's more than my annual rate account when I first shifted here from the Kapiti district. I've never had my rates lifted by 25%. I put to you it's not reasonable, and it certainly isn't acceptable to me. I suggest that following COVID-19, which is still with us, and also following the government announced lead of no increase in taxation, in this coming budget it's no increase in taxation, but this is not the correct time to attempt a reinforcement of the division of responsibility for rural versus capital rates. The needs of both parties are different. While it's not a council responsibility, I'll just comment that I can't write rates off against income. Nor is it the correct time for any increase when an individual is already paying excessive amount of income on rates. And I read your comments, Mr. Mayor, that anything over about 7% is considered excessive. And that really applies to people born in the late 1940s up until the early 1950s, and then the abrupt changes by government, which are still resounding. With an increase in my rates of over 14% before the imposition of capital rating, the view of councillors that it is a good idea to go to capital rating does not follow. And lowly paid pensioner people, ratepayers like myself, are forced to take a hugely increased percentage of the rate burden. The general increase is only 7.9 before the capital rating system is imposed. Now, where's the fairness in this? Conclude by saying the property rates for my property are neither reasonable or affordable. I have to live within my income, or why do councillors consider that they are exempt? I'll bet you're not under 25% inflation rate and running on income that is at least 12 months behind the current inflation rate. For these reasons, I am against the capital value rating system and the imposition of a rate increase well above the guideline. Council admits this is the start of the change, and they don't deny that further adjustments are going to be required. 2 years' time, what will I be looking at? Darn near double my existing rates? Many of the older folk in Horowhenua have been in a similar position to myself. They'll be faced with being charged at least double the maximum quoted guideline. This unaffordable increase will result in hardship. As contrary to the quotation, I believe it's attributed to yourself, at page 3 of the consultation document. Simply put, not fair. There has been insufficient consultations, as only 4 weeks have been given to carry out an analysis of this complex problem, which is the first time I've seen any discussion that I could even follow on how much capital rating is going to affect me, particularly when only 60% of my annual bill is based on land value. When I queried councils with my concerns, I was told politely but firmly, tell us what you want taken out. We will listen. Well, that's admirable, but the hidden message is plain. Duck shoving. Surely others will realise that this plan is unaffordable. You've got a ratepayers revolt coming on your hands. The Lagoon landfall, I agree it's better up to support it. Why throw good money after bad? Key water and infrastructure, no one knows what the final position is going to be on that. So your apparent current system of, we believe that they may advocate ownership remaining with local councils, and it seems that you are planning accordingly. Certainly, private bores and wastewater descriptions can be very expensive. $800 in this last rating year, I had to allow for that. Suggest you plan for the worst with the water, and be happy if it becomes less. Parks and reserves, costly, but a city without parks and reserves is ridiculous. The Oxford plane trees, don't take them out. They're one of the benefits of the town, admired by a lot of people. If loss of oxygen or water is a problem, and all the indications are that the trees are being starved, then take out a parking slot at each side. Put in a garden. Let the trees breathe. They'll survive. They can survive London, they'll survive here. Buxton freeholding account, we were asked about that in their plan. It's a matter for people residing in the Buxton borough. The purchasing value of the funds that's been allocated is steadily eroding. I don't know if they get top-ups from any source. I suspect not. Perhaps it is time to close that account. Gentlemen, ladies, thank you for the time to listen to the submission. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Errol. Councillor Tupper.
Thank you for your submission. I've got 2 questions. The first one.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I can't hear.
Oh. I have 2 questions, and the first one is with the low and fixed income. Have you ever tried for the rates rebate scheme, and did you qualify?
I have applied for a rates rebate for about 6 years. I've almost got it until last year, when you correctly, in my opinion, held the rates to virtually the same year's level. I got told by council staff, because you had not increased the rates, we can't. I'm not entitled. So I got a double whammy last year. No increase. They had gone up a little bit, but no rebate at all. This year, the only consolation I can have is if they go up a lot, I must be entitled to a bigger rebate. But my reading of the fine print suggests that's not right.
The rebate is based on your income.
Sorry?
The rebate is based on your income, Errol, not the rates, the amount of rates that we charge you.
Oh, well, of course, the income's hardly changed. Already the universal income is based on last year's inflation rates, not this current time. So we're always running behind the ball. But every year, we had a little bit of an increase for inflation, but you see a much bigger increase on rates. The time's going to come, if you don't review the rating system, this has got to be done at a higher level than council, that your rate demand will be bigger than the pension. Now that's just ridiculous. But we need a completely new approach to how rates are imposed.
My last question is in regards to your table with the calculations and the causes of the percentage increase, and you've identified, at least for you, $33 or 6% is based on the revaluation of your property, and we're hearing both sides of the argument around capital value. I wondered, would you support the idea of modelling that we perhaps look at keeping the valuations the same if it's allowed in terms of what it was in July 2022 rather than the change of August because
My
of the
comment
current
to
situation?
that $33 is that you can only attribute an increase in valuation and affecting the rates if the council decides to change the rating level. If you have a bucket of rate money, and this year the value of all the properties in the, say, 100 million, you've got your bucket there, that's all right. Now, if the bucket gets bigger by a rating review, it doesn't affect the amount of money getting contributed because you just simply divide back and you get to the original base level. When it goes up, it's because you have also upped the rating level. So it's not correct to say that the increase in the rates is because the rating level has changed. That means that the increase in the rates is not because the level advised by the government of the property value, if you sell it, is responsible for the increase. The property level, from that, is only increases if the demand is there. It's quite a complex situation. At the moment, $33 and the amount that we're talking about is neither here nor there.
Errol, Council. Errol, Council are concerned with rising costs, and in particular those on fixed income costs such as pensioners. Before, you would have heard Terry speak about a rates postponement policy. Would you likely take up a rates postponement policy, and what would the impact be for you of doing so?
Well, I have looked at that very carefully. There's two difficulties. First, you only charge the rates to us quarterly, and in the meantime, we get no benefit if we are making a payment to you on a fortnightly basis. However, the problem is I've got to find $60. You're talking here for $10 increase. Crikey, that's just the thin end of the wedge. I'll have to find you $60 a week. And the only way it would really work for me, my position would be to set up a system whereby the council rate demand is paid every 2 weeks at a rate to clean it out and have the money put aside when it comes through, whenever the next one's due. But I know that already I'm running some weeks behind the 8 ball. I've looked at that very carefully, and it's hurting.
Yes, Tamiana. Tēnā koe, Mr. Brown. Thank you very much for your submission. Just one question from me that's not about rates. I noted under Parks and Reserves, you are quite passionate about our parks and reserves and maintaining them. So council, I suppose, goes through a process of disposing of properties and reclassification of use of properties. I suppose my question's aimed at how do you feel about council parks, reserves, green spaces, and the reclassification and use of those lands? I'm just interested.
Sorry, not to go a little bit. Are you talking about the plane trees?
No, I'm talking about parks and reserves in general. And you've been quite clear in here that you believe they're essential for any cities, is what you've got here. What I'm asking is, do you consider, as council maintain these properties, they also look at disposing of properties, and they also look at reclassification of use of properties? What I'm asking is, do you have a comment around that for council?
First, I live out the rural areas. Now, I don't get any council services on maintenance of my property, so really it's not the best person to talk about that. However, in general observations, a town with unkept verges always looks tatty. And I'm aware that council in most cases increase those. My poor old grandmother, who's been dead for 40 or 50 odd years now, she had a little house in Timaru, grass verges outside the front. When I was going to school, I used to come round to mow them. But ultimately, after I left high school, she was able to get a gravel. The council very generously did that. The question of maintenance of grass berms has been around for a very long time. And it's one of those things where I guess continuing costs just have to be just are accepted. Unless you can come up with a better system with less capital investment, I guess you're stuck with the barrel.
Thank you, sir. There wasn't really the line of questioning I was seeking. It was more about the maintenance of our green spaces and our parks and reserves in our district, and I was actually interested to know whether you felt that's something council need to prioritise as holding on to, or and sometimes they're reclassified for use. But anyway, I'm happy with the answer around the burn mowing. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, Errol. Appreciate you coming to see us, and you've made your points well.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Like a lot of writing involved in a hurry. I saw 2 more typos that I've missed.
It's all right. We understand completely.
Thank you.
That's right. So we're still running 10 minutes ahead of time, which is good, aren't we? Right. Yeah. Okay. Our next submitter is Sharon. Welcome, Sharon. Sharon's submission is on page 1541 or 340 in your booklets. Welcome, Sharon. We finally got here.
Yes. Raced over.
Yeah.
I'll just put my timer on. Ahiahi Marie, Mayor Bernie, Monique, elected members and staff members present. I'm just going to speak to some of my submission, obviously, because it's quite a long one. The rates, and I have actually reviewed the chunky 1,998 page submission that's come into you all. And whilst I still believe no option is ideal, I do prefer option 2. I'm concerned for the residents and businesses that have got those proposed 34 to 69% increases, and it's evident from some of those submissions that it would cause genuine hardship for some people in this district. So it would be good if there was measures to mitigate against that impact, just for those that are really adversely affected. And I'm going to use Shannon's residential rates as an example, but the principle could be applied across Levin, Foxton Beach. And I'm referring to the impact specifically due to the council's proposed policy around sharing rates across the district. So of the 626 dwellings in Shannon, if option 1 were chosen, then all 626 will get an increase. If option 3 were chosen, then 297 will get an increase and 329 will get a decrease. If option 2 were chosen, then 242 will get an increase and 384 a decrease. So therefore, I still believe that option 2 is the better of the 3 that have been presented. But I do acknowledge that option 2 does bring significant increases for some people and potentially may leave them financially struggling, both residents and businesses. Regarding the 7.9% general rates increase, which I support,
as I noted in my submission. And I refer to the modelling on page 496 of the long-term plan. And I was just looking this up before I came here today, the official cash rate and how that's gone up by 5% in that period since the long-term plan we're currently under was written. And in terms of modelling, and based around even a 1% increase, the proposed rates would have been 10.3% in 22-23 and 9.6% in 23-24. So I'm actually fairly grateful at 7.9, to be honest, given that that was the proposed modelling when we had the long-term plan in place. And we know it's likely on the 24th of May we'll get that official cash rate back up again, another 25 points to 5.5, and then hopefully next year we'll be looking at some cuts. But we never know. Anything could happen. So, and I believe the reason why I'm picking that is because I want us to maintain the current service level that we have. I don't want to see any cuts in services. And I understand from the consultation document on page 3 that the sum of all the tick forms down there comes to about 1.2%. And I'm just wondering if some of those submissions that I read in the submission document, if those people realise that, and if they wanted some, decreases more than 1.2%, that they're going to have to be other services cut across the district. So I'll just put that out there. In terms of the annual plan, I forgot to mention the development contributions. Yes, definitely, 100%. I really would like to see them go up a fairer. We're looking at this consultation document, those words fairer and fairly, and that's kind of theme that seems to be there. So I definitely think that will be a fairer way of doing that. In terms of the annual plan 23-24 and supporting the proposed changes to the way fees and charges are shared, I ticked yes mostly. And there are a few just items I'd like to speak to now. And I just want to highlight the dog registration proposed increase. I'm not quite sure if anyone else said yes, but I did. And as a responsible dog owner, knowing it's highly unlikely I'm ever going to have to pay pound fees or animal control or anything, I still do tick yes, but I noticed that a lot of the submitters wanted more of a what they considered fairer user pay system. And I asked that you'd please consider exploring a responsible owner scheme as we go forward in the next long-term plan. And I noted there were a few other submitters looking for that as well, and that's quite common in other councils too. I've been doing a bit of research on that. In terms of staff wages, as outlined in my submission, I'd ask that you please firstly consider starting with ensuring that all relevant council employees are paid a living wage, not only in terms of the cost of living increases that we're all experiencing, the proposed rates increases that I'm kind of saying yes, let's go for it, but just in terms of those council employees that we have at the moment sitting on that minimum wage, looking at the supportive documents and seeing people on double, treble, almost 12 times their wage, that's got to be really hard for them to read. It's hard for me to read, and it's not even me. So I just ask that you really consider that. And then secondly, ensure that the council contractors employ people that are paid a living wage as well. And thirdly, work towards becoming an accredited living wage council, as some other councils are as well. And I'm not saying take that from any other budget. I'm proposing maybe just keep using that staffing budget. And I've seen the increases, some people getting paid. Just decrease some of those people that are on really top dollar, just decrease some of those wages and make it more fair, more equitable across the board for the rest of the employees. In terms of solid waste disposal fees, with a couple of exceptions, like the oil and trailers, I think it was, they've all been increased by less than the proposed rates increase. So please consider a fairer user pays approach and increase those percentages for the solid waste so it's more equitable for ratepayers across the district and would generate more income for council. In terms of the pool admission fees, I'm less fussed about user pays here because I consider learning to swim as a life skill. And I think if there does need to be increases in that particular service area, that they go on to the adults
so that the preschoolers and the children and the beneficiaries don't get those increases. And it could keep the budget the same, but just be apportioned differently. Oh, gone. Only one more page. In terms of the variation in planning and regulation fees, again, I think a fairer user pays scenario would be my preference. And I see at the moment there's currently a 0 increase on parking infringements and vehicle infringements, whilst we're looking at a 7-9% increase on rates. So unless there's legislative, requirements that I'm not aware of, then can we consider really increasing these and generate more fees, more income from those fees? In terms of community facilities and halls, I've gone into quite a bit of detail in my submission. So in summary, I just note that consistently over the years, residents in Shannon have reported that the Memorial Hall is not used due to affordability issues. A feasibility study for the community centre in Shannon was due after council consultation back in 2019-20, and my understanding is that this did not happen. In the last long-term plan, 1.113 million was allocated for Shannon Community Hub. And then we fast forward to the current long-term plan, and both the feasibility study and the budget allocation have gone. And whilst the needs of the community have altered slightly, in fact, sadly, unfortunately, they've got worse because of all the external environmental factors, they're basically very similar. And the rationale back then for undertaking the feasibility study and for exploring a Shannon Community Centre remains the same now as it did then. And so I'd ask that you please reintroduce that into the next long-term plan. And concurrently, because of this noted reason, plus the desperate need that we have in Shannon to centralise cohesive community planning, please consider Shannon as the next location for this district for a community plan. This would lead to better community outcomes and increased well-being. Absolutely, I am certain of that. And finally, just one last little thing. If you could please consider reviewing the rates remission policy as outlined in my submission to enable organisations providing support services to communities that don't own and occupy their buildings but lease and occupy their buildings, especially those with small operating budgets, so that they can better meet the needs of their communities. Question?
Sharon, you certainly managed to pack a lot into that 10 minutes. Well done. Any questions? Deputy Mayor Allen.
Sharon, thank you. Very, very thorough submission. Look, the thing I'd be interested in hearing you flesh out a little bit more would be the magic or the advantages of having a community plan for Shannon. You talk about lack of cohesion, silos, etc. But do you just want to take a minute or two of telling us about your vision of what a community plan would achieve for the township of Shannon?
I think, it's kind of hard to admit this, but I want to be brutally honest. We have lots of really good things happening in Shannon, but it's very disjointed. It's very like this group here is doing this group here is doing that, and this group here is doing that, and we have a progressive association, but it's probably fair to say they're not as well functioning as many other progressive associations, would probably be the best way I can phrase that. So I think it's about, if we can have something that just is overarching and can pull everyone in together. And I have had a look. I've looked at the Foxton Beach one, and I've read that, and I've saw how they've tabulated the outcomes and what they want for their community. And I'm thinking, why can't we have that? But we really need council to kind of say, yep, Shannon, you can go for it, and kind of lead us in that role. I would say it's fair to say, because I know other community plans are done differently, but I would envisage that council would lead the one for Shannon. We don't have a natural organisation that's well organised and has got that skill set ready to go. I mean, I think if we would have something, at least some kind of proposal that we could have brought to you already, to be honest. Yeah, does that answer your question, David?
The Shannon Community Plan was on the table a little while ago, but unfortunately the pressures on resources have meant that, that's had to be sort of pushed back down the priority list, unfortunately. But it's not forgotten. And I mean, staffing issues with planners and all that sort of thing has impacted those sorts of things. But definitely, Mangori Village and Shannon were considered as one, and we were certainly got that on the plan. And I'm sure it'll get resurrected, when it can be.
If I could just add to that, Mr. Mayor, the process would probably be through the LTP, which is going to kick off.
I think you'll find it's already in the work plan somewhere along the line. Yep. Yeah. Councillor Tamihana.
I don't have a question for Sharon, but more a comment. I actually just wanted to thank you for bringing your submission to council, and you brought it with the same vigour and passion that you did to the Easter Fair where I met you. You taught me a lot that day, so it's really encouraging that you followed through, and I think Shannon are really lucky to have you as a real asset moving forward and bringing that community together, how hopefully we all see it. So, Ngami.
Ngami, thank you.
And I concur with that, Sharon. Look, you take the prize for the most engaged resident of this district. The number of events that you have attended, the constructive and positive conversations that we've had with you, and the detailed analysis of your submission, I congratulate you on and thank you for it. As Justin said, the Shannon community are very fortunate to have an advocate like you in their community. So acknowledge all the work that you do there. Cheers.
Thank you. And I did just want to one little quick mention at the end. Even though I've been here before, I've done this before for years. I hate public speaking. I have to force myself to come and speak to my submission because I know that adds a greater impact. And I guess that leaves me with thinking, for those other people out there that maybe make submissions or not, but hate public speaking and aren't going to come here, I just wonder how we can capture their feedback going forward. So
we're always looking for innovative ways to try and get as much feedback as we can, for sure. Yeah.
And thank you for the opportunities that were offered this time. I'm always saddened when things aren't very well attended. So hopefully we can make things better for the long-term plan next year. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Cheers. Our next submitter is Ozzy Robson, and Ozzy's submission is page 2002. And your folders are 350 in your booklet. Welcome, Ozzy.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Yeah. Well, I haven't got much to say really in that. It's just about what I'm opposed to, and that is involving capital valuations with the rates. I don't get dressed up very often. As you can see, I've got dressed up here to come today. The only time I get dressed up is to go to funerals. And I think if you bring in capital values into the rates, it's a funeral for Levin. You can start off at what's your percentage, 25% of the rates. Next year it becomes 50%, year after 75, next it's 100, which detracts from the people coming to this town. I'm very passionate about this town. I moved here in 1972. I've only done 2 protests in my life. This is the second one. The other one was for the 4-lane motorway. Now the thing that Levin's got going for it now is what's happening down south. They're just bringing people north to Levin. And if you bring in capital valuation into the rates, it's going to detract from people coming here. Right? Now, I've just downloaded this stuff today. A few of the things here. You obviously can tell that I'm opposed to the capital rates. Right? It says here, inflation rate setting at a 35-year high. Well, 35 years ago, we weren't paying 5% interest on mortgages. We were paying 15 to 17% on mortgages, right? Which is totally different to what's happening today. Basically, it's just getting back to a normal level after the 2008 crisis and the COVID, right? Where they brought the interest rates down. If people didn't see that, they must have been thick. They should have been planning ahead. Now, the other thing I sort of saw here, and that sort of rather disturbed me, did highlight it, was about people having expensive houses. You assume that they have got a lot of money. Well, that's not true, right? I live in not an expensive house, a moderately priced house. It just happens to be big, right? I'm a single income pensioner with a bit of interest, and I easily qualify for the rates rebate. But you're assuming because I've got that there, you can take the capital value of my property and charge me rates on that, plus the normal services it was before. A council is there to provide services, and we vote for a council to organise those services. And the council people are citizens just like we are, right? And the services are, I'm speaking for for residential areas. We have a piece of land, the council supplies the sewage lateral and water. The piece of land is rated on for that. Also, the value of the land, which is determined by the size and the road frontage, and that's how it's done. So why should people who have got nice flash houses on a similar piece of land to one there that's got a not so flash house pay more than them? When that one there, in my case, has got one person in it, and the one next door could have 7 people in it. That's my submission. I'm totally opposed to adding capital value to the rates. I think it should stay at option 1, exactly what it is now.
Thank you, Ozzy.
Yeah.
Any questions? I suppose, Ozzy, we're getting some people who are on fixed incomes, single occupant, especially in residential areas, whose rates will actually decrease or increase only by a small amount if we introduce capital value. So in terms of what would you say to those sorts of people who are asking us to go to that capital value rating?
Well, I don't know who's asking that, but I've spoken to a few people on that, a few business people on that, also an ex-mayor of Levin, and they said it's just not on.
So we've just had Great Power in the room before suggesting that, and the Residents Ratepayers Association suggesting that capital value is actually the way that we should go.
No, I don't think a place like Taupo and that can do that sort of thing and that, because it's a place that attracts people with money, right? But not Levin. Levin's just a middle class working town. It's basically a rural support town at this stage, and that it will change, of course, because of the demographics and what's happening down here. It will change, but at this stage and that, no. Yeah, I disagree. Yeah, because at 25%, once you get the foot in the door, it's not this council, it could be the next one, it could be 2 councils down the road. It will increase until it gets to 100%. Yeah. And
so our targeted rates make up 60%. So your water, your sewage, solid waste, they make up 60%. They're targeted. We can change rates, but it would take a lot to do that.
I'm not worried about the rates increase.
Right.
It's just the fact that I don't want the capital value involved in it.
Okay, fair enough.
Simple as that, Everyone's going to have increases, Like you've had, 7.5% general inflation increase or somewhere around that figure in that. That's the sort of figure I expect to pay for my rates. Especially when you're on a single income in that, because it's a fixed income in that, but it's related to what's happening around you. It's not so much when you're in business and stuff like that, it's totally different. Yeah. But when you're on a fixed rate, the government look after you. And I can live quite comfortably, not frugally, comfortably, and I don't mean lavishly, on the rates. On the pension, Yeah.
Appreciate your time, and thank you for coming to let us know your views. That's what we asked for, and you told us, and we appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much for your time. No questions? Hi, Perry, how are you? Perry's father was my neighbour.
Right. Right. Our next submitter is Deanna. Welcome, Deanna. Her submission is on page 1930 in your folders, or 354 in your booklet.
Kia ora, everyone.
Nice to have you with us. Thank you.
Right, I only have two issues that I really like to plug. The first one is the option issue 2 for the landfill future. I chose for option 1 for the closure, and that means nothing on it. It's, hello? Oh, just seen you. Let's see. What was I on to? See, look what you did to me. Option 1. Now, that land that you've been using for so long, it is so filthy, it's not funny. And even with the capping that you're doing, and you're going to use the water to actually flow towards the north and come into the stream, you're hitting our waterways. Okay? Our waterways have been poisoned for as long as I can remember, and it's time for everybody to stop. Stop your poisoning. All your stormwater's going out there, you've got sewage runoff that leaks out and leaches through and comes through underneath. And when you cap something like this and you're pushing down on it, anything that's running underneath it will automatically do the splish in all directions, which is what is happening out there. I'd like to know if this council has done anything to look at underneath the ground and the PSI pressure that comes with the topping up with the cappings of those lands out there, because all you're doing is pushing it further out and into all the other streams. Any water network that's around is going out in all directions. I'd like to see that stopped, or at least attempted someone to see if anyone can go and have a look underneath, just like they did up with the Tararuas, when that was choking up with water in Laha, which is running underneath. They didn't find out that until after I asked about the PSI pressure to be checked, because of all the flooding that was going on down Wellington and coming up towards us. I'd like to see the same thing done here with the capping of that of those hills, and how much poison is actually going into the lands and waterways. But you must stop your poisoning. That's a definite. And just by capping something doesn't stop the poison. Poison's still leaching into Mother Earth. She's going deep. When I was out there on one of your rounds, not the one just recent, but the other one, there was 2 of us, well actually 3 of us that got ill on top of that uncapped one. The old one, the one where your person that we're going into, that is extremely sick. And if that's sick, then so is the people that are here in this area. If you are what you eat, you are also what you breathe. And where you live, the same thing must exist. Agreed? Yeah. Can we try and clean that up better than just capping? I see where you want to cap it again. You want to cap certain ones again. But you actually need to know what the pressure is that you're putting on top. And she can't take much more. In fact, we've been told not to do anything to help you, in the Matauranga sense, because you're still poisoning. And that's what it's classed as. I'm coming to you at a Matauranga sense now. And this is the poisoning that's going on. If we can help in any way and help you, we will try. But if you persist, we won't help you in any way. We will let it go poison and let the town poison. That's how bad this is. It's not just white, black, green, it's everybody. We all get poisoned. Not just 1 or 2. Not rich or poor, everyone. As for your water testing, I know you all do water testing and that's fine. I said, but you need to actually stop what you're doing. and actually take a look at the poison that you're doing by capping and pushing it all out to the rest of the waterways that we've got going. And that mud in that water, it's toxic. It hits you on the face and it's stinging you. You can actually feel it eating you while you're trying to scratch it off. So it's pretty bad out there, and she's pretty sick. So I vote to keep her closed, and you don't do anything with that land. You don't reopen it or keep it open. And once you do that, then we will come in and help with the remediation. We will come in and help you try and heal her faster, but not while the poisoning's still happening. As for the any question?
Any questions? Councillor Grimstone.
Yeah, Deanna, can you just point a clarification? Is this a personal submission, or is this a submission on behalf of the Lake Horowhenua Trust?
Yeah, on behalf of the Lake Trust.
On behalf of the Lake Trust. Yeah. Cool. We've received several submissions, and thank you for the kororoa regarding the relationship to landfill. I'm just wondering, we've had submissions from others talking about other projects or other projects that may lead to long-term plan consideration next year, but I note that there isn't a submission or consideration around the lake itself, given that obviously there's an acute connection between the landfill and the lake and the stream that goes out.
Yeah, that Horowhenua stream is part of the lake all the way out to sea. That's what brings us here. And sorry, could you restate that question that you asked?
So I guess what I'm keen to understand from a trustee perspective and around any plans around the lake issue and what can be done to restore and work with council around that.
Around the lake and the issues, quite a bit. Especially if you're going to go Mataranga with us, then we'll take you through the science that, how do I say that? The science that we use, they're starting to find out about now. The other scientists, do you know what they call it? It's gone off the top of my head. Quantum entanglement is what they call it. And we actually use it in all our dealings. But we don't call it quantum entanglement. We call it healing.
That's a problem. Kia ora, Dion. Thanks for your presentation. I got a few questions actually, and the first one is I suppose it'd be helpful to explain the connection of the Horowhenua stream with the Lake Trust.
Part and parcel. The stream is part and parcel of the lake. They actually thought that in the beginning the lake was the sea. That's how big it was. And it's all the way. They're classed as one unit because of the tidal flow. And it is a tidal flow that brings it straight in.
I think my question was around the fact that the Lake Trust actually owns the stream and the bed of the stream all the way out to the sea. And so, from a Horowhenua perspective, what are your views on the health of the Horowhenua stream?
Bad. It's really bad. I'm sorry, but if you walk in the water, go to the hospital. Yeah? Because that's where you'll need to go. That's how bad it is. It's bad enough when we get in and we do all these karakias to help us to get in there and get out. So it's really bad in there. Yeah.
And I suppose my last question is from a Horowhenua point of view. Muipuku would consider its rahi to extend all the way up to the Rangatiki River. It has close connections with Kurahaupo descended iwi, I suppose, in that area. And so sending our waste to a different part of our rohi is probably not as adverse, maybe, than...
I'd rather it didn't go out of the area. The waste, your waste, our waste, should be dealt with in our area. I agree with that, but not at that landfill. if you had another landfill, I do know of another company that wants to set up a land-based depot, for the waste. But it has to be away from your waterways. That's the only thing. Mokokotoni's looking at that as well. So you might want to touch on them. Yep. Anybody else?
Thank you, Deanna. Thank you for taking the time to present to us and make a submission. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Let's come on here. That's George.
George, you're by yourself. Kimball not with you? Come and join us. So this is the submission from the Manukau Ratepayers or District Community Association, which is on 1,666 or 300, hearing book 358. Welcome, George.
Thank you. Right, good afternoon, Mr Mayor, councillors and staff. I'm presenting on behalf of the Manukau District Community Association, and just in summary, our position is that is focused first on the rating proposals. The basics of our position are that we support option 1, a continuation of the status quo. We oppose option 2 because the case made for it, in our view, is based on questionable information and analysis. Our view is that the proposed introduction of rates based on capital value in place of land value for the general rate should be considered further with a view to possible introduction 1 year further out. If however, councillors do proceed with the preferred proposal, then we would ask councillors to consider phasing it in over several years, and this would allow time to fix up any deficiencies in the system. We think there will be deficiencies because we don't think it's been adequately examined, and it would help to the residents of Manukau to deal with the large jump in rates which they're currently facing at present, of the order of 25 to 40, high 40s%, which we think is unreasonable. So first of all, I'd like to just pick up a few points on the consultation document, please. Do you all have copies of the consultation document? So first I want to look at page 19. And look at option 1. So it says on the heading for option 1 that this is about leaving the rating system as it currently is, right? Then on the third column to the right, it says moving the general rates from being charged based on land value to being charged on capital value. So how would a reader interpret what this is saying? And I contend that that would be with difficulty because it's internally contradictory. Also, there's a footnote there which says, and I quote, "Note these figures reflect the 2022 revaluation impact and proposed rating system changes before annual rates increases are added. but at no stage does it say what those system changes are. Now, I have the impression, because of the general tenor of the of the proposal, that that is something to do with a reallocation of the rates burden, which does not flow directly from capital valuation. Now, I don't know if that's correct. It's just one possible explanation. But it would be helpful to know, and it would have been helpful to know, what that actually means. And that extends to option 2 and option 3 as well, because they all have the same footnote. Now, if we look at the top graphic on page 18, because we're particularly interested in Manukau, there's 2 columns there in that graphic which relate the O'Hara-Manukau Township situation, and they comment on value change. And it says that capital value's gone up 60%, and the land value change is 80 or 90%. And then further over, there's a graphic on page 25 which relates this data relating to Manukau there, and it says that Manukau has a 5% decline in valuations. Now, there may be a very good explanation, but it's not obvious to me or my colleagues as to how those 2 bits of data are compatible. So they lead one to doubt the validity of some of the other data. If we turn to...
Sorry, Kim, George, I just want to... so that graph on page 25 relates to the indicative rate selected properties on page 24.
Yes.
So that's just a representation of what those do. So that's the indicative rate figure. And valuations don't necessarily mean that all properties go up and down the same.
No, I accept that.
Yeah.
But if valuations are going down by 5%,
indicative rates may go down by 5% according to the valuations that have been done in the area.
But it says here, at the top of this table, blue line, new valuations.
If I comment on that, so the table in the page before that, on page 24, this is a graph of that table. And so those 3 colours align to the 3 colours of the choices, options 1, 2 and 3. So it says that under option 1, which is using the new valuations with no change to the rating system, the rates for Manukau would go down.
Okay.
Which is in line with your submission.
Okay.
For option 1.
I can understand that a lot better, but can you see how one could be led to misunderstand what this is actually saying?
We recognise that it's a very complex sort of topic, and there's a hell of a lot to try, to get it on a piece of paper so that people can understand it and read it. It's only when people like yourself make that analysis, then it crops up different conversation figures or things that we need to investigate further and have a look at in a deeper sense, definitely. Yeah,
sure.
I'm just appreciative of the fact that you've done that, because it does highlight some things that we need to look at closer.
Okay, thank you for that. So that explains that, and thank you to Councillor Boyle for that explanation. It does, however, show in both the table and the graphic on page 25 that the total change from actual for option 2 is 10.59%. Now, a number of the people that I've spoken to in Manukau, they're facing proposed rate increases of 25 to the high 40%. So this indicative Manukau data, they left wondering how indicative that is. And I'd add that rate increases of that magnitude seem excessive, greatly excessive. Now, we may be misunderstanding what's in here, but as this is a leaflet, a booklet for public consultation and for the enlightenment of non-expert ratepayers, then it's a bit difficult to follow. And if it's a bit difficult to follow, it's a bit difficult to comment adequately. So one other thing that I'd like to just note here is that on page 22, we have a graphic of what's driving our rate increases. And we've got an item which represents 8.2% of the total, I presume, which is out of control of the council, and that seems fair enough. But there's zero comment on the roughly 50%, the black part in the middle, that black hole, which is debt, or related to debt, as I understand it. Interest. So the comment about the 8.2% seems a bit superfluous, really. It would be much more interesting to have a comment about the 50%, the black part. Now, one of the submitters yesterday commented about the level of debt of the council and pointed out that there had been budget blowouts of about $4 million each of the last 2 years. And I'm getting away from Manukau Community Association now, and this is a personal view. It seems to me that he had a very good point, which I didn't really hear any answer forthcoming from council about what was going to be done about that in the future. Because if you folks keep spending $4 million more than you're getting in each year, that's in your planned budget, then where are we going to be in 2 or 3 or 4 years' time? Not a very good place. And that's a bit of a worry. So if we in Manukau are facing 25 to 40, high 40% rate increases now, what are we going to be facing in a few years' time? Do you have any comment? Does anybody have any comment? Or we can pick it up in questions after.
I suppose there would be some discussion around the $4 million that Mr. Huff has quoted that we've been overspending every year. But it is, we know that balancing the budget is very difficult. Councillor Jennings might have some comments though.
Yeah, I'll just on this point, I think it's important that the community understands that there are we do have budgeted deficits because this council at the moment and for a very long time hasn't fully funded depreciation. So we are obliged to report on that and include that in our budget. So any portion of the depreciation that is unfunded and is not collected from ratepayers through rates that needs to be captured as a budgeted deficit. The more important number is probably the variance between what was to be the budgeted deficit and what actually is the actual deficit. And so, because that variance is what indicates that you haven't operated within your set budget.
And what does that picture show?
So for last year, and I haven't got the exact figure, but I can get it to you straight after this.
Okay.
And so yes, there was an additional amount for the 21-22 financial year where we went beyond that budgeted deficit, and so ultimately that is loan funded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Thanks for the explanation.
Are we just about there, George?
How am I going for time?
Well, you're well over time, but
Over. Okay. Yeah, I didn't really time this. Can you bear with me for a few more minutes? All right. I'll be quick then, and I'll cut out a lot of what I was planning to say. In terms of option 2 as it stands, things we're concerned about are the following. We note that there are many low-income households in Horowhenua that would in fact be in rental accommodation, and their landlords, not the householders, are likely to will be, should I say, the beneficiaries of any rate reductions on those properties. Now, there doesn't seem to be any recognition of that fact, and I think it's fair to call it a fact, in the public document. I don't have a clear idea about how big that might be, but if one of the objectives of the council is to help people on low incomes, then a lot of them are going to be missing out. You're going to be helping landlords get lower rates. That seems to be a bit off beam with your stated objective. Second, the assumption seems to have been made that paper wealth gains arising from increased capital valuations mean that the ability to pay has increased also. And this is fallacious. It's simply not true. And I heard one submitter make a comment on that just before. So, we don't see that there's been any analysis about pensioners in the Horowhenua area, where they are, who they are, how they might be helped. A majority of Manukau residents are older retired people on fixed incomes. Some of them, not all of them, will have difficulty in paying large rate increases. In the papers, there doesn't seem to be any assessment of the efficacy of the policy, how good it is at meeting its stated target, and that would be kind of nice to have. Holiday homes are not specifically discussed, and I imagine that they should be an issue. And there's no discussion of possible changes to hardship-based rates rebates as a way of assisting people on low incomes. That's a highly targeted policy possibility compared to the blunt instrument, which is what is being proposed currently. One final remark, and then I'll shut up. In the public discussion document, there's reference to moving more council expenditure out of the targeted area into general rates in future, which seems to presuppose that we're going to option 2. And when we see that gives Manukau residents cause for concern that the rates burden is going to progressively shift, and people are just going to get continuing above average rates increases, which they're not thrilled about, as you can imagine. Now, we understand that the council has to have money to do what it has to do, and somebody has to pay the bill. We don't have a problem with a 7.9% rate increase, but we do have a problem with a 25 to 40 something % rates increase. I'll stop there. Sorry to go over time, Mayor.
Look, thanks, George. Look, your comments are well made, and understand that we've had a number of submitters who are along the similar lines, especially in the lifestyle areas like yourself. But yeah, look, it's going to be an interesting discussion, and can I assure you that it is by no means predetermined in terms of what our decision will be. It's the whole purpose of having hearings and consultations so that we get the feedback from the community and take recognition of that, and that informs our decision making. But we have to, by law, go out to the community with a preferred option. We can't say, no, you choose type of thing. We actually have to state a preferred option, and that's what we did. And it provokes discussion and views and opinions, which, we're ready to hear.
I didn't understand that you were obliged to come out with a preferred option.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Appreciate your time and all the effort that you've gone to presenting to us, and the detail in your submission. It's well done.
Okay. It's not in here. It's not in the submitters. Could I welcome Irina to the table, please? Come forward, Irina. Yep. If you join us at the front here. If you look, councillors, at page 392 of your booklet, you'll see Irina's submission there. Welcome.
Yes, I'm sorry for my accent, probably because I am...
Just talk a little louder if you will. Bring the microphone a bit closer to you.
Now you're here? Could you hear me now? Okay. Yes. And my submission probably a little bit different from another people. And the purpose of my submission just to let authority to know that different type of pensioner lives in living, not same. Because I know you are going to rise rates, and maybe this is good because town is going to develop and lots of developments is going to happen, and this is very good. But increasing the rate probably hit many people and also me, because I'm also in very different situation. And my situation is I am eligible for full New Zealand pension as widow and person who lives alone by myself. But also I am eligible for Russian pension, that it is deducted every month. And now situation is the second year deduction is continued to happen, but it is not possible to me and for another Russian pensioner to get it on the territory of New Zealand, because this is sanctions. All Russian banks under sanctions, all MasterCards are blocked, and also Sberbank, Russian bank, where is my pension? Also sanctions by New Zealand foreign minister. It is not possible to get it here. And tragic of this situation that Russian pension continue to increase in the number. So deduction part is getting more and more and more. So my New Zealand pension is getting less and less and less. And this situation will continue and nobody knows when it will be stopped. This is the whole papers my correspondent with the Ministry of Social Development, and last month it was hearing, and they confirm by the law they will continue to deduct your Russian pension, even we know exactly that you will never get it on the territory of New Zealand. Okay, you can tell me that my property is the biggest in Levin. Everybody knows it. It takes lots of money to keep it tidy, especially if you live alone by yourself. I don't have possibility to pay working hand, so I can do it by myself in my 70 years old. This is 1 acre that I am moving alone by myself. And of course you can tell me, you can subsidize, you can just sell part by part, or you can go to the downsize. This is good suggestion, but if take in consideration what is the future if I won't live, if my New Zealand pension disappear at all, I keep this part as my treasure to live in my more older age. So this is what I would like to tell about situation, and I don't ask you to make some decision or to do something against the law. I would like only to tell that different type of pensioners live in Levin, and you have to, before making decision, take in consideration this point. That's all. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for my accent.
It's all right. We could hear you perfectly well. Thank you for that. And I must, hearing a story like that, I know it must be incredibly hard for you. Have councillors got any questions or comments they'd like to make?
Can I just ask, this is not directly on your submission to us, but I was just wondering in terms of your situation with your correspondence with the ministry, have you reached out to our local member of parliament to seek assistance? Could we help connect you?
Local member parliament from Otaki. She did not want to make appointment. I corresponded with ombudsman of the parliament, and ombudsman make me some step to go. The first to Ministry of Social Development, after that Social Security Agency and Human Rights person. But the first step is done, and this is the whole papers from hearing from the Ministry of Social Development. And they thought will continue deduct your pension, even we know exactly you'll never get it in New Zealand, because this is the law.
I'm not sure how we can help, but I'm wondering whether there is the possibility of one councillor or something getting beside you to assist you in directing maybe some advocacy on your behalf through different agencies that we might be able to
it would be very good if, for example, because next step I am going to put my application to Social Security Agency, SSAA, what like that. And if somebody will assist, I would be very appreciated.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to put my hand up to connect and be suitably annoying with central government and try and render some assistance.
Yes, I can give you all documents because I had very good support person who made submission for Ministry of Social Development, and also I have outcome from Ministry from the hearing process.
Okay. Look, we're just going to have a break, so Councillor Sam will make a connection, and Jacinda, our finance officer, will talk to you a little bit more about the rates issue as well. So, councillors, we'll adjourn now till 6 o'clock and for a break. Thank you for that offer, by the way, Sam. It's great. Thank you, Ariane.
Thank you.
I hope we can help. hearings. And we're changing the schedule again quite slightly. I'm going to invite Billy and Madeline Kavanagh to come forward, please. So their submission is 1768 in your folders, or 363 in your booklet. Welcome, Billy. Just take a seat in the middle and press the right hand button so that your microphone gets turned on. We've got 10 minutes, so hopefully we can hear everything in that time.
Is it on?
Yes.
I don't need 10 minutes, I probably only need 10 seconds. Because you've got my submission. But it just, well, as you all know, I'm Billy, and my wife would be sitting next to me. She's just been made redundant, but it's her last 2 days of working, so she said she won't come with me. We're on a lifestyle block, as you all know, and we don't really receive any services from the council, or very little. And I just wondered why the rates are going up 60%. So I don't know whether it's a place where you can ask questions. We used to live in Pakuranga until a year ago when we bought this property, and our rates were similar, and we had everything there. Library across the road, Pakuranga shopping centre, walkway, beautiful. Now we've got a road that you can't cycle on, and yeah, so to me it's very disappointing. My wife has said our daughter in Auckland is going to have a baby, and she said let's go back. Well, nobody will want to live in Apiki or anywhere near us if our rates are going to be the same as in Pakuranga. Don't get me wrong, we love living there, but I mean, it's very expensive. I just had a quote today to get our water filter changed, $450 to filter the water out of the tank off the roof. We can't get council water, we can't get council sewage, you have to get it cleaned out regularly. So yeah, just to me it seemed very unfair.
So Billy, the letter that you got says indicates that your rates under the proposed, under the option 2 would go up 60%. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And that was mainly in relation to, was it revaluation or the rates increase or the revised way we do things?
I think I wrote in my email that I never got the letter for the revaluation. Yeah, we didn't get that letter.
What's your address?
485 Poplar Road.
485 Poplar Road.
Apiki, yeah.
Councillor Ross.
Hi. William, so you're right by the reserve
yes.
on by Fennells.
Yeah, and the reserve is full of possums and things that come and steal our fruit, so it's expensive to live on a lifestyle block like that. And we thought, well, the rates are almost half, a little bit less than half, a little bit more than half, sorry. We'd come and live here. We've got a daughter in Wellington and a daughter in Foxton Beach, and we wanted to live near them. We'd love to have stayed in Auckland, but it's expensive.
Yeah. No, I live on the end of Poplar Road, so as well, so I understand.
All I'm saying is that it's expensive and we don't get anything from our current rates, really, very little. And now they're going up 60% is massive for us. I'm retired. My wife, as you saw, last 2 days of work, means that I don't know what we're going to do, but we probably have to sell up.
So we just had a look at your rating information on the database, and the major part of that increase for you is the rates review. There is a part of it is revaluation, and part of it would be the normal rates increase, but a significant, nearly over $380 because of the rates review, and acknowledging that you're only paying $1,600 and something now, and that's going to go to 2,370. So that's a significant increase. So acknowledge that. So yeah, Councillor Proctor.
Thanks for your submission, and thank you for clearly outlining the points 1 to 10 on, I suppose, the plight of the rural community with no sewage, no water, and no footpaths, no roading really. But it's nice that you point out that rural people also have a significant horizons rates bill as well, and are we likely to face increases in the horizons rates bill as well?
Yeah, so we don't just pay these rates.
Councillor Brennan.
Thanks, Billy. What size is your property?
2 acres, 8,000 square metres.
So there's no income off it. It's just it's a dwelling. Yeah, thank you.
Well, we've got a home kill cow, which is income. I suppose it eats the grass. No, we enjoy living there, and it worries me because if we put the house on the market now, the attraction that we had was low rates. Now we put on the market, the attraction won't be there. Might as well go and live back in Pakuranga because the rates are not very dissimilar. And yet, as I say, in the middle of Pakuranga, you've got every single thing. Countdown was 50 metres from our front door. Now Countdown's 20 kilometres. I'm not complaining, but I'm just saying it's an attraction. And to me, it's sad.
Look, Billy, we appreciate the fact that you've bothered to submit to us, acknowledging the issues that you've brought to our attention. And look, we will be part of the discussion and the debate that we have in the coming weeks around what we do. I can assure you that no option is predetermined. That's why we have these hearings, and so we can listen to the views of those that are submitting and see the impact of some of those decisions that we've got in front of us. But I appreciate the fact that you've bothered to make a submission. And I can assure you that it's still a heck of a lot better than living in Pakuranga.
Well, it depends if you're looking for a job. Pakaranga's not here. No, thanks very much. Appreciate your time.
Tamira, where's he gone? He's disappeared.
Mary's paying for the cemetery rates and not using them.
No,
Tamira's not quite ready, so Mr. Bishop, would you like to join the table? So Wayne's submission is 2073 page, or page 383 of your booklet. Oh, far out, we've got that. The whole lot. Hey. Welcome, Dwayne. Welcome, Wayne, and welcome, Barry. All yours.
I'll just introduce my team. Dwayne is our in-house accountant, general manager of finance and villages. Barry is our GM of property, and we are here to. I think our original slot was to 7:20, so we thank you for that time. But we'll get underway because there's a lot to be said. Dwayne's going to lead off followed by Barry and myself.
Got to 7:20, just to reassure.
Good evening, everybody. As Wayne said, my name's Dwayne Martin. I am the GM of Aged Care and Shared Services at the Wayne Bishop Group. So I look after Speldhurst, and I look after paying things like rates and things like that. So the Wayne Bishop Group has a vision, and our vision is to create communities that enhance people's lives, where our customers become friends and our people become family. We've got a strong social conscience, which is evidenced by the social housing development that we're doing in Hinamar Street, which has no government funding in behind it, no development funding. We're doing it out of our own pocket. That's a $15 million development. We commit to these because we know Levin has a need. And the reality is we haven't really seen much evidence of the provision of those needs being met by central government or, for that matter, local government as well. We acknowledge that Horowhenua has a shortage of accommodation options for the elderly, and we're actively involved in finding solutions. And the overall vision for Spelthurst is to provide a safe environment that caters for the changing needs of its elderly residents over time. We do this by the provision of healthy homes that meet modern living demands, known costs, and delivering comprehensive care for elderly residents. So currently we have over 600 residents living at Spelthurst, and they occupy 377 homes. We've got resource consent to provide a further 82 independent living units, as well as 144 serviced apartment complex. Additionally, we are building a medical centre that will provide much needed capacity for Levin and have a resource consent to provide a 100 care bed facility. The complete development at Spelthurst will deliver upon our overall vision. It is expected that the majority of this development will be complete by 2027. The proposed rating increases will have a huge impact on our ability to deliver on our vision. We hold property within both urban and rural Levin. We currently pay rates close to $950,000 across the group. And we're looking at, based upon the letters we received, an increase of $162,000 for the year. That represents about an overall 21% increase on our rates bill. And the main driver of that is the 63% of that relates to how council is proposing to share the rates across the district. Specifically for Spelthurst, the letter indicates the rates will increase by $144,000, but that is based on a rating unit of 330 units, which is the current rating unit numbers. But of course, by the time the next rating period comes around, we'll be close to 400, I would think. So the actual cost increase for us is going to be substantially more than the $144,000. And a lot of that is driven by the change in land to capital value rating basis that council are proposing for us. We, 2 years ago at Spelthurst, chose to move towards a fixed weekly fee for our residents. So our residents, when they live at Spelthurst, pay $125 a week, and out of that money we pay rates, we pay insurance, we pay repairs and maintenance on the building, we pay operational staff. And the reason why we fixed it for them was so that they could have certainty of their living costs going forward, and that's really important for the elderly. They have a fixed income, they want to know what they can afford. At the time that we did the increased or movement to a fixed fee, we sat there and looked at what our ongoing operational costs would be, and we factored in inflation for rates and insurance and staff costs and all the things that in your letter you talk about as well. We factored into our business model. What we didn't factor in was that potentially council is proposing a change in a rating basis that puts 21% additional rates cost onto the business, and that cost we cannot pass on to the resident. We can't pass it on to the current residents. What will happen potentially is you pass it on to the new residents coming in, and that seems a bit unfair at the end of the day. As a company, as a group, we can't subsidise the rates increase at the end of the day. We already subsidise the shortfall for what we get from a resident for what we pay. Last year it was $113,000. This has the potential to put it up to close to $300,000 by the time we had the additional units in there. So it's really difficult for us to sit here and understand how is it fair that we're going to end up with a huge rate increase that essentially will be hitting a group that, from our perspective, we don't believe utilise a lot of the assets within the community. So Spelthurst has its own infrastructure, it has its own roading, has its own plumbing and everything like that sits within the development that we look after. It in itself is no different to a street and a number of streets that you have in town that council would look after, but we look after that, and that's our cost for future replacements. So we believe that we are carrying a burden for the future costs that you guys might actually already have built into some of your operation costs as well. The other, just touching on that point, was that the majority of the rating elements are based on the sewer, which roading, wastewater, water, solid waste account for 67% of our rates bill. And as I say, we own a lot of that element. We're responsible for upkeeping it. We're responsible for paying for it. Yet built into our sewer costs, I imagine that you're building that cost of replacement in there. I don't know. Likewise, council have noted, likewise, we believe that the council has benefited from the increased rating base of the 330 SERPs at no real cost in capital, because you had capacity in the system to allow the development to take place. And we don't think there's any deferred maintenance costs or anything like that on our development, because we're funding it, but you may have it built into your operational rates basis. And the only other thing that we would comment is in our rates bill is $139,000 for library and aquatic centres that we already provide on site for our residents. So we have our own swimming pool, we have our own library, and yet there's $139,000 in the rates bill that's been levied at us currently regarding to that. So we've indicated our preferences for option one, and we believe that if council does move to a capital value rating system, that we would challenge you to consider a specific rating basis for a retirement village, because it's a different beast at the end of the day. And, you know, if you do move to a capital value rating system, then it's clear from our perspective that we've got to look at our ability to deliver on our vision, and that involves making decisions around current resource consents granted and projects underway. So, yeah, that's me.
Thanks, Ryan. Okay. I'm here to represent not the Wayne Bishop Group, but the residents or the people of our community who don't really have a line of sight into what's potentially about to hit them. Because with retirement villages, they don't receive the rate demand. They don't receive this information. They're not across it. And it's not until a decision is made is that we can then go and share that potentially awful information with them. And I'm not sure whether you've had many other communities come to present, but I can guarantee you they'll be in exactly the same position. And these are the people who I think you're trying to alleviate some of the strain from when you say you are wanting to protect these people on fixed incomes, have no ability to offset that. I read through the pre-election report, which there was certainly in that report, no signal that this was going to be on the agenda. And I can read, and whether it was implied or disguised, I'll read under the heading of how it was presented by the pre-election report. Some of our people, whānau communities, are doing it tough, like a whole lot of our community are doing it tough. It means some areas are spending a much higher percentage of their income on rates. This issue is important for renters too, and it's important for retirement village residents who are paying rates indirectly through their rents or their weekly levies. A rates review will look into whether we should be sharing costs differently and may include a remission policy for those on low incomes. Iwi will be an important part of this review process also. No mention of CV, just they're doing it tough and we're going to look at it.
And I went to most of the pre-election public meetings, and I didn't hear from any politicians that they're championing a drive through to CV rating. And the normal way of things, as we're about to experience in October, is that Polly's put up a manifesto, and the public have a choice to elect them based on what they have stood for. And I think by not declaring this either in your pre-election report or in your representation prior to being elected is not very open and transparent. It's not very honest. It's almost covering up what potentially we're faced with. And that's really disappointing because, as I said, I'm here to represent those people who are not part of this community as far as being close to where the heartbeat of council is. And they haven't had a clear direction that this is the potential line of travel. And the impact on them is going to be massive. So it'll be very interesting to understand what this may include a remission policy, because we know there is already a remission policy from government. But this is your report. So does this mean there's going to be, for those people who are struggling, a ratepayer funded remissions policy? I hope there is some sort of system, because again, you've reached a point in the road where it seems you're left with almost no options other than borrowing more. Well, we know where we are with that. But the only other way is to try and hike rates on a few. And by doing that, you're encompassing those very people that you're claiming you're trying to alleviate the hurt from. So what are the drivers? Why are we here even having this conversation? And can I offer the fact is that we have continually seen decisions come out of this table which haven't had an eye far enough into the future of what this potential train crash is going to be like, because we've just kept ticking it up. I recall in my term last here on the council where a member spent a year solid supporting every decision which was going to add costs to the ratepayers. And when the rate was struck, he was horrified. He said, we must do something for my community because this is unaffordable. Well, collectively, too many people sitting around this table are in that same spot. And we've seen it over and over and over again where budgets blow, where out of sync spending is brought into a budget, where projections of $57 million spend are made up of $30 million. And all the while these yearly rates increases are just stacked one on top of the other, and they're not met as far as delivery. So here we are now with what option have we got left? Just to keep jacking the rates. And here we are, we as a company that represents not just retirees, but soon to represent 52 families who can't afford to pay more than 25% of their income on rent even, the most downtrodden, and we're looking at putting CV under them. I think it's disgusting. If that's your only option. Monique, we spoke this out, well, text message this afternoon, you wanted some solutions. Bring solutions was the call. I spent 12 years trying to bring some financial restraint to this place and just have way too many examples of just blasé spending. And you know the projects who are around this table who have put your hand up to support those, and now we're in this position.
It's terrible. So you have very few options, but they're the same old options that have always been present at this table. It's be responsible with the public purse. Don't say yes to everything. Challenge the spend. Challenge the capital projects. Cut your cloth. Look at your staff numbers at 250. Do you know what it costs to run your libraries this year, Mr. Mayor?
Have you finished?
No, it was well, you can answer that question if you want later.
You have got
$5.5 million.
Sorry, but you have gone over time, and we have got other people that are due
I was
to
just
talk.
bringing solutions as I was asked to do.
Well, could you just wrap it up then? Please?
Yeah. So the solutions are the tough decisions, not just to follow whatever is put in front of you and agree, but to understand that those have significant material impact at the next budget or the next LTP. So now we're in a position where, by your own admission for proffering this type of rating system, is that you're saying to this community, I'm sorry, we have been so irresponsible with our spending that we now fully understand that a fair chunk of our community can't afford to live here. And you're trying to manufacture a rating system that will somehow shift that responsibility. And again, I plead that in our case, for the people that we represent, that you've missed the mark, and therefore a different approach must be taken.
Cassable.
Hey, thanks for coming, Wayne. Love your submission. Some good, insightful words there. I just wondered what you'd say to the ratepayers who talk about the 5 years of no development contributions and the 300 houses you built at maybe $4.5 million of debt that we took on development for those houses.
I'd like you to lay out what costs were incurred by this council for doing that. Because there was if you're referring to the houses that were built out of Spalding or the Kimberley Centre, you may or may not be aware, but I hope you are aware because of your question, that there are subsidies, or what do we call it, Barry? There are, where you've already got buildings on site, there are emissions for that. And we were putting back a population that was smaller than what was already out there. So I'd like for you to give me one example of what it's cost this council for me to build those 300 homes out there, please. Just one example would be nice.
I can't provide a specific example in detail currently, but I can say that if the policy was in place and active, we would have received.
Mrs. CEO.
So, based on the current policy, that development out at Spaldhurst would account for the existing load on the network, so therefore it would have been provided a remission.
Councillor Proctor.
Evening, gentlemen. Thank you for coming along and submitting, and thank you for being such advocates for our elderly out there. I got a couple of questions, and not about rates. First one is, I noted in your submission that you opted for option 2 and option 4 around key water infrastructure. I'm interested to know where you suggest council should reduce those programs, and that's just my first question.
I'm fully aware that a lot of these costs are based on projections. So the question is really back to you, Justin, is that how is council tracking with its projections and its actuals? Because 6 years ago I was told that there was going to be a house over the road at Arrow Pipeline in Tarahika, and this council, this community, has laid out the red carpet up there to the tune of tens of millions of dollars for all those houses that we see up there today. So the question is to you people, why have you done that so far ahead of time and continue to do it? Because there ain't any houses going in there. Yet the ones that we're trying to
bring, we have to jump hurdles that we just can't do anymore.
Yeah, it didn't really answer my question, Wayne. I mean, part of the reason I thought I heard you say earlier that through texting our CE this afternoon, you said that you were seeking to come here with some solutions. So if you're committed to bringing solutions to this table, then I would have thought you would have had some ideas about where council could look to restrict and reduce their program to actually to not overspend. Exactly what you've come here to say.
Okay, so just to clarify what I did say in a roundabout sort of a way, is that you put the infrastructure where the development is happening.
Okay, that's my first one. My second one, just quickly, is I also noted in the landfill option, you opted 3 to keep the landfill open. What intrigues me with that is that you also made a statement earlier about your concerns around iwi. So I do wonder, how much do you really concerned about iwi when iwi don't want the landfill open? Kia ora.
Justin, my reference to iwi was reading verbatim from the pre-election report that said iwi will be an important part of this review process to contribute to Te Ao Māori point of view. I wasn't advocating anything on behalf of iwi other than reading out what was in the pre-election report.
That's fine, mate. I can talk around the question too, bro. Nice to see you.
Councillor Pryor.
Thanks for the presentation, or the history lesson. I have a question about option 3. Why did you take option 3? Can you provide more detail on why you want the landfill open?
This is a long conversation, and what strikes me, and based on some recent questioning, is that this council, within 6 months post its induction, is lining up to tackle not only waters but landfill and CV. And I can tell you in the past that just one of those issues were fraught with, you don't rush that stuff because you guys need to be across how this beast here operates. And I'm either extremely impressed by your fast getting up to speed or extremely nervous. And I think it's the latter. But as far as your question goes around the landfill, I witnessed some of the most disgusting behaviour of how to do public spend consultation, future protection, right underneath my nose. And I was one of the strong advocates that said, this cannot continue like we're doing it. And I'm referring to $1 million unbudgeted spend on a report that was written to close the landfill. Now, if you want some balance, you need to go back a lot further and bring all those issues into account around the fact that this council paid and sweated blood to get a consent to 2037. How does it sit with you that while it's okay to not put waste into our landfill, it's okay then by default to export our waste to someone else's backyard? That doesn't sit well with me. And it may sit well with you to give it to someone else to be their problem, but it doesn't sit well with me. That landfill was one of our only options in this district to add some value to our community. But by mismanagement, we completely missed the mark. And sadly, the lack of will to even try and do better was just mind-numbing.
Sorry. Just coming back to what your manager said about forecasting potential costs for your residents and your clients out there as well. You ticked in the rates rise option 2 for a less than 7.9% rate rise. I mean, surely a 7.9% rate rise is quite a palatable amount considering costs and other increases that we as a council have to incur as well.
If you like, because I didn't get the opportunity to speak. Look, your 10 minutes. Yeah.
I've got 5 minutes. Jonathan, look, what I want to talk about and always have on behalf of the community is affordability. And, you know, you look in the media today and you'll see there's a crisis, cost of living crisis, said on TV. People are putting their groceries on credit. You see today businesses are cutting their cloth, so they're cutting back on spending, they're cutting back on staff, some are closing. And, you know, I guess my question that I'll put back to you, and then I'd like to say, is that, you know, today, with how society, you know, with the economy and the cost of living crisis, each of you as individuals, when you take yourself away from the table and think about that, what does that look like to you? Because I've thought about that. How do you attack that for the next 12 months in your family unit? Is your answer to say, I'm going to increase my spend by 7.9%? Because mine isn't. And I think where everyone else in society is facing this crisis, if you like, and there isn't a business, there might be one, but I'm going to tell you I don't know of one, out there that is considering increasing their spending by most probably anything, but certainly not 7.9%. They don't see that as an answer. So my question back to you, and it's the affordability question, is how do you go out to this community and say that a 7.9% rate increase is palatable when the rest of society is struggling to pay a grocery bill, struggling to pay the power bill? And I get your question, and I know the challenge that's in front of you, you know, to say we've got to provide service to community, and but nobody else in this community is increasing their spend. But we're expected to say that 7.9% is a reasonable ask, and I'm going to suggest to you it's not. You know, you're at a point in your deliberations where you've had all these options put to you, and I know you'll feel that you're locked in to what's in front of you and the options that you're being asked to consider. But I ask you to go away and say, have a real look at your community, at life, and say, how the hell, why are we the only game in town that thinks that increasing our spending by 7.9 is a reasonable thing to do? Because I just don't see anyone else out there that would come up with an answer like that.
Thanks for those comments. I look forward to retiring at Spelhurst in 25 years' time and paying $125 a week.
Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, sorry. Well,
Sorry, we have gone over time, but it's been a very rich submission. And Dwayne, particularly your narrative at the start was very helpful, and I know you'll share it with us because there's a lot of information tucked away in that. Officers, I know, will have picked up on the suggestion or the idea as to whether or not we can, under the legislation, have a specific rating base for retirement villages. I don't know, but I'd be very interested in that. I guess I just want to put to whoever is appropriate the in-principle question. In principle, understanding that whether it's capital or land value, that both are a tax and therefore immediately unfair, uneven, hit people in different ways, very blunt instrument. In principle, which of the two options do you believe is the fairest way to base a rating system, and why?
The status quo for me, David, because you are well aware, as I am, that over the last 10, 15 years, there's been a lot of massaging of how we can make whatever system we had, and it was a land-based system, more fair and even and palatable. Because you'll remember how, we had that 10-year policy shift of trying to bring rural communities into what was some sort of line with what urban communities were. So for that journey, rural people had to suffer not only
your ongoing rate increase, but this policy effect. So, look, there's no perfect answer or perfect system, but this community has, for a long time, well, it started off as land-based, and we have tried to make the most of that system or make it fairer as we go by adjusting here and here. Farmers would come in on a regular basis and say, hey, we need to, as they did last night, we need to look at this because it's getting out of whack. The business community, that rate needed to be adjusted. It almost, we've got to the point where, okay, we've done all that massaging, and then all of a sudden, no, it's out with that, it's in with a new, and the unintended consequence of that is something that none of us fully understand. And I hope it's something that you will understand fully before you decide on which way you're going to vote for them. Because I'm going to enjoy calling you people and asking for your views at a much deeper level, because we haven't got the time tonight, to give me comfort that you are across these issues and you have got that broad understanding.
I will call it a night. Thanks, gentlemen. Appreciate your frank and direct opinions and views, and obviously we will be considering those along with everybody else's when we deliberate in a couple of weeks.
So now we're moving to Tamira has declined the opportunity to talk tonight. He's going to talk later, and he's had a chat to Jacinta. We're going to now hear from Wally. Welcome, Wally. So page 1943 in your folders, or 366 in your booklet.
Turn the button, push the button on the right-hand side of that microphone there.
Press me.
Yep, and you'll all go.
I'll speak a bit louder anyway because I'm deaf, so if you can actually speak a bit louder back to me, that would be good when it comes to question time. Wally Dalglish, and I'm doing an oral presentation to my written submission. The key issue for my submission is the Horowhenua District Council seeking feedback on a fairer distribution of rates. In the council proposal, this year we are proposing to move to 25% of general rates based on land value to that of capital value. The letter I received on the 24th of March said, some households are paying 8 to 9% of their income in rates, while others pay just 1 to 2%. And I've underlined this next bit. There are different reasons for this, and we can influence one of them: how council rating policy is set. And listening to the last one, of course, the main effect of rates on ratepayers is council spend. And I'd like to focus on just 2 points of my written submission. One is business rates. And I'm going to go back to 2007 when a Shan panel reported on funding of local government rates inquiry, which is now 16 years old. Some recommendations came out of that. It's number 62. Recommends that councils make more use of their flexible rating powers so that the rating burden better reflects value in use. Value in use rather than sale price. That's number one. Number 97, this is number 97 from the report. Business sector rates are on average a small percentage of total costs. Hello. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Number 98. And this is a summary. The panel considers that the issues raised in submissions from the business sectors are essentially matters of equity and transparency rather than matters of affordability. So from that report, I think there was a strong direction given to rate businesses more appropriately to value in use and affordability. By underrating, or councils by underrating businesses their fair share of rates, then by default, private property ratepayers are subsidising them. I'm going to come back to that in a minute. The second point I want to talk about is rates on a user pays basis. And we're all basically talking about a pie and about shuffling chairs on the Titanic, but I'm going to go through it anyway. Rates are essentially council charges for provided services. Council rates should therefore be strictly worked from bottom up on a cost accounting model. Water supply and solid waste disposal are easy examples where a direct linkage of cost to each ratepayer can be found, since total council costs divided by total number of SUIPs is 9, therefore the true user rate can be determined from that single calculation. To take water further, if water meters were installed and consumption water rates were applied without any cross-subsidisation at all, then ratepayers would be able to correctly determine its value. That is, they would have a direct financial incentive to conserve or reduce consumption if they wanted to reduce their water charge. After determining all the other uniform annual general charges on a fair and equitable basis, then the general rate then should be calculated to meet the shortfall and then spread evenly between all ratepayers. That is the utopian world of how council rates should be calculated. However, the council letter dated the 24th of the 3rd, 23 outlined their preferred new rating proposal. It did not give any comparison for the 24 rating proposal compared to the old basis. So in other words, we just got the council's preferred new basis, which was keeping the existing land value. Hold on, just a second. It did not give a comparison with any of the. It did not give a comparison with the old basis, and the old basis, which was keeping the existing land value, because they've also all had an increase, as well as the capital value had an increase. So keeping the existing land value, because that may be more accurate on a user pays basis, I believe. The CV actually heavily discriminates by default those who have improved their properties while not using any more council services. Now I think that's quite important, because if you go away from a user pays basis, just put your finger up in the air and take pot luck. So the simple change to a CV basis, I also believe, perpetuates just the present status quo, which is really a big cross-subsidisation system. I think the proposed new CV base puts more reliance on the general rate, which is what I don't like, and I would prefer to see, if you put more focus on the general rate, then you're reducing the targeted rates in uniform annual general charges by the fact that you're wanting to keep your balance the same. Increasing the general rate can lead to reduced transparency, and that means the council should be putting more emphasis on user pays by increasing the targeted rates and the uniform annual general rates to reflect them as accurately and transparently as possible, while reducing the general rate. And if a CV-based rating needs to be introduced, it should be introduced on a gradual basis over time, like part of, say, LV and part of CV, and hence the transition distortion impact of the rates is not based solely on CV, and that distortion is minimised. Irrespective of whatever rates basis is decided in the future, the further you deviate away from a direct user pays basis, the more it allows other inequities to occur. And it's this last phrase I've just spoken about. I think this is important, as in the past, the Council's setting of policies has let this inequity to occur, especially when related to businesses. A quick check on the Horowhenua District Council rating database shows under the new Council preferred general rates proposal based on 25% capital value, many of the businesses are paying rate amounts similar to private properties, and some have even had decreases. Some are being underrated on an obvious SUIP basis, and you can look at that. Some are having their uniform annual general charges reduced. The other advantages businesses have is that GST is just taken as a transfer tax, and the rates are an expense deduction. Private ratepayers don't have that advantage. The proposed council change to CV-based rates further exacerbates this inequity between businesses and private property owners. No business would be paying 8 to 9% of their income to council rates, as the council contends some households do. And after listening to the last speaker, I did look at Somerset. Somerset pays a lot of rates, but they also made $249 million last year after tax. And that's my point on making. Businesses make money. Householders have to live on a fixed income if they're retired like I am. It is obvious to me that the council is not requiring businesses to carry their fair share of the council's rate load. By doing so, private rate-paying properties are therefore cross-subsidising business rates due to council policy. For this specific reason, and other points outlined, I feel I cannot actually support a council general rate change based on CV for private property. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Wally. Any questions for Wally? There appear none. Wally, you've made that available, what you've just written there. Is that basically what you've contained in your submission previously, or is there some additional?
There's 3 copies of what I've just spoken about.
Okay, if you could just give that to Grayson behind you, that would be great. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Thank you very much for coming and submitting to us, and those considered thoughts will be put in with all the others that we've received over the last couple of days.
Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Right. Welcome, team. I've got more people here at 7 o'clock in the night than we've had through the day. So great to see you all here. Thanks for coming, and appreciate the effort that you've all made to be here. We're going to see a presentation now from the Manawatu Mountain Bike Club and Foxton Mountain Bike Community.
Excellent.
Excellent. Go for it.
Kia ora, team. Mountain bike trails improve community well-being and create economic activity. This is paraphrased from a report done for the Nelson Mountain Bike Community by Bill. Pete Wells, Manawatu Mountain Bike Club, Janelle Judd, Foxton Mountain Bike Community Representative, and I present to you over here the Foxton Manawatu Mountain Bike Club Diggers, the cheapest form of staff you'll employ ever, judging from the previous contents. Okay, so we have up here, we have Target Reserve, which is a forest reserve between the racecourse and the golf club, and that's State Highway 1 just down below us. So what do we propose? We propose a Foxton mountain bike park, Target Reserve. We believe we can put in 13 kilometres of sand-based mountain bike trails there. Volunteer hand build, great example there. Easy to intermediate rider ability, and jumps line for youth to ride and to work on. We propose that it's a single track mountain bike, so that's a one-way system, and mountain bike trails don't work with walkers, so we're proposing it to be mountain bike only. There are a few other mountain bike only opportunities in the lower North Island compared to numerous walking opportunities. All of the available land at Target Reserve is needed to make it a destination mountain bike park. If you want economic activity, you need people to come in from the outside. We need it as big as we can. And we also need a range of trails that is demanded by the community. Now, I do note at the bottom, dogs are okay with riders. So what are the community benefits? Recreational assets for community wellbeing, economic activity from visiting riders. I can guarantee you'll get about 200 riders from Palmerston North every weekend if we build this park, and that's excluding what we'll get just passing through. Opportunity for youth, we see it in the Manawatu along the river where there's a place where they can build jumps. There's 20 to 30 kids there every weekend riding, building. Regional events, we'll just show you what the mountain bike club can do. Coaching, introduction and working with iwi. We've had great results in the Manawatu. We have a great relationship with Rangatani, telling their stories. And educational information hubs discussing the history, vegetation and the fauna of the area. So who's the Manawatu Mountain Bike Club? So the Manawatu Mountain Bike Club has 750 members, manages 4 riding areas, runs events with up to 2,000 participants. We have the Dirt Divas women's only riding, providing women's only riding opportunities, free coaching programs for all levels of riders. We advocate for mountain bike opportunities in the greater Manawatu region. And we're an incorporated society, not-for-profit, run entirely by volunteers. So, here's some events. Top left, regional schools. We get about 150 kids to it. The middle is an enduro where you're timed on downhill only. It's for the what did they say recently? For the Red Nose Brigade. That's because occasionally you get a red nose when you come off. Top right, we've got the Dirt Divas run of Frocks and Shocks. It was held this weekend. About 50 competitors. Down middle left, we've got iBike for Kids. We've run this for about 12 years. We can attract up to 500 kids. Below that, we have the winter series. So we run 5 events over the winter, normally about 150 entrants. And on the middle right, we have the Sizzler, a 6-hour event where teams or individuals ride for 6 hours in a relay system. So the winter series, the Sizzler, and the Frocks and Shocks are all events that we would probably bring to Foxton on its sand-based trails. Okay, the club does development, so we do volunteer coaching. We do those on a Thursday nights when daylight saving starts. We have about 150 people over that program. We subsidise professional coaches. The middle picture is there on the right-hand side is a coach we bring up from Nelson twice a year, and we subsidise this for members. We do likewise with one from Wellington. I must bring your attention to the one on the bottom right. So that's the volunteer evenings we cover for all grades. And we do elite rider support. We currently have 2 pro riders touring Europe at the moment. And Caleb Botcher has just run a UCI senior event in Thailand. So we really excel, and Caleb has come right through this program. So the jewel in our crown is probably Arapuki Mountain Bike Park, just on the outskirts of Palmerston North. We've built 35 kilometres of trails on PNCC land, Palmerston North City Council. It's a joint venture, but it's been managed and funded by MMBC, which is us as volunteers. So I've led that team until I stood down last year. We've raised about $200 million in cash and resources, and we're now a serious mountain bike destination. But if you look at that photo on the right, we're dealing with some fairly tough terrain. So what's going to happen with the Foxton Mountain Bike Park is that really complements it. We don't have the opportunities for easy and intermediate riders on that terrain. And also, it takes 30 minutes from town to get there. We do advocacy, and we work with the community. So top left, we have Ringatani, who we have a great relationship, opening a trail we put in 4 or 5 years ago. We currently have some carvings going in for the entrance of park, again work with Ringatani. We're doing a lot of work in the gorge on trails, top right and bottom left. And just to add to our advocacy, I was awarded a civic award from the Palmerston North City last year for my work on mountain bike opportunities in the region, and I'm putting my hand up to lead this park as well with the local community. Okay, Foxton Mountain Bike Park Target Reserve, trail building cost nil to ratepayers. Had any submissions like that recently where someone's going to come along and give you something? And we're going to build you a recreational community asset, and it's going to be built by the community. This one hasn't come out as well as I'd like, but so that's a trail map in the background. It was in your submission. So we submit that all available land at Target Reserve is made available for mountain bike trail network, creating a community recreational asset. We require an MOU with Horowhenua District Council and MMBC working with the local community, allowing this to be initiated. So we just want to get together with your staff or a select committee from this group and actually put up some rules, because we find if we don't lay it all down, it gets a bit clouded. We do want some money, not for the trails, but we want $5,000 towards signage and auxiliary park infrastructure. Now, if you tell me the budget's too tight, I'll find it. I find about $50,000 in sponsorship out of the Manawatu community. I know I can get it out of this. I just feel it's respectful when you've got a community giving a lot of money, if you can just help us with one part of what's going on. So we look forward to working with you guys and creating this recreational opportunity. So open for questions.
Thanks, Peter. Janelle, did you want to add anything?
No, just here for questions and answers. Any questions or anything like that? But yeah.
Councillor Jenny.
Thanks so much for the submission. My question is sort of in two parts, which is, what's the relationship, if any, between the Levin Mountain Bike Club, and second, are you aware that council's allocated some funding to the Levin Mountain Bike Club to build some tracks up in just here east of Levin? And if so, is there any coordination with that project?
Yes, we know that they got some. Yes, we know that they got some money, and that's really good. But that's sort of Trig, isn't it? Yeah. So Trig again is a bit like Arapuki. It doesn't have the trails. I've got my children over there, and they have ridden from day dot. And even though they're really good, I couldn't actually get them to the top of Trig to ride these trails. So these are more grade 3 trails, more for everyone. Yeah, those trails are fabulous, but they're for the red-nosed rider, basically. Yeah.
Thanks so much.
And just one other point on that. Target, it would be sand-based, so it's great for winter riding. You get up to Trig, which I've ridden for 15 years, and Arapuki, it's clay. It's a different soil type, and it doesn't work in the winter.
Councillor Brennan.
Peter, Jill, thank you. Great presentation. Thanks for that. And it's nice to talk to something other than rates. So excellent. Well, great way to finish the night. 2 questions. One, you're aware, obviously, Target Reserve currently is home to the Pistol Club, and the Paintball Club is understandable. I'm not sure the Paintball Club is still operating. Your ability to work around long term. And I've got a second question coming.
Yeah, not sure if the paintball club is still going. Tried to track someone down, but
as far as I'm aware, they disbanded. And the Pistol Club, yes, we're aware it's in the corner there, but actually wasn't sure if anyone how frequent that was being used as well. But it's like in that far corner, isn't it?
Yeah, the Pistol Club, they still operate quite regularly, but they are a very small footprint, obviously.
So we have a history with the club, with all our activities of working with the community where there's conflict.
Secondly, obviously you're aware of the NZMCA camp now next door. Would there be an opportunity perhaps to with funding from NZMCA? I'm thinking potentially, because a lot of their members ride mountain bikes obviously and love trails. Perhaps there's an opportunity there as well around. And would you look at perhaps encompassing them into the work you do in some way? Well, you may not have thought about it, I'm just floating it. And sorry, one more question was around, if you could give me any guidance on that. The other question is around currently, I know you still use Cousins Ave sort of area a bit, and the challenges around that for you, your club.
I can address Cousins Ave because I ride there regularly, and so do my children. I think there are one or two colleges riding there at the moment. It's got very, very wet in there. There's a lot of runoff coming into there, and I know part of it's private and part of it's council. The trees desperately need addressing in there. I'm not letting the kids in there when it's a bit windy or anything. You've got trees falling over left, right and centre in there, so it's not as safe as it once was. It's still a really good place, but yeah, I think it's coming to the end of its lifespan in terms of, I heard half of it was to be logged at some stage very, very soon. Not so much anymore. Everyone's kind of got a bit used to each other. Yeah, it's not so much conflict.
MCA Janelle, has there been any contact with them as yet or anything like that? Or?
No, well aware that the parks there, it's been well used. It's really awesome, and again, a lot of them have bikes on the back of their campers and caravans. So yeah, that kind of targets people like that straight away. In terms of funding, no, haven't thought about that at all.
Look, if you're worried about funding, just strike that bottom one up. I'll raise it. I just think it's a respectful way if we're creating something. So you just work through that on your process.
Thank you.
Councillor Tupapa.
Thank you. And yeah, it is, I guess, in the scheme of things, a minuscule amount. However, in your summary in the written submission, it says a small annual contribution from HDC. So that's actually ongoing beyond something initially like that. And I believe it's so that you're able to leverage other funding. Just from, I've been here a little while, or even tonight we were criticised around, this community said they were going to front up with that money for that project, and it wasn't realised, and perhaps we should be a bit more, anyway, in that space, if you know what I'm talking about. Oh, it was in Foxton too. So I guess for decisions going forward, it's like having I don't doubt your ability to raise it, that other track that you showed is, but I mean, if you could actually say we've got this ready to go, is a bit more than where I'm coming from. What do you say about the annual contribution?
Okay, look, I'll make it easy for you. We're in this for the long haul. Strike that one off. I'll come back to you next year when we've started building, and we'll put a plan to you, and I'll show you what we can do. That the money is not the issue here. The money is the access so that we can build the community. So look, just strike it off easy.
Councillor Grimson.
That potentially answers my question in terms of getting an understanding of the time frame of the project from start up to when you finish your 15 kilometres.
That's a very good question. Effectively, you never finish, and you maintain forever as well, because mountain bike trails, the tyre wear is aggressive and trails degrade over time. What's different about what we're proposing here, Arapuki has a $60,000 council contribution for maintenance a year. We don't foresee this here because it's sand-based and we have community and they live right next door there. And what they do is we maintain it There we go. That's a trail being maintained. So effectively, we would like to start building tomorrow. Realistically, we need an MOU, so that's not going to happen tomorrow. But we would like to be building within months if there's no objection, and we will keep building and rebuilding forever. And it'll be logged and we'll have to rebuild, but that's just what the community is putting its hand up to do. And if that should change, we've got to forecast that early so you can get it into your long-term plans and not have it dropped on you for a submission. We're an organisation that have plan and a good community. But I can tell you, we can build this park. We can build these trails with no contribution from you.
Very good. Yeah. Thank you, Bishop. This is more of a comment, and as I've seen many times, the work your team done at Cousins F, the beach, and I've seen the crowds you get there and the events you've had, and certainly the participation of the children. So there's a huge, certainly from a local representative, there's a huge amount of support for what you do, and look forward to moving forward. So thanks once again for your contribution tonight. It's been great.
And so we have letters from the Manawatu College and the Windmill Society. So we have quite a bit of community support already. Yeah, sure.
Thank you to you and your team. Fantastic that you've, obviously fully supportive of something like this. And, great presentation. Look, well, the guys will no doubt look at it and give us some feedback in terms of practicalities and logistics of moving how we move forward. But we've got some deliberations ahead of us over the next little while. But this may be able to be taken outside those and we'll see where we go. But really appreciate your contribution tonight and good luck with everything. Stephen and Karen, thanks for your patience and welcome to be the last presenters for this year's long-term plan amendment and annual plan hearings. Welcome. Okay. So the right-hand button is will turn you on. The middle one stays on, but the one that's in front of you, Stephen, we need you to turn that off if anyone wishes to speak. Karen.
Kia ora. It's a bit of pressure to be the last, isn't it? All right. Thank you, Bernie. So tēnā koutou katoa. Greetings to the Mayor and to councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission on the long-term plan amendment and the 2023-24 annual plan. We have been citizens of Levin all of our lives and have watched the town's progress over time. We live within the Tara Ika zone in close proximity to the proposed O2NL highway directly next door to us and injuriously impacting on our land. In particular, we want to speak to you to issue 1, the rates review for a fairer distribution of the rates, and also to speak to issue 3, key water infrastructure and updating development contributions. The council are wanting to ensure the rating system is equitable and fair. You quoted, with the cost of living high and the inflation rate sitting at a 35-year high, affordability of household expenses, including rates, is front of the mind for everyone, including the council. So it is clear that you are interested in rates affordability and rates being fair and equitable. Some of your key statements about Horowhenua's context include over 25% of the population are aged over 65. Owners of lower valued homes can have rates bills that are similar to those with higher valued properties. You also quoted an independent inquiry into local government rates in 2007 produced the Shand report, which suggested that rates shouldn't be more than 5% of a household's income. Some fundamental generalizations you make imply that owners of higher value properties have higher income or disposable wealth to pay higher rates, and we think this perpetuates potential bias and injustices. You then go on to discuss making changes to the way we share rates doesn't affect the total amount of rates we collect. This means that for those ratepayers who receive a decrease in rates as a result of any change, there will be others that see an increase. It also makes it really important that we understand the impacts any change may have and ensure that the guiding philosophy of fairness and equity guides decision making. So I want to speak to this and ask, do you really have a sense of the impacts to changes in rates? We object to the proposed changes to the rating system and to the rating system for Taraika. While we understand the three drivers for the proposed rate changes include revaluations, as well as additional rating income, and the proposed change from land value to capital, it should not have been a surprise to you that Taraika has been significantly impacted by this. A number of properties have rate increases that are unaffordable, unsustainable, and totally unfair. Our rates bill for the 2022 to 2023 year was $3,387.49. Our proposed rates bill for 2023 to 2024 is $9,392.88. This represents a 177% increase, and there will also be a further flow-on effect for increases also to our Horizons bill. The council proposed increase for the council part of the rates for our property is actually 34.74% or 46% if the capital values part is included, not 7.9%. Our weekly rates bill for rates will increase from $65 per week to $180 per week. The rates bill will be 14.12% of our net income. This is considerably higher than the Shand report suggestion that rates should be not more than 5% of household income. It is much higher than the 8 to 9% of household income on rates quoted for low-income areas in Levin Central, Foxton and Shannon. As we faced reading the letter kindly sent by Monique Davidson, the Chief Executive, so we could be informed about the rates review and proposed rate increase, I considered we will need to keep working beyond our 65 years to pay our rates bill. And we are not alone, as we note other families across Taraika have also been burdened with massive increases to their rates, despite no extra services, and that income from their farming land may not even cover the rates bill. We would expect that the council would understand the impact of their proposed rises and that your systems would have been checking for reasonableness, analysing outliers and looking for large percentage increases either up or down, and investigating explanations and reasons why to fully understand the impact for all ratepayers. Outdated statistical information cannot possibly inform accurate judgment decisions. That ability to pay can be based on the size of a house, the value of the house, or location, and you need to make sure you are not perpetuating a system that places excessive unfair burdens on others. Rural landowners and farmers on high value land does not necessarily equate to high income. Speaking to other landowners, 2 small businesses in Tararua Road, rates have doubled. On your own feedback site, people are complaining of 34.3%, 35%, 37%, 45%, 45.6% and 48% increases, etc. A landowner on the northern side of Queen Street East with similar land area to ours records a decrease in rates, while ours have gone up 177%. Your long-term plan identified this year a planned 6% increase, yet you are proposing a 7.9%, or actually 34 to 46% increase for ourselves. We note the most significant reason for the proposed council component increase in rates is due to interest costs or previous borrowings, 4% of the 7.9% increase. We challenge you to be more accountable and prudent in the decisions that impact your community and your duty to ensure that your decisions are fair and equitable. So in summary, your proposed council increase is not 7.9% for all. This is misleading. Some ratepayers are facing excessive rate increases. You should be concerned about this, as it is not fair. We do not support your proposed move to capital values. The status quo should remain and the fixed charges should stay in place. It appears that Taraika has been valued at residential values, and while you might suggest a rates remission policy may apply to land that is still being farmed, it is very concerning that so many ratepayers throughout the district face significant rate rises that place financial burdens on them that could be unaffordable. We challenge you to re-examine your costs and efficiencies and to stop identifying parks as a first area to reduce costs. Why are you proposing the cost-saving measure could be to stop maintaining parks, and yet you still require new developments like Taraika to make provision for new parks? What kinds of messages do you give to communities when you suggest that not maintaining parks is a way to save costs? Parks and outdoor spaces are fundamental to communities and well-being. Once they have been developed, they must be maintained. So you will need to look for other ways to reduce costs by your own efficiencies and to ensure costs imposed via rates are fair for the multiple communities that you serve and the people that you represent. We do not think that you have ensured that the guiding philosophy of fairness and equity has been applied in what is proposed for the Taraika zone and for many others impacted by significant rate rises across the district. We challenge you to take a deeper look and a more considered look at your lens of fairness. Now I'd just like briefly to talk about development contributions. Issue 3. We are very concerned that you are already proposing a rise for the development contributions that was set at the last long-term plan review only 2 years ago. It is obvious that the high-cost development contributions that were set at that time were a foot in the door. They are already now proposed at this point to go up 25% per new title for Taraika, and they point to a future of rises that will likely just keep going up. Development contributions are already higher than those charged by the Kapiti District Council. While it is accepted the community should not pay for infrastructure required to service new subdivisions, under the current economic climate, it is difficult for developers to project the results of undertaking a subdivision, as it could be a year away from completion and titling. This year to date, there has been only 2 section sales in Levin, and 10 in total for the last 12 months. Any subdivision development carries a high degree of economic risk, high financial costs and uncertainty of outcomes. On a multi-title subdivision, the development costs and contributions are a significant upfront cost if there is no certainty of section sales. There are already developments being shelved in the wider Wellington area due to low or no projections of sales. For the Taraika area, a rise is proposed from the 19,601 per title to 23,604, and the outcome for Oho is even worse. So we just wanted to revisit that because it didn't seem that long ago that we did make a submission on the development contributions, and as no sections. Taraika isn't even underway yet, and a 25% rise is already, I think, quite a significant contribution. So just do a little bit of scoping and context on it. All right, I would like to thank you very much for listening to our submission.
Thanks, Karen. Councillor Jennings.
Hi, Karen. Hey, thanks so much. And I just thought I'd just take a moment because obviously to sort of share some of the conversations that we've had during the consultation process with some of my colleagues who might not have been at the rural ratepayers meeting that you attended, and obviously raised the specific circumstances of your property. And so it appears that a significant driver for the increase that relates to your property is because of a significant increase in the property value, driven by obviously the plan change for becoming operative Taraika, and perhaps potentially some NZTA acquisitions of blocks of land in proximity to your property. And so just to for the benefit of the table, essentially there are a handful of properties like yours that have seen these significant increases in valuation, and so council is now going through a process with you to obtain a special valuation from QV in order to then essentially that becomes the new valuation, to recognise that there are properties like yours where you're essentially in an area where there's been some change in zoning, but you're keeping the use of the property the same as it currently is, and it recognises the unfairness in terms of that increase in value, that change in zoning, but obviously that there's no change in use. So I guess there's not really a question in there, but just to share that with the table. So are you, I guess, to check, are you comfortable and do you seem that you understand the process that will now follow in terms of a solution potentially for your particular property, and that doesn't detract from all the broader submissions and comments that you've made? But can you just talk to that remission point?
Thank you, Councillor Jennings. Yes, so thank you. I do acknowledge that I have received an email from the finance person over there, and I hear what you are saying. It's an interesting one because I think obviously to make our way through it, you're proposing a revaluation of our property. It's been tricky for us because we couldn't actually appeal that rise in valuations because our property is actually right next to O2NL, and they actually have a notice of requirement on our land. So there's still a possibility they might buy our land. So it's kind of not the time that an individual person would say, hey, we don't want our land valued at that, because they might be on our door actually needing to buy some. So it kind of left us as a family in a very difficult position. And obviously this will be a way through. But I think for me the concern was that the letter that we got was very concerning because it is a big rise to go from 3.3 to 9.3. And then we started to hear about the other families in Taraika that also had huge rises. So there's a family that their rates is going from 2,000 to 12,000. So for people who actually have experienced, I guess you could say, quite a significant amount of distress since the letter arrived, and in some respects I have a sense that maybe that was a surprise. So for me this is kind of like an alert. It's like, do you know the outliers and all of the various significant impacts? And for me it is quite concerning when I look on the council site that some people say they've got a 46% increase and a 37% increase, and this is about the individual ways that people react to what are some quite significant rises for them, and that sense of we can't make assumptions about people's ability to pay based on the size of their house and all of those things. So that's really I guess the thing that I challenge you to think about just the whole basis of how you view people's circumstances and make your decisions about the way that actually might impact on them, because having a valuable item doesn't necessarily mean that you have income to pay big bills. And that, I think, was the reason why, even though I had received the email and know that there's a way through, I think the story needs to be told. Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Proctor.
Thank you for your submission and presentation. I have been racking my brains for a question, but I think your submission is near perfect. And really, I can only just reiterate that we have to be very mindful of potential rate rises, as you say, up to 40%, up to 170%, and the ability for people to earn income off that land. And our rates are going to outshine or be beyond the ability for anyone to earn any money to pay those rates on that land. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Tamihana.
Tēnā kora, thank you for your submission. I'm probably going to ask you a similar question to what I asked two speakers ago, because I noticed you ticked option 2 again around key water infrastructure, and I might just change the way I asked the question. I'm interested to know that in terms of wanting to reduce the program of works as you've identified in that option, what do you consider that looks like? Are you suggesting to council that we should prioritise new developments where there's no houses yet, or should we be prioritising infrastructure that's already existing that needs updating? I'm just seeking your opinion on it.
I'd have to be honest, without sidetracking your question. We had a significant concern about the rise in development contributions, and I think that our Tara Ika lens and the journey we've trodden since 2017 with the development of this, because I've been to stormwater meetings and goodness knows what, with the planning for Tara Ika. I'm aware the council actually has a government grant to help with that. I don't think I'm giving you any answers. I think tonight I've just posed some, I guess what I feel is some ethical questions. But I guess how you would save money, I think that's really for your council officers and yourselves to look at how you would do that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, there has to be a balance between accountability for just charging more forever and ever to get things done, because it does get to a point where you have to say, well, how affordable is this for our community and for the people who have to pay for it? And that's the constant thing that I guess that you have to balance in the difficulty of your job. So, sorry, I feel I've sidetracked your question, haven't I?
Slightly, but I take it as it comes. I suppose aside to that, then, if we're going to be ethical, do Tara Ika then, as part of Tara Ika, do we feel like the contributions that are given in the establishment is ethical in terms of those that have already contributed to living here?
Are you able to just slightly kind of reframe your question so that I can just gain a sense of what you're asking me? Yeah.
So you mentioned development contributions, and you don't like the suggestion of them going up, yet there's contributions that haven't actually been received by the project. So what I'm saying is, ethically, do you find that that's fair when we've already got residents here well established that have contributed to the infrastructure that we already currently have? So that's what I'm actually seeking your advice on.
Oh. Thank you. I'm not. I'll just have a go at responding, and I hope it will come out all right. It will be honest. I think it will be quite clear that at this particular point in time, my husband and I probably don't actually have any plans to develop our land. His family have been living where they have for 130 years, so those kind of connections to the land are actually really precious. So for us, that the whole thing of Tara Ika is actually there's a sense of kind of losing something that's kind of precious, but our land will become residential land, and so we know that there won't be a 30-acre farm there in 30 years' time. So we won't be able to afford the rates on it. And once we chop off a section or two, then the whole kind of scenario of rates remission changes. So do we feel we've contributed? Yes, I think we have, and that as a family, there have been part of Levin for his family 130 years, and my family all my life and beyond with my grandparents. I know that our families have contributed to being a ratepayer in this town and paying rates, contributing to the community all of that time. So that's kind of my sidestep to your question. I hope that was okay. Kia ora.
Yeah, I think Councillor Tamihana probably answered that. Would you feel the same if it was William Wallace who is just moving up or down from Auckland or Wellington to Levin and hasn't contributed towards rates over a long period of time or any of the infrastructure spent? Would it then be fair?
I guess the council have already identified what level you think the different communities that are developing need to contribute, because the cost to develop in town for a development contribution for a title is different to Taraika, and it's different for Foxton, and it's going to be very different for Oho, because that's where the proposed greatest rises. So it's going to be much, quite significantly more expensive to pay the development contribution in Oho. But in a sense, the way you have attributed those different levels, it's already been set, hasn't it? And that actually was the discussion that we had in the 2021 long-term plan. So I guess whoever develops at any part of your community in the future, if they wish to develop, they will have to pay the development contributions that you set.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate your time as always, and sorry for keeping you out a bit later than you intended, but great to see you, and thank you for your submission. So we're just about there, councillors. We do wanted to, though, just probably spend a couple of minutes. Is there anything we do have a workshop next Wednesday in terms of follow up to what's occurred over the last couple of days? Is there anything that immediately springs to mind that you need further information on, questions that you need asked, or you want 48 hours to make sure they're here before, by the start of business on Monday, so that the officers can actually start preparing some of that? Has anyone got anything that springs to mind immediately?
I think I flagged it, but just to be absolutely sure, that issue that was raised by the Wayne Bishop's group about whether there's the opportunity to examine specific rating base for retirement villages. And I don't know whether now's the time, but is it possible to give a quick summary sort of in the public forum about what the officer response to this process will look like? Just a quick overview so the public is aware of that in terms of response to submissions. Yeah.
So noted, and we'll do that before we wrap up. Councillor Tukupa.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of things which I want to go through and collate, so I'll email mine through and I'll CC everyone so it's open.
I'm assuming that the staff will provide some statistics on some of the responses to us in their overall report.
For me, just I guess seeking a further reassurance, particularly around the outliers like the $9,000 increase for the Prouses. Just I'd really like a little bit more assurance around that. Well, you know what I mean. And and there was some suggestion, and it was brought up by Electra as well. So maybe some early indications around spread and smoothing options, and probably the key piece around what I've taken out of hearing from a lot of the fixed income people is probably the importance of looking more towards the rates suspension scheme, not for this year, but maybe flagging it that that's part and parcel of trying to answer the question of how do we more targetedly support those on fixed or low incomes in a really meaningful way. So if we think about a couple of the examples that we've heard today from Mr. Brown, and when I did ask the question, there are households that if they had an option to say, I won't pay rates, and it goes on the back burner to be paid back at a point in time where they either sell or they win lotto, I think that is a really tangible avenue, and I think will help us target what we're trying to achieve, because I think that what I've learned over 2 days in terms of an outward observation would be that fairness and equity doesn't always equate to affordability. And I think what I've heard from our community is a real need for fairness and equity from the members that we've heard so far.
I've also heard the word utopia used a few bit today, and whether we can actually try to get to that position will be interesting. Councillor Brannigan.
Yeah, I think what would be good to get a bit more picture. So the last 2 days we've heard from a myriad of people who will be affected by option 2 if we go there. What we haven't heard from, interestingly enough, is the ones that will be affected if we stay on option 1, which is largely these properties or areas, and largely if you look at the stats, it's Foxtons and the Shannons, who've largely because of the revaluations, which now have gone south compared to what they were when the valuations were done. So we haven't heard from many of those people any, in fact, they're going to be impacted by if we stay on option 1. And so just for the complete picture, perhaps, we've got the table in the document, which is those typical properties we use. If we just have a bit more, I guess, a wider look at the impacts of option 1 too, just to give some balance, because there are some quite market effects and we can all go away and do that search ourselves, no doubt. But it'd be good if we all had some consistent information about that range of impacts, because you need that to make a decision.
I think we do need some. I mean, we've heard a lot about these, 25% plus increases that a lot of people are experiencing, and it would be interesting to have a bit more detail about the number and where, because we've heard, we're seeing the ratepayers and the great power talk about they support capital value, and I think we just need to understand the variances in those areas may not be anywhere as large, obviously, plus or minus, but we've seen obviously some anomalies thrown up because of this, and it would be great to understand a little more how that's come about. Councillor Rock.
I'm just a little worried that we might be going a bit too far away from this process. I mean, this is a process where everyone in the community has had a chance to have a say and put their submission and turn up and speak to it. And now we're saying that we're almost getting to the point where we're saying, well, we don't quite like what everyone else has had to say. So we have to be careful that we're not trying to provide representation for a sector that didn't show up or may not be affected.
Yeah, I just think we need to
the analysis needs to just be a little deeper in terms of what we're trying to find out.
I'm with Jonathan on this because we've been given a spreadsheet, access to a spreadsheet from day one that has all 18,000, however many rating units, that has all the data. We can press a little button and it sorts and tells us all of this information. So there's a personal responsibility on every elected member to access and understand that information. And so I don't think, well, my personal view is that I don't want to put Jacinda to more work around this because the data already exists. You just need to know how to use it.
Through your worship, look, acknowledging those various points around the table, my advice to council is that you need some form of analysis in a deliberation report that is available to the public so that they can see the decision-making process that council is going through. I don't think this suggestion is that we do analysis to try and gauge feedback from a part of the community that maybe haven't been represented through this process. It's to make sure that you've got the numbers on the ups, the downs, in order for you to make whatever decision you do make about the three options you've consulted on or alternative options council might want to explore. But I don't anticipate that analysis is any further than the analysis that elected members have been part of through the LTPA workshops in terms of the process to develop the LTPA.
Okay, sure. Sorry, Jonathan. Well, all I would say in response to that is that then this table needs to be really clear about the parameters or the settings, what they want to see, because you can, depending on what the inputs are, that helps whatever narrative that a person might be looking for. So I think that people need to be clear about what it is they're actually asking to see. So what are the parameters? What are the inputs? What are the variables?
And I think that my expectation is that those variables are the variables that we presented during the LTPA workshop process, acknowledging that there's already been a signal from some elected members that they'd like to see additional options. So, for example, phasing, differential, those are additional options. And part of the purpose of next Wednesday's workshop will be to try and absolutely clarify what we're going to model, because we're not in a position to model 10 different options here. We're in a position where we're going to need elected members to be quite specific about the additional modelling options.
May I just comment on one thing briefly, if that's okay? As well, I'm meeting with legal tomorrow just around discussions around options and understanding that there have been questions around rates postponement, for example, and remission options through this process that I've heard. So it's a pre-discussion just to test the legality, because a rates review process has to be done very specifically, and quite often if you haven't gone and consulted on a process, then you're not able to change it. So I wanted to meet with legal on Friday, make sure we're really clear, so when we have the conversation next week, you can understand which options you have a possibility to change versus needing to wait for the long-term plan.
John?
I just really wanted to add that a common theme that came through some of the submitters for me was the fact that they pointed out a lot of the assumptions that were made through our calculations, and they queried the accuracy of a lot of our assumptions and the quality of data used and the way that we presented that data. And I don't think we can continue to overanalyze that data and overanalyze those assumptions looking for some magical way forward. I think we have to stick with the process and make a decision based on what's being presented from the submissions and by the submitters.
Yes. I'd echo the sentiments of Sam and Jonathan, actually. But on your conversation on Friday, can you test the legality of any changes to remissions policy under the consultation we've done, i.e. anything that could address the landlord discussion that we've heard a number of times, i.e. a homeowner subsidy for rates, and any other kind of, I think that was the only thing on my kind of potential subsidies or emissions list that, I wondered if they could be included in this or if they would need to be a separate review.
So while I know and understand that we'll do an LTP proper next year and probably start that process in August or
July.
Yeah, July, you see. You know, there's also a strong message around cost efficiencies and things like that, and you know, better budgeting. I normally go line by line on some of those things and accept that we'll do more zero-based budgeting than the proper, but there could be items which some of us might identify that can be delayed in this next annual plan. We can just push it forward, lessen the impact or burden. I don't know how others are, what everyone else is thinking, but so there's no surprises in my email to all around. I'll be putting some of that in there.
Look, I was just concurring that I think all our communities have had an opportunity to engage with us, whether it's at the cuppa events, at the Shannon at Foxton, at Manukau. We saw the submission from the Manukau organisation about insufficient time. The playing field and the rules have been the same the whole way along. So I think we've run events, we've engaged. All options were on the table. All options, given the process, are all viable options that the council can do. So I don't see any point in relitigating what that is. I guess the deliberation now sits with us to hear and make a final decision.
Just that, so the comments I made earlier, and I think I'm reading it right from Jonathan and Sam at least, is that we've heard from the people that have submitted, and we go away and make a decision. But my point was that all of the councillors have, and we could go away and do this ourselves, and if that's the view of the table, by all means, I'll go away and do that. But the role of the councillor is not just to listen to submissions and base your decision just on what you've heard. It's the role is look at everything. So if we're going to make a decision that's basically just on the how many submitters we've heard the last 2 days, sorry, we're missing the mark. So I hope that's not what I'm hearing, but if I am, I'm a bit nervous about it because you've got to go far deeper than that.
Well, to make effective and efficient and confident decisions, whatever thing. So whatever information you need or you think the table needs to be able to do that, we've got to make sure that you're in a position to do it. And I know it's more work for Jacinda, but generally it's a spreadsheet or hopefully something that you can pull out reasonably quickly. But yeah, look, I know I've got some questions around different things, which I'll formulate over the next 24 hours. But yeah, you've got to be in a position to be able to confident. We've been challenged that if on the decision that we're going to make in a few weeks' time, and if you're not feeling confident about making that decision, then you've got to understand the whole issues and find that information before you come to that decision-making day.
So, look, I just want to re-emphasise and support the comments that Ross is making. 2 words, representative democracy. So that we've heard everything, we will weigh everything up, we will not know the minds of the people who have not submitted. Well, what we do know is that we were elected not to be conduits, but to be representative. In other words, to bring our values, our thinking and our analysis and put that as an overlay to what we've heard. So it doesn't necessarily mean the majority of views is the right view. It's about understanding the quality of the submissions, not the quantity. So I just really want to emphasise that point because it's really worth keeping that in the mix, I feel.
just
And I suppose for me, agreeing with a lot of the kōrero I'm hearing, but I really wanted to pick up on a point around a couple of the presentations that was around the effect and the impact on Māori land with the rating change. And so if that's something we can capture, as well as noting that Mr. Hyde didn't present because he's going to work with Jacinta, but I think the relevance of his submission still needs to be considered by council. So those are just a couple of items for me to consider. Thank you.
Okay, so noting that we are due to meet at 12 o'clock next Wednesday, which will be a workshop, pretty much a debrief on what we've done the last couple of days, plus other stuff. Yes, thank you.
Do you want me to talk through the process?
Yep.
So just to clarify what the process is from here, obviously today ends the formal part of hearings, and that means as elected members you start preparing for deliberations, which take place on the 31st of May and 1st of June, if need be, depending on how long deliberations will take elected members. Our role as officers is to now prepare deliberation reports. And deliberation reports have two key components. Actually, I lie, there's three key components. The first overarching report you'll get as elected members is a general report that speaks to the engagement approach, provide you some data and metrics around the engagement, what we heard at events, what we heard at meetings, the sort of engagement we had on Let's Kōrero on Facebook pages, but also provide some of that analysis around how many people have submitted, from what community, the type of ratepayer they are, whether that, how many people said yes to this option, no to that option. So that kind of that thing that you can keep referring to through your deliberations. The second part of deliberation reports will be officer responses to every submission. And so that is when you will, just like you've seen for the draft officer responses to submission number 42, where as an officer we've acknowledged the submission, we have provided some analysis to you as elected members, and then made a recommendation. Now, often that will feel repetitive, because for a number of our submitters, obviously they are talking about the key issues, but acknowledging that through this process, people have used it as an opportunity to talk about other stuff outside of the key decisions that we said that we would make through this process. So whether that be, for example, the Manawatu Mountain Biking Club, whether that be the submission we had from Rebecca Kilsby-Halliday around the shared pathway, those are just two examples I can remember today. We will still be providing you as elected members some analysis and seeking your guidance about what is the next step for that. The third part of the deliberation reports, which is kind of the main part, is where for each significant decision, so significant decision refers to those key items of consultation that we've spoken to our community about, you'll get a separate report where we provide the summary, we provide the detailed analysis. Obviously for issues like the rates review, that report is going to be a lot more comprehensive than, for example, the report on water meters, where there has been less commentary, less feedback, less request for analysis, and then providing you the options in order for you then to, for each issue, debate and make a decision. Our internal process means that we release that agenda on the Wednesday the 24th of May in order for you to have that 7 days ahead of your meeting on the 31st of May. And so just to kind of put some practical realities around this, that means that we're working on a basis that by the end of next Friday, we have written draft reports in order to go through the review process to ELT and then to myself for sign-off. Through this process, we've obviously started hearing things, we've been taking notes, You've given us a signal today. We know that some elected members will email us over the course of the next few days, and we'd really appreciate that. The intent of next Wednesday is to summarise when we go through each issue, whether that be rates, landfill, water, freeholding account, water meters. Here is the additional information that we're intending to bring to you, or here's the additional analysis that we're intending to do. And that's so that we hopefully land in a position on the 31st where you feel like you've got sufficient information to make a decision. The intention is that those reports, which obviously include the final officer responses, there'll be a general letter that goes out to all submitters when we release the public agenda that says, council are making their decision on the 31st. Here's how you can access the information that's been presented to them in order to guide their decision making.
Thanks, Monique. I hope that the information we get from your staff is going to be more quantitative rather than qualitative, and also more factual rather than emotive. And so it provides good guidance on us, on those that have participated in the process, and will guide our decision making rather than some other personal view.
I just want to reassure elected members that I think that's what we've provided to date, is evidence, data, advice. We're not here to tell you what we think. You've got the community telling you that.
Just finally from me, one of the things I wanted to understand was when we redact information. And so what that for me is saying is that nearly a quarter of submissions received didn't provide an address and where they live. For me, that's important information to know, because one of the flavours that came through submissions around the Foxton freehold was many submitters that don't even live in Foxton actually said, leave your hands off this decision for Foxton. So numbers for me are important. I can tell you now that 93 submissions are anonymous in terms of that, and I can also tell you that 36 submissions were from outside the district, and I've even got other data around the Foxton pool and the landfill stuff, but I'll share in time. But I need that information is important for me to be able to make a decision. Thank you.
Look, we'll chat to the team about what we can do to make sure we provide the analysis of that, but also obviously the reason we redact information is when people have ticked the box to say they want their public information, their private information withheld in public, and so providing it to elected members in committee would not be making that public, and so I'll just seek advice from the team on how we navigate that, navigate our Privacy Act responsibilities.
Thank you all. Thank you, Caro, and thank you, team. Jody, Grayson, keeping us supplied. Appreciate all the efforts that have gone on over the last couple of days. It's been interesting to say the least, and look forward to the next couple of weeks to talk about it. Justin, would you do the honours and close us off, please?
Whai ki te uri tapu nui a tāne te wai ora tāne te pukinga tāne te whakaputa nei ki te whai ao ki te ao marama. Tēnei au e noho matara nei. Āmene.